Section 45 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bob Gonzalez. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 45. Selected Poems by Edwin Arnold. The Faithfulness of Yudhishthira, from The Great Journey in the Mahabharata. Thenceforth alone the long-armed monarch strode, not looking back, nay, not for Bhima's sake, but walking with his face set for the mount, and the hound followed him, only the hound. After the deathly sands, the mount, and lo! Shakra shone forth, the god, filling the earth and heavens with thunder of his chariot wheels. Ascend, he said, with me, Pritha's great son. But Yudhishthira answered, sore at heart, for those his kinfolk fallen on the way. O thousand-eyed, O Lord of all the gods, give that my brothers come with me who fell. Not without them is Swarga sweet to me. She too, the dear and kind and queenly, she whose perfect virtue paradise must crown. Grant her to come with us. Dost thou grant this? The god replied, in heaven thou shalt see thy kinsman and the queen. These will attain, and Krishna. Grieve no longer for thy dead, thou chief of men. Their mortal covering stripped, these have their places. But to thee the gods allot an unknown grace. Thou shalt go up, living and in thy form, to the immortal homes. But the king answered, O thou wisest one, who know'st what was and is to be, still one more grace. This hound hath ate with me, followed me, loved me. Must I leave him now? Monarch, spake Indra, thou art now as we, deathless, divine. Thou art become a god. Glory and power and gifts celestial, and all the joys of heaven are thine for aye. What hath a beast with thee? Leave here thy hound. Yet Yudhishthira answered, O most high, O thousand-eyed and wisest, can it be that one exalted should seem pitiless? Nay, let me lose such glory. For its sake I cannot leave one living thing I loved. Then sternly Indra spake, he is unclean, and into Swarga such shall enter not. The Krotavasha's wrath destroys the fruits of sacrifice if dogs defile the fire. Bethink thee, Dharmaraj, quit now this beast. That which is seemly is not hard of heart. Still he replied, 'tis written that to spurn a suppliant equals in offense to slay a twice-born. Wherefore not for Swarga's bliss quit I, Mahendra, this poor clinging dog, so without any hope or friend save me, so wistful, fawning for my faithfulness, so agonized to die, unless I help, who among men was called steadfast and just. Quoth Indra, nay, the altar flame is foul where a dog passeth. Angry angels sweep the ascending smoke aside, and all the fruits of offering, and the merit of the prayer of him whom a hound toucheth. Leave it here. He that will enter heaven must enter pure. Why didst thou quit thy brethren on the way, and Krishna, and the dear-loved Draupadi, attaining firm and glorious to this mount through perfect deeds, to linger for a brute? Hath Yudhishthira vanquished self, to melt with one poor passion at the door of bliss? Stay'st thou for this, who didst not stay for them, Draupadi, Bhima? But the king yet spake, 'tis known that none can hurt or help the dead. They, the delightful ones who sank and died, following my footsteps, could not live again though I had turned. Therefore I did not turn. But could help profit, I had stayed to help. There be 4 sins, O Shakra, grievous sins. The first is making suppliants despair. The second is to slay a nursing wife. The third is spoiling Brahman's goods by force. the fourth is injuring an ancient friend. These four I deem not direr than the crime, if one in coming forth from woe to weal, abandon any meanest comrade then. Straight as he spake, brightly great Indra smiled. Vanished the hound, and in its stead stood there the Lord of Death and Justice, Dharma's self. Sweet were the words which fell from those dread lips, precious the lovely praise. O thou true king, thou that dost bring to harvest the good seed of Pandu's righteousness, thou that hath ruth, as he before, on all which lives. O son, I tried thee in the Dwaita wood, what time they smote thy brothers, bringing water. Then thou prayedst for Nakula's life, tender and just, nor Bhima's nor Arjuna's true to both, to Madri as to Kunti, to both queens. Hear thou my word, because thou didst not mount this car divine, lest the poor hound be shent who looked to thee. Lo, there is none in heaven shall sit above thee, king, Bharata's son. Enter thou now to the eternal joys, living and in thy form. Justice and love welcome thee, monarch, thou shalt throne with us. He and she. She is dead, they said to him. Come away, kiss her and leave her, thy love is clay. They smoothed her tresses of dark brown hair, on her forehead of stone they laid it fair. Over her eyes that gazed too much, they drew the lids with a gentle touch. With a tender touch they closed up well the sweet thin lips that had secrets to tell. About her brows and beautiful face they tied her veil and her marriage lace, and drew on her white feet her white silk shoes, which were the whitest no eye could choose. And over her bosom they crossed her hands. Come away, they said, God understands. And there was silence, and nothing there but silence, and scents of eglantere and jasmine and roses and rosemary. And they said, as a lady should lie, lies she. And they held their breath till they left the room, with a shudder to glance at its stillness and gloom. But he who loved her too well to dread the sweet, the stately, the beautiful dead, he lit his lamp, and took the key and turned it, alone again, he and she. He and she, but she would not speak, though he kissed in the old place the quiet cheek. He and she, yet she would not smile, though he called her the name she loved erewhile. He and she, still she did not move to any passionate whisper of love. Then he said, cold lips and breasts without breath, is there no voice, no language of death, dumb to the ear and still to the sense, but to heart and to soul distinct, intense? See now, I will listen with soul, not ear. What was the secret of dying, dear? Was it the infinite wonder of all, that you ever could let life's flower fall? Or was it a greater marvel to feel the perfect calm o'er the agony steal? Was the miracle greater to find how deep, beyond all dreams, sank downward that sleep? Did life roll back its record, dear, and show, as they say it does, past things clear? And was it the innermost heart of the bliss to find out so what a wisdom love is? O perfect dead, O dead most dear, I hold the breath of my soul to hear. I listen as deep as to horrible hell, as high as to heaven, and you do not tell. There must be pleasure in dying sweet, to make you so placid from head to feet. I would tell you, darling, if I were dead, and 'twere your hot tears upon my brow shed. I would say, though the angel of death had laid his sword on my lips to keep it unsaid, you should not ask vainly with streaming eyes, which of all deaths was the chiefest surprise, the very strangest and suddenest thing of all the surprises that dying must bring. Ah, foolish world! O most kind dead! Though he told me, who will believe it was said? Who will believe that he heard her say, with the sweet, soft voice, in the dear old way, the utmost wonder is this, I hear and see you, and love you, and kiss you, dear, and am your angel who was your bride, and know that, though dead, I have never died. After Death. From Pearls of the Faith. He made life and he takes it, but instead gives more. Praise the Restorer, Al-Muhid. He who died at Azan sends this to comfort faithful friends. Faithful friends, it lies, I know, pale and white and cold as snow, and ye say Abdullah's dead, weeping at my feet and head. I can see your falling tears, I can hear your cries and prayers, yet I smile and whisper this: I am not that thing you kiss. Cease your tears and let it lie. It was mine, it is not I. Sweet friends, what the women lave for its last bed in the grave is a tent which I am quitting, is a garment no more fitting, is a cage from which at last like a hawk my soul hath passed. Love the inmate, not the room, the wearer, not the garb, the plume of the falcon, not the bars which kept him from the splendid stars. Loving friends, be wise, and dry straightway every weeping eye. What ye lift upon the bier is not worth a wistful tear. 'Tis an empty sea-shell, one out of which the pearl is gone. The shell is broken, it lies there. The pearl, the all, the soul, is here. 'Tis an earthen jar whose lid Allah sealed, the while it hid that treasure of his treasury. A mind which loved him, let it lie. Let the shard be earth's once more, since the gold shines in his store. Allah Muhid, Allah most good, now thy grace is understood. Now my heart no longer wonders what Al-Barsakh is, which sunders life from death, and death from heaven, nor the paradises 7 which the happy dead inherit, nor those birds which bear each spirit toward the throne, green birds and white, radiant, glorious, swift their flight. Now the long, long darkness ends, yet ye wail, my foolish friends, while the man whom ye call dead in unbroken bliss instead lives and loves you, lost, 'tis true, by any light which shines for you. But in light ye cannot see of unfulfilled felicity, and enlarging paradise lives the life that never dies. Farewell, friends, yet not farewell. Where I am ye too shall dwell. I am gone before your face, a heartbeat's time, a gray ant's pace. When ye come where I have stepped, ye will marvel why ye wept. Ye will know, by true love taught, that here is all, and there is naught. Weep a while if ye are fain, sunshine still must follow rain, only not at death, for death, now I see, is that first breath which our souls draw when we enter life, that is of all life center. Know ye Allah's law is love, viewed from Allah's throne above. Be ye firm of trust, and come faithful onward to your home. La Allah ila Allah, yea, Muhid, Restorer, Sovereign say, he who died at Azan gave this to those that made his grave. Solomon and the Ant. From Pearls of the Faith. Say Al-Rahim, call him compassionate, for he is pitiful to small and great. 'Tis written that the serving angels stand beside God's throne, 10 myriads on each hand, waiting with wings outstretched and watchful eyes to do their master's heavenly embassies. Quicker than thought his high commands they read, swifter than light to execute them speed, bearing the word of power from star to star, some hither and some thither, near and far. And unto these naught is too high or low, too mean or mighty if he wills it so, neither is any creature great or small beyond his pity, which embraceth all, because his eye beholdeth all which are, sees without search and counteth without care, nor lies the babe nearer the nursing place than Allah's smallest child to Allah's grace, nor any ocean rolls so vast that he forgets one wave of all that restless sea. Thus it is written, and moreover told, how Gabriel, watching by the gates of gold, heard from the voice ineffable this word of twofold mandate uttered by the Lord: Go earthward, pass where Solomon hath made his pleasure house, and sitteth there arrayed, goodly and splendid, whom I crowned the king. For at this hour my servant doth a thing unfitting. Out of Nisibis there came 1,000 steeds, with nostrils all aflame, and limbs of swiftness, prizes of the fight. Lo, these are led for Solomon's delight before the palace, where he gazeth now, filling his heart with pride at that brave show, so taken with the snorting and the tramp of his war horses, that our silver lamp of eve is swung in vain. Our warning sun will sink before his sunset prayers begun. So shall the people say, This king, our lord, loves more the long-maned trophies of his sword than the remembrance of his God. Go in, save thou my faithful servant from such sin. Also, upon the slope of Araphat, beneath a lote-tree, which is fallen flat, toileth a yellow ant, who carrieth home food for her nest. But so far hath she come, her worn feet fail, and she will perish caught in the falling rain. But thou, make the way naught, and help her to her people in the cleft of the black rock. Silently Gabriel left the presence, and prevented the king's sin, and holp the little ant at entering in. O thou whose love is wide and great, we praise thee, the compassionate. The Afternoon, from Pearls of the Faith. He is sufficient, and he makes suffice. Praise thus again thy Lord, mighty and wise. God is enough. Thou who in hope and fear toilest through desert sands of life, sore tried, climb trustful over death's black ridge, for near the bright wells shine. Thou wilt be satisfied. God doth suffice. O thou the patient one, who puttest faith in him, and none beside, bear yet thy load. Under the setting sun the glad tents gleam. Thou wilt be satisfied. By God's gold afternoon, peace ye shall have. Man is in loss except he live aright, and help his fellow to be firm and brave, faithful and patient. Then the restful night, Al-Mughni, best rewarder, we endure, putting our trust in thee. The Trumpet, from Pearls of the Faith. Magnify him, Al-Qayyum, and so call the self-subsisting God who judgeth all. When the trumpet shall sound, on that day, the wicked, slow gathering, shall say, Is it long we have lain in our graves? For it seems as an hour. Then will Israfil call them to judgment, and none shall have power to turn aside this way or that, and their voices will sink to silence, except for the sounding of a noise, like the noise on the brink of the sea when its stones are dragged with a clatter and hiss down the shore, in the wild breakers' roar. The sound of their woe shall be this. Then they who denied that he liveth eternal, self-made, shall call to the mountains to crush them, amazed and afraid. Thou self-subsistent, living Lord, thy grace against that day afford. Envoy to the Light of Asia. Ah, blessed Lord, O high Deliverer, forgive this feeble script, which doth thee wrong, measuring with little wit thy lofty love. Ah, lover, brother, guide, lamp of the law, I take my refuge in thy name and thee. I take my refuge in thy law of God. I take my refuge in thy order, Om. The dew is on the lotus. Rise, great sun, and lift my leaf and mix me with the wave. Om Mani Padme Hum. The sunrise comes. The dewdrop slips into the shining sea. From Harper's Monthly. Grishma, or the Season of Heat, translated from Kalidasa's Ritu Sanhara. With fierce noons beaming, moons of glory gleaming, full conduits streaming, where fair bathers lie, with sunsets splendid, when the strong day, ended, melts into peace, like a tired lover's sigh, so cometh summer nigh. And nights of ebon blackness, laced with lustres, from starry clusters, courts of calm retreat, where wan rills warble over glistening marble, cold jewels, and the sandal moist and sweet, these for the time are meet of Suchi, dear one of the bright days, bringing love songs for singing, which all hearts enthrall, wine cups that sparkle at the lips of lovers, odors and pleasures in the palace hall. In Suchi these befall. For then, with wide hips richly girt, and bosoms fragrant with blossoms, and with pearl strings gay, their new laved hair unbound, and spreading round faint scents, the palace maids in tender play the ardent heats allay of princely playmates. Through the gates their feet, with lac dye rosy and neat, and anklets ringing, in music trip along, echoing the song of wild swans, all men's hearts by subtle singing to Kama's service bringing. For who their sandals scented breasts perceiving, their white pearls weaving with the saffron stars, girdles and diadems, their gold and gems linked upon waist and thigh, in love's soft snares is not caught unawares. Then lay they by their robes, no longer light for the warm midnight, and their beauty cover with woven veil too airy to conceal its dew-pearled softness. So with youth clad over, each seeks her eager lover, and sweet airs winnowed from the sandal fans, faint balm that nests between those gem-bound breasts, voices of stream and bird, and clear notes heard from vina strings amid the song's unrests, wake passion. With light jests, and sidelong glances, and coy smiles and dances, each maid enhances newly sprung delight. Quick leaps the fire of love's divine desire, so kindled in the season when the night with broadest moons is bright, till on the silvered terraces, sleep sunken, with love's draughts drunken, those close lovers lie. And all for sorrow there shall come to-morrow, the moon, who watched them, pales in the grey sky, while the still night doth die. Then breaks the fierce day, the whirling dust is driven o'er earth and heaven, until the sun-scorched plain its road scarce shows for dazzling heat to those who, far from home and love, journey in pain, longing to rest again. Panting and parched, with muzzles dry and burning, for cool streams yearning, herds of antelope haste where the brassy sky, banked black and high, hath clouded promise. There will be, they hope, water beyond the tope. Sick with the glare, his hooded terrors failing, his slow coils trailing o'er the fiery dust, the cobra glides to nighest shade, and hides his head beneath the peacock's train. He must his ancient foeman trust. The purple peafowl, wholly overmastered by the red morning, droop with weary cries. No stroke they make to slay that gliding snake, who creeps for shelter underneath the eyes of their spread jewelries. The jungle lord, the kingly tiger, prowling, for fierce thirst howling, orbs astare and red, sees without heed the elephants pass by him, lolls his lank tongue, and hangs his bloody head, his mighty forces fled. Nor heed the elephants that tiger, plucking green leaves, and sucking with a dry trunk dew. Tormented by the blazing day, they wander, and nowhere finding water, still renew their search, a woeful crew. With restless snout rooting the dark morasses, where reeds and grasses on the soft slime grow, the wild boars, grunting ill content and anger, dig lairs to shield them from the torturing glow, deep, deep as they can go. The frog, for misery of his pool departing, 'neath that flame-darting ball, and waters drained down to their mud, crawls croaking forth, to cower under the black snake's coils, where there is gained a little shade, and strained to patience by such heat, scorching the jewel gleaming so cruel on his venomous head, that worm, whose tongue, as the blast burns along, licks it for coolness, all discomfited, strikes not his strange friend dead. The pool, with tender growing cups of lotus, once brightly blowing, hath no blossoms more, its fish are dead, its fearful cranes are fled, and crowding elephants its flowery shore tramp to a miry floor. With foam strings roping from his jowls, and dropping from dried drawn lips, horns laid aback, and eyes mad with the drouth, and thirst tormented mouth, down thundering from his mountain cavern flies the bison in wild wise, questing a water channel. Bare and scrannel the trees droop, where the crows sit in a row with beaks agape, the hot baboon and ape climb chattering to the bush, the buffalo bellows, and locusts go choking the wells. Far o'er the hills and dells wanders the affrighted eye, beholding blasted the pleasant grass, the forest's leafy mass wilted, its waters waned, its grace exhausted, its creatures wasted. Then leaps to view, blood red and bright of hue, as blooms sprung new on the casumba tree, the wild fire's tongue, fanned by the wind, and flung furiously forth, the palms, canes, brakes, you see wrapped in one agony of lurid death. The conflagration, driven in fiery levin, roars from jungle caves, hisses and blusters through the bamboo clusters, crackles across the curling grass, and drives into the river waves the forest folk. Dreadful that flame to see, coiled from the cotton tree, a snake of gold, violently break from root and trunk, to take the bending boughs and leaves in deadly hold, then passing, to enfold new spoils, in herds, elephants, jackals, pards, for anguish of such fate, their enmity laying aside, burst for the river wide, which flows between fair isles, in company as friends they madly flee. But thee, my best beloved, may Suchi visit fair, with songs of secret waters cooling the quiet air, under blue buds of lotus beds, and patalas which shed fragrance and balm, while moonlight weaves over thy happy head its silvery veil. So nights and days of summer pass for thee amid the pleasure palaces, with love and melody. End of Section 45. Recording by Bob Gonzalez, Tampa, Florida.
Section 46 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 46. Essay on Matthew Arnold by George Edward Woodberry. Matthew Arnold, an English poet and critic, was born December 24th, 1822, at Laleham, in the Thames Valley. He was the son of Dr. Thomas Arnold, best remembered as the master of Rugby in later years, and distinguished also as a historian of Rome. His mother was, by her maiden name, Mary Penrose, and long survived her husband. Arnold passed his school days at Winchester and Rugby, and went to Oxford in October 1841. There, as also at school, he won scholarship and prize, and showed poetical talent. He was elected a Fellow of Oriel in March 1845. He taught for a short time at Rugby, but in 1847 became private secretary to Lord Lansdowne, who in 1851 appointed him school inspector. From that time he was engaged mainly in educational labors as inspector and commissioner, and traveled frequently on the Continent examining foreign methods. He was also interested controversially in political and religious questions of the day, and altogether had a sufficient public life outside of literature. In 1851 he married Frances Lucy, daughter of Sir William Whiteman, a judge of the Court of Queen's Bench, and by her had 5 children, 3 sons and 2 daughters. His first volume of verse, The Strayed Reveller and Other Poems, bears the date 1849. The second, Empedocles on Etna and Other Poems, 1852. The third, Poems, made up mainly from the 2 former, was published in 1853, and thereafter he added little to his poetic work. His first volume of similar significance in prose was Essays in Criticism, issued in 1865. Throughout his mature life he was a constant writer, and his collected works of all kinds now fill 11 volumes, exclusive of his letters. In 1857 he was elected Professor of Poetry at Oxford, and there began his career as a lecturer, and this method of public expression he employed often. His life was thus one with many diverse activities, and filled with practical or literary affairs, and on no side was it deficient in human relations. He won respect and reputation while he lived, and his works continue to attract men's minds, although with much unevenness. He died at Liverpool on April 15th, 1888. That considerable portion of Arnold's writings which was concerned with education and politics, or with phases of theological thought and religious tendency, however valuable in contemporary discussion and to men and movements of the 3rd quarter of the century, must be set on one side. It is not because of anything there contained that he has become a permanent figure of his time, or is of interest in literature. He achieved distinction as a critic and as a poet, but although he was earlier in the field as a poet, he was recognized by the public at large first as a critic. The union of the 2 functions is not unusual in the history of literature, but where success has been attained in both, the critic has commonly sprung from the poet in the man, and his range and quality have been limited thereby. It was so with Dryden and Wordsworth, and less obviously with Landor and Lowell. In Arnold's case there is no such growth. The 2 modes of writing, prose and verse, were disconnected. One could read his essays without suspecting a poet, and his poems without discerning a critic, except so far as one finds the moralist there. In fact, Arnold's critical faculty belonged rather to the practical side of his life, and was a part of his talents as a public man. This appears by the very definitions that he gave, and by the turn of his phrase, which always keeps an audience rather than a meditative reader in view. What is the function of criticism at the present time, he asks, and answers, a disinterested endeavor to learn and propagate the best that is known and thought in the world. That is a wide warrant. The writer who exercises his critical function under it, however, is plainly a reformer at heart, and labors for the social welfare. He is not an analyst of the form of art for its own sake, or a contemplator of its substance of wisdom or beauty merely. He is not limited to literature or the other arts of expression, but the world, the intellectual world, is all before him where to choose. And having learned the best that is known and thought, his second, and manifestly not inferior duty, is to go into all nations, a messenger of the propaganda of intelligence. It is a great mission, and nobly characterized. But if criticism be so defined, it is criticism of a large mold. The scope of the word conspicuously appears also in the phrase, which became proverbial, declaring that literature is a criticism of life. In such an employment of terms, ordinary meanings evaporate, and it becomes necessary to know the thought of the author rather than the usage of men. Without granting the dictum, therefore, which would be far from the purpose, is it not clear that by critic and criticism Arnold intended to designate, or at least to convey, something peculiar to his own conception, not strictly related to literature at all, it may be, but more closely tied to society in its general mental activity? In other words, Arnold was a critic of civilization more than of books, and aimed at illumination by means of ideas. With this goes his manner, that habitual air of telling you something which you did not know before, and doing it for your good, which stamps him as a preacher born. Under the mask of the critic is the long English face of the gospeller, that type whose persistent physiognomy was never absent from the conventicle of English thought. This evangelizing prepossession of Arnold's mind must be recognized in order to understand alike his attitude of superiority, his stiffly didactic method, and his success in attracting converts in whom the seed proved barren. The first impression that his entire work makes is one of limitation. So strict is this limitation, and it profits him so much, that it seems the element in which he had his being. On a close survey, the fewness of his ideas is most surprising, though the fact is somewhat cloaked by the lucidity of his thought, its logical vigor, and the manner of its presentation. He takes a text, either some formula of his own or some adopted phrase that he has made his own, and from that he starts out only to return to it again and again with ceaseless iteration. In his illustrations, for example, when he has pilloried some poor gentleman, otherwise unknown, for the astounded and amused contemplation of the Anglican monocle, he cannot let him alone. So, too, when, with the journalist's knack for nicknames, he divides all England into three parts, he cannot forget the rhetorical exploit. He never lets the points he has made fall into oblivion. And hence his work in general, as a critic, is skeletonized to the memory in watchwords, formulas, and nicknames, which, taken all together, make up only a small number of ideas. His scale, likewise, is meager. His essay is apt to be a book review or a plea merely. It is without that free elusiveness and undeveloped suggestion which indicate a full mind, and give to such brief pieces of writing the sense of overflow. He takes no large subject as a whole, but either a small one, or else some phases of the larger one, and he exhausts all that he touches. he seems to have no more to say. It is probable that his acquaintance with literature was incommensurate with his reputation or apparent scope as a writer. As he has fewer ideas than any other author of his time of the same rank, so he discloses less knowledge of his own or foreign literatures. His occupations forbade wide acquisition. He husbanded his time, and economized also by giving the best direction to his private studies, and he accomplished much. But he could not master the field, as any man whose profession was literature might easily do. Consequently, in comparison with Coleridge or Lowell, his critical work seems dry and bare, with neither the fluency nor the richness of a master. In yet another point this paucity of matter appears. What Mr. Richard Holt Hutton says in his essay on the poetry of Arnold is so apposite here that it will be best to quote the passage. He is speaking in an aside of Arnold's criticisms. "They are fine, they are keen, they are often true, but they are always too much limited to the thin, superficial layer of the moral nature of their subjects, and seem to take little comparative interest in the deeper individuality beneath. Read his essay on Heine, and you will see the critic engrossed with the relation of Heine to the political and social ideas of his day, and passing over with comparative indifference the true soul of Heine, the fountain of both his poetry and his cynicism. Read his 5 lectures on translating Homer, and observe how exclusively the critic's mind is occupied with the form as distinguished from the substance of the Homeric poetry. Even when he concerns himself with the greatest modern poets, with Shakespeare, as in the preface to the earlier edition of his poems, or with Goethe in reiterated poetical criticisms, or when he again and again in his poems treats of Wordsworth, it is always the style and superficial doctrine of their poetry, not the individual character and unique genius, which occupy him. He will tell you whether a poet is sane and clear, or stormy and fervent, whether he is rapid and noble, or loquacious and quaint, whether a thinker penetrates the husks of conventional thought which mislead the crowd, whether there is sweetness as well as lucidity in his aims, whether a descriptive writer has distinction of style, or is admirable only for his vivacity, but he rarely goes to the individual heart of any of the subjects of his criticism. He finds their style and class, but not their personality in that class. He ranks his men, but does not portray them, hardly even seems to find much interest in the individual roots of their character." In brief, this is to say that Arnold took little interest in human nature. Nor is there anything in his later essays on Byron, Keats, Wordsworth, Milton, or Gray to cause us to revise the judgment on this point. In fact, so far as he touched on the personality of Keats or Gray, to take the capital instances, he was most unsatisfactory. Arnold was not, then, one of those critics who are interested in life itself, and through the literary work seize on the soul of the author in its original brightness, or set forth the life stains in the successive incarnations of his heart and mind. Nor was he of those who consider the work itself final, and endeavor simply to understand it, form and matter, and so to mediate between genius and our slower intelligence. He followed neither the psychological nor the aesthetic method. It need hardly be said that he was born too early to be able ever to conceive of literature as a phenomenon of society, and its great men as only terms in an evolutionary series. He had only a moderate knowledge of literature, and his stock of ideas was small. His manner of speech was hard and dry. There was a trick in his style, and his self-repetition is tiresome. What gave him vogue, then, and what still keeps his more literary work alive? Is it anything more than the temper in which he worked, and the spirit which he evoked in the reader? He stood for the very spirit of intelligence in his time. He made his readers respect ideas, and want to have as many as possible. He enveloped them in an atmosphere of mental curiosity and alertness, and put them in contact with novel and attractive themes. In particular, he took their minds to the Continent, and made them feel that they were becoming cosmopolitan by knowing Joubert. Or at home he rallied them in opposition to the dullness of the period, to barbarism, or other objectionable traits in the social classes, and he volleyed contempt upon the common multitudinous foe in general, and from time to time cheered them with some delectable examples of single combat. It cannot be concealed that there was much malicious pleasure in it all. He was not indisposed to high-bred cruelty. Like Lamb, he loved a fool, but it was in a mortar; and pleasant it was to see the spectacle when he really took a man in hand for the chastisement of irony. It is thus that the seraphim illuminati sneer. And in all his controversial writing there was a brilliancy and unsparingness that will appeal to the deepest instincts of a fighting race willy-nilly. And as one had only to read the words to feel himself among the children of light, so that our withers were unwrung, there was high enjoyment. This liveliness of intellectual conflict, together with the sense of ideas, was a boon to youth especially, and the academic air in which the thought and style always moved with scholarly self-possession and assurance, with the dogmatism of enlightenment in all ages and among all sects, with serenity and security unassailable, from within at least, this academic clearness and purity without shadow or stain had an overpowering charm to the college-bred and cultivated, who found the rare combination of information, taste, and aggressiveness in one of their own ilk. Above all, there was the play of intelligence on every page. There was an application of ideas to life in many regions of the world's interests. There was contact with a mind keen, clear, and firm, armed for controversy or persuasion equally, and filled with eager belief in itself, its ways, and its will. To meet such personality in a book was a bracing experience, and for many these essays were an awakening of the mind itself. We may go to others for the greater part of what criticism can give, for definite and fundamental principles, for adequate characterization, for the intuition and the revelation, the penetrant flash of thought and phrase. But Arnold generates and supports a temper of mind in which the work of these writers best thrives even in its own sphere, and through him this temper becomes less individual than social, encompassing the whole of life. Few critics have been really less disinterested. Few have kept their eyes less steadily upon the object. But that fact does not lessen the value of his precepts of disinterestedness and objectivity. Nor is it necessary, in becoming a child of light, to join in spirit the unhappy remnant of the Academy, or to drink too deep of that honeyed satisfaction with which he fills his readers of being on his side. As a critic, Arnold succeeds if his main purpose does not fail, and that was to reinforce the party of ideas, of culture, of the children of light, to impart not moral vigor, but openness and reasonableness of mind, and to arouse and arm the intellectual in contradistinction to the other energies of civilization. The poetry of Arnold, to pass to the second portion of his work, was less widely welcomed than his prose, and made its way very slowly. But it now seems the most important and permanent part. It is not small in quantity, though his unproductiveness in later years has made it appear that he was less fluent and abundant in verse than he really was. The remarkable thing, as one turns to his poems, is the contrast in spirit that they afford to the essays. There is here an atmosphere of entire calm. We seem to be in a different world. This fact, with the singular silence of his familiar letters in regard to his verse, indicates that his poetic life was truly a thing apart. In one respect only is there something in common between his prose and verse. Just as interest in human nature was absent in the latter, it is absent also in the former. There is no action in the poems, neither is there character for its own sake. Arnold was a man of the mind, and he betrays no interest in personality except for its intellectual traits. In Clough, as in Obermann, it is the life of thought, not the human being, that he portrays. As a poet, he expresses the moods of the meditative spirit in view of nature and our mortal existence, and he represents life not lyrically by its changeful moments, nor tragically by its conflict in great characters, but philosophically by a self-contained and unvarying monologue, deeper or less deep in feeling and with cadences of tone, but always with the same grave and serious effect. He is constantly thinking, whatever his subject or his mood. His attitude is intellectual. His sentiments are maxims. His conclusions are advisory. His world is the sphere of thought, and his poems have the distance and repose, and also the coldness that befit that sphere, and the character of his imagination, which lays hold of form and reason, makes natural to him the classical style. It is obvious that the sources of his poetical culture are Greek. It is not merely, however, that he takes for his early subjects Merope and Empedocles, or that he strives in Balder Dead for Homeric narrative, or that in the recitative to which he was addicted he evoked an immелodious phantom of Greek choruses, nor is it the marmoreal air that chills while it ennobles much of his finest work. One feels the Greek quality not as a source, but as a presence. In Tennyson, Keats, and Shelley there was Greek influence, but in them the result was modern. In Arnold the antiquity remains in mood, just as in Landor it remains in form. The Greek twilight broods over all his poetry. It is pagan in philosophic spirit, not Attic, but of a later and stoical time, with the very virtues of patience, endurance, suffering, not in their Christian types, but as they now seem to a post-Christian imagination, looking back to the imperial past. There is a difference, it is true, in Arnold's expression of the mood. He is as little Sophoclean as he is Homeric, as little Lucretian as he is Virgilian. The temperament is not the same, not a survival or a revival of the antique, but original and living. And yet the mood of the verse is felt at once to be a reincarnation of the deathless spirit of Hellas, that in other ages also has made beautiful and solemn for a time the shadowed places of the Christian world. If one does not realize this, he must miss the secret of the tranquillity, the chill, the grave austerity, as well as the philosophical resignation, which are essential to the verse. Even in those parts of the poems which use romantic motives, one reason of their original charm is that they suggest how the Greek imagination would have dealt with the forsaken merman, the church of Barreau, and Tristram and Iseult. The presence of such motives, such mythology, and such Christian and chivalric color in the work of Arnold does not disturb the simple unity of its feeling, which finds no solvent for life, whatever its accident of time and place and faith, except in that Greek spirit which ruled in thoughtful men before the triumph of Christianity, and is still native in men who accept the intellect as the sole guide of life. It was with reference to these modern men and the movement they took part in that he made his serious claim to greatness, to rank, that is, with Tennyson and Browning, as he said, in the literature of his time. "My poems," he wrote, "represent on the whole the main movement of mind of the last quarter of a century, and thus they will probably have their day, as people become conscious to themselves of what that movement of mind is, and interested in the literary productions that reflect it. It might be fairly urged that I have less poetical sentiment than Tennyson, and less intellectual vigor and abundance than Browning. Yet because I have perhaps more of a fusion of the two than either of them, and have more regularly applied that fusion to the main line of modern development, I am likely enough to have my turn, as they have had theirs." If the main movement had been such as he thought of it, or if it had been of importance in the long run, there might be a sounder basis for this hope than now appears to be the case. But there can be no doubt, let the contemporary movement have been what it may, that Arnold's mood is one that will not pass out of men's hearts to-day nor to-morrow. On the modern side, the example of Wordsworth was most formative, and in fact it is common to describe Arnold as a Wordsworthian. And so, in his contemplative attitude to nature, and in his habitual recourse to her, he was. But both nature herself, as she appeared to him, and his mood in her presence, were very different from Wordsworth's conception and emotion. Arnold finds in nature a refuge from life, an anodyne, an escape. But Wordsworth, in going into the hills for poetical communion, passed from a less to a fuller and deeper life, and obtained an inspiration, and was seeking the goal of all his being. In the method of approach, too, as well as in the character of the experience, there was a profound difference between the two poets. Arnold sees with the outward rather than the inward eye. He is pictorial in a way that Wordsworth seldom is. He uses detail much more, and gives a group or a scene with the externality of a painter. The method resembles that of Tennyson rather than that of Wordsworth, and has more direct analogy with the Greek manner than with the modern and emotional schools. It is objective, often minute, and always carefully composed, in the artistic sense of that term. The description of the river Oxus, for example, though faintly charged with suggested and allegoric meaning, is a noble close to the poem which ends in it. The scale is large, and Arnold was fond of a broad landscape, of mountains and prospects over the land, but one cannot fancy Wordsworth writing it. So, too, on a small scale, the charming scene of the English garden in Thyrsis is far from Wordsworth's manner. When garden walks and all the grassy floor With blossoms red and white of fallen May, And chestnut flowers are strewn, so have I heard the cuckoo's parting cry From the wet field through the vexed garden trees, Come with the volleying rain and tossing breeze. This is a picture that could be framed. How different from Wordsworth's wandering voice! Or, to take another notable example, which, like the Oxus passage, is a fine close in the Tristram and Iseult, the hunter on the Eris above the dead lovers. A stately huntsman clad in green, And round him a fresh forest scene. On that clear forest knoll he stays, With his pack round him, and delays. The wild boar rustles in his lair, The fierce hounds snuff the tainted air, But lord and hounds keep rooted there. Cheer, cheer thy dogs into the brake, O hunter, and without a fear Thy golden tasselled bugle blow. But no one is deceived, and the hunter does not move from the Eris, but is still rooted there, with his green suit and his golden tassel. The piece is pictorial, and highly wrought for pictorial effects only, obviously decorative, and used as stage scenery precisely in the manner of our later theatrical art, with that accent of forethought which turns the beautiful into the aesthetic. This is a method which Wordsworth never used. Take one of his pictures, The Reaper, for example, and see the difference. The one is out of doors, the other is of the studio. The purpose of these illustrations is to show that Arnold's nature pictures are not only consciously artistic, with an arrangement that approaches artifice, but that he is interested through his eye primarily, and not through his emotions. It is characteristic of his temperament also that he reminds one most often of the painter in water colors. If there is this difference between Arnold and Wordsworth in method, a greater difference in spirit is to be anticipated. It is a fixed gulf. In nature, Wordsworth found the one spirit's plastic stress and a near and intimate revelation to the soul of truths that were his greatest joy and support in existence. Arnold finds there no inhabitancy of God, no such streaming forth of wisdom and beauty from the fountain heads of being. But the secret frame of nature is filled only with the darkness, the melancholy, the waiting endurance that is projected from himself. Yet, Fausta, the mute turf we tread, the solemn hills about us spread, the stream that falls incessantly, the strange scrawled rocks, the lonely sky, if I might lend their life a voice, seem to bear rather than rejoice. Compare this with Wordsworth's stanzas on Peel Castle, and the important reservations that must be borne in mind in describing Arnold as a Wordsworthian will become clearer. It is as a relief from thought, as a beautiful and half physical diversion, as a scale of being so vast and mysterious as to reduce the pettiness of human life to nothingness. It is in these ways that nature has value in Arnold's verse. Such a poet may describe natural scenes well, and obtain by means of them contrast to human conditions and decorative beauty. But he does not penetrate nature, or interpret what her significance is in the human spirit, as the more emotional poets have done. He ends in an antithesis, not in a synthesis, and both nature and man lose by the divorce. One looks in vain for anything deeper than landscapes in Arnold's treatment of nature. She is emptied of her own infinite, and has become spiritually void. And in the simple great line in which he gave the sea, the unplumbed, salt, estranging sea, he is thinking of man, not of the ocean. And the mood seems ancient rather than modern, the feeling of a Greek, just as the sound of the waves to him is always Aegean. In treating of man's life, which must be the main thing in any poet's work, Arnold is either very austere or very pessimistic. If the feeling is moral, the predominant impression is of austerity. If it is intellectual, the predominant impression is of sadness. He was not insensible to the charm of life, but he feels it in his senses only to deny it in his mind. The illustrative passage is from Dover Beach. Ah, love, let us be true to one another, for the world which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor help for pain. This is the contradiction of sense and thought, the voice of a regret grounded in the intellect. For if it were vital and grounded in the emotions, it would become despair. The creed of illusion and futility in life, which is the characteristic note of Arnold, and the reason of his acceptance by many minds. The one thing about life which he most insists on is its isolation, its individuality. In the series called Switzerland, this is the substance of the whole, and the doctrine is stated with an intensity and power, with an amplitude and prolongation, that set these poems apart as the most remarkable of all his lyrics. From a poet so deeply impressed with this aspect of existence, and unable to find its remedy or its counterpart in the harmony of life, no joyful or hopeful word can be expected, and none is found. The second thing about life which he dwells on is its futility. Though he bids one strive and work, and points to the example of the strong whom he has known, yet one feels that his voice rings more true when he writes of Obermann than in any other of the elegiac poems. In such verse as the Summer Night, again, the genuineness of the mood is indubitable. In the Sick King of Bokhara, the one dramatic expression of his genius, futility is the very center of the action. The fact that so much of his poetry seems to take its motive from the subsidence of Christian faith has set him among the skeptic or agnostic poets, and the main movement which he believed he had expressed was doubtless that in which agnosticism was a leading element. The unbelief of the third quarter of the century was certainly a controlling influence over him, and in a man mainly intellectual by nature it could not well have been otherwise. Hence, as one looks at his more philosophical and lyrical poems, the profounder part of his work, and endeavors to determine their character and sources alike, it is plain to see that in the old phrase, "the pride of the intellect" lifts its lonely column over the desolation of every page. The man of the Academy is here, as in the prose, after all. He reveals himself in the literary motive, the bookish atmosphere of the verse, in its vocabulary, its elegance of structure, its precise phrase, and its curious allusions involving footnotes, and in fact throughout all its form and structure. So self-conscious is it that it becomes frankly prosaic at inconvenient times, and is more often on the level of eloquent and graceful rhetoric than of poetry. It is frequently liquid and melodious, but there is no burst of native song in it anywhere. It is the work of a true poet, nevertheless, but there are many voices for the muse. It is sincere, it is touched with reality, it is the mirror of a phase of life in our times, and not in our times only, but whenever the intellect seeks expression for its sense of the limitation of its own career, and its sadness in a world which it cannot solve. A word should be added concerning the personality of Arnold, which is revealed in his Familiar Letters, a collection that has dignified the records of literature with a singularly noble memory of private life. Few who did not know Arnold could have been prepared for the revelation of a nature so true, so amiable, so dutiful. In every relation of private life he is shown to have been a man of exceptional constancy and plainness. The letters are mainly home letters, but a few friendships also yielded up their hoard, and thus the circle of private life is made complete. Everyone must take delight in the mental association with Arnold in the scenes of his existence, thus daily exposed, and in his family affections. A nature warm to its own, kindly to all, cheerful, fond of sport and fun, and always fed from pure fountains, and with it a character so founded upon the rock, so humbly serviceable, so continuing in power and grace, must wake in all the responses of happy appreciation, and leave the charm of memory. He did his duty as naturally as if it required neither resolve nor effort nor thought of any kind for the morrow, and he never failed, seemingly, in act or word of sympathy, in little or great things. And when to this one adds the clear ether of the intellectual life where he habitually moved in his own life apart, and the humanity of his home, the gift that these letters bring may be appreciated. That gift is the man himself, but set in the atmosphere of home, with sonship and fatherhood, sisters and brothers, with the bereavements of years fully accomplished, and those of babyhood and boyhood, a sweet and wholesome English home, with all the cloud and sunshine of the English world drifting over its roof-tree, and the soil of England beneath its stones, and English duties for the breath of its being. To add such a home to the household rights of English literature is perhaps something from which Arnold would have shrunk, but it endears his memory. End of Section 46. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 47 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 47. Selected Works by Matthew Arnold. Intelligence and Genius, from Essays in Criticism. What are the essential characteristics of the spirit of our nation? Not, certainly, an open and clear mind, not a quick and flexible intelligence. Our greatest admirers would not claim for us that we have these in a preeminent degree. They might say that we had more of them than our detractors give us credit for, but they would not assert them to be our essential characteristics. They would rather allege as our chief spiritual characteristics energy and honesty, and if we are judged favorably and positively, not invidiously and negatively, our chief characteristics are no doubt these: energy and honesty, not an open and clear mind, not a quick and flexible intelligence. Openness of mind and flexibility of intelligence were very signal characteristics of the Athenian people in ancient times. Everybody will feel that. Openness of mind and flexibility of intelligence are remarkable characteristics of the French people in modern times. At any rate, they strikingly characterize them as compared with us. I think everybody, or almost everybody, will feel that. I will not now ask what more the Athenian or the French spirit has than this, nor what shortcomings either of them may have as a set-off against this. All I want now to point out is that they have this, and that we have it in a much lesser degree. Let me remark, however, that not only in the moral sphere, but also in the intellectual and spiritual sphere, energy and honesty are most important and fruitful qualities. That, for instance, of what we call genius, energy is the most essential part. So, by assigning to a nation energy and honesty as its chief spiritual characteristics, by refusing to it as at all eminent characteristics openness of mind and flexibility of intelligence, we do not by any means, as some people might at first suppose, relegate its importance and its power of manifesting itself with effect from the intellectual to the moral sphere. We only indicate its probable special line of successful activity in the intellectual sphere, and it is true, certain imperfections and failings to which in this sphere it will always be subject. Genius is mainly an affair of energy, and poetry is mainly an affair of genius. Therefore, a nation whose spirit is characterized by energy may well be eminent in poetry, and we have Shakespeare. Again, the highest reach of science is, one may say, an inventive power, a faculty of divination, akin to the highest power exercised in poetry. Therefore, a nation whose spirit is characterized by energy may well be eminent in science, and we have Newton. Shakespeare and Newton. In the intellectual sphere there can be no higher names. And what that energy, which is the life of genius, above everything demands and insists upon, is freedom, entire independence of all authority, prescription, and routine, the fullest room to expand as it will. Therefore, a nation whose chief spiritual characteristic is energy will not be very apt to set up, in intellectual matters, a fixed standard, an authority like an academy. By this it certainly escapes certain real inconveniences and dangers, and it can at the same time, as we have seen, reach undeniably splendid heights in poetry and science. On the other hand, some of the requisites of intellectual work are specially the affair of quickness of mind and flexibility of intelligence. The form, the method of evolution, the precision, the proportions, the relations of the parts to the whole in an intellectual work depend mainly upon them. And these are the elements of an intellectual work which are really most communicable from it, which can most be learned and adopted from it, which have therefore the greatest effect upon the intellectual performance of others. Even in poetry these requisites are very important, and the poetry of a nation not eminent for the gifts on which they depend will more or less suffer by this shortcoming. In poetry, however, they are after all secondary, and energy is the first thing. But in prose they are of first-rate importance. In its prose literature, therefore, and in the routine of intellectual work generally, a nation with no particular gifts for these will not be so successful. These are what, as I have said, can to a certain degree be learned and appropriated, while the free activity of genius cannot. Academies consecrate and maintain them, and therefore a nation with an eminent turn for them naturally establishes academies. So far as routine and authority tend to embarrass energy and inventive genius, academies may be said to be obstructive to energy and inventive genius, and to this extent to the human spirit's general advance. But then this evil is so much compensated by the propagation on a large scale of the mental aptitudes and demands which an open mind and a flexible intelligence naturally engender, genius itself in the long run so greatly finds its account in this propagation, and bodies like the French Academy have such power for promoting it, that the general advance of the human spirit is, perhaps, on the whole, rather furthered than impeded by their existence. How much greater is our nation in poetry than prose? How much better in general do the productions of its spirit show in the qualities of genius than in the qualities of intelligence? One may constantly remark this in the work of individuals. How much more striking in general does any Englishman, of some vigor of mind, but by no means a poet, seem in his verse than in his prose? His verse partly suffers from his not being really a poet, partly no doubt from the very same defects which impair his prose, and he cannot express himself with thorough success in it. But how much more powerful a personage does he appear in it, by dint of feeling and of originality and movement of ideas, than when he is writing prose? With a Frenchman of like stamp, it is just the reverse. Set him to write poetry, he is limited, artificial, and impotent. Set him to write prose, he is free, natural, and effective. The power of French literature is in its prose writers. The power of English literature is in its poets. Nay, many of the celebrated French poets depend wholly for their fame upon the qualities of intelligence which they exhibit, qualities which are the distinctive support of prose. Many of the celebrated English prose writers depend wholly for their fame upon the qualities of genius and imagination which they exhibit, qualities which are the distinctive support of poetry. But, as I have said, the qualities of genius are less transferable than the qualities of intelligence. Less can be immediately learned and appropriated from their product. They are less direct and stringent intellectual agencies, though they may be more beautiful and divine. Shakespeare and our great Elizabethan group were certainly more gifted writers than Corneille and his group. But what was the sequel to this great literature, this literature of genius, as we may call it, stretching from Marlowe to Milton? What did it lead up to in English literature? To our provincial and second-rate literature of the 18th century. What, on the other hand, was the sequel to the literature of the French great century, to this literature of intelligence, as by comparison with our Elizabethan literature we may call it? What did it lead up to? To the French literature of the 18th century, one of the most powerful and pervasive intellectual agencies that have ever existed, the greatest European force of the 18th century. In science, again, we had Newton, a genius of the very highest order, a type of genius in science, if ever there was one. On the Continent, as a sort of counterpart to Newton, there was Leibniz, a man, it seems to me, though on these matters I speak under correction, of much less creative energy of genius, much less power of divination than Newton, but rather a man of admirable intelligence, a type of intelligence in science, if ever there was one. Well, and what did they each directly lead up to in science? What was the intellectual generation that sprang from each of them? I only repeat what the men of science have themselves pointed out. The man of genius was continued by the English annalists of the 18th century comparatively powerless and obscure followers of the renowned master. The man of intelligence was continued by successors like Bernoulli, Euler, Lagrange, and Laplace, the greatest names in modern mathematics. Sweetness and light, from Culture and Anarchy. The disparagers of culture make its motive curiosity. Sometimes, indeed, they make its motive mere exclusiveness and vanity. The culture which is supposed to plume itself on a smattering of Greek and Latin is a culture which is begotten by nothing so intellectual as curiosity. It is valued either out of sheer vanity and ignorance, or else as an engine of social and class distinction, separating its holder, like a badge or title, from other people who have not got it. No serious man would call this culture, or attach any value to it as culture at all. To find the real ground for the very differing estimate which serious people will set upon culture, we must find some motive for culture in the terms of which may lie a real ambiguity, and such a motive the word curiosity gives us. I have before now pointed out that we English do not, like the foreigners, use this word in a good sense as well as in a bad sense. With us the word is always used in a somewhat disapproving sense. A liberal and intelligent eagerness about the things of the mind may be meant by a foreigner when he speaks of curiosity. But with us, the word always conveys a certain notion of frivolous and unedifying activity. In the Quarterly Review some little time ago was an estimate of the celebrated French critic M. Sainte-Beuve, and a very inadequate estimate it, in my judgment, was. And its inadequacy consisted chiefly in this, that in our English way it left out of sight the double sense really involved in the word curiosity, thinking enough was said to stamp M. Sainte-Beuve with blame if it was said that he was impelled in his operations as a critic by curiosity, and omitting either to perceive that M. Sainte-Beuve himself and many other people with him would consider that this was praiseworthy and not blameworthy, or to point out why it ought really to be accounted worthy of blame and not of praise. For as there is a curiosity about intellectual matters which is futile and merely a disease, so there is certainly a curiosity, a desire after the things of the mind simply for their own sakes, and for the pleasure of seeing them as they are, which is, in an intelligent being, natural and laudable. Nay, and the very desire to see things as they are implies a balance and regulation of mind which is not often attained without fruitful effort, and which is the very opposite of the blind and diseased impulse of mind, which is what we mean to blame when we blame curiosity. Montesquieu says, "The first motive which ought to impel us to study is the desire to augment the excellence of our nature and to render an intelligent being yet more intelligent." This is the true ground to assign for the genuine scientific passion, however manifested, and for culture, viewed simply as a fruit of this passion, and it is a worthy ground, even though we let the term curiosity stand to describe it. But there is of culture another view, in which not solely the scientific passion, the sheer desire to see things as they are, natural and proper in an intelligent being, appears as the ground of it. There is a view in which all the love of our neighbor, the impulses toward action, help, and beneficence, the desire for removing human error, clearing human confusion, and diminishing human misery, the noble aspiration to leave the world better and happier than we found it, motives eminently such as are called social, come in as part of the grounds of culture, and the main and preeminent part. Culture is then properly described, not as having its origin in curiosity, but as having its origin in the love of perfection. It is a study of perfection. It moves by the force not merely or primarily of the scientific passion for pure knowledge, but also of the moral and social passion for doing good. As in the first view of it we took for its worthy motto Montesquieu's words, to render an intelligent being yet more intelligent, so in the second view of it there is no better motto which it can have than these words of Bishop Wilson, to make reason and the will of God prevail. Only, whereas the passion for doing good is apt to be over hasty in determining what reason and the will of God say, because its turn is for acting rather than thinking, and it wants to be beginning to act, and whereas it is apt to take its own conceptions, which proceed from its own state of development and share in all the imperfections and immaturities of this, for a basis of action, what distinguishes culture is that it is possessed by the scientific passion as well as by the passion of doing good, that it demands worthy notions of reason and the will of God, and does not readily suffer its own crude conceptions to substitute themselves for them. And knowing that no action or institution can be salutary and stable which is not based on reason and the will of God, it is not so bent on acting and instituting, even with the great aim of diminishing human error and misery ever before its thoughts, but that it can remember that acting and instituting are of little use unless we know how and what we ought to act and to institute. The pursuit of perfection, then, is the pursuit of sweetness and light. He who works for sweetness and light works to make reason and the will of God prevail. He who works for machinery, he who works for hatred, works only for confusion. Culture looks beyond machinery. Culture hates hatred. Culture has one great passion, the passion for sweetness and light. It has one even yet greater, the passion for making them prevail. It is not satisfied till we all come to a perfect man. It knows that the sweetness and light of the few must be imperfect until the raw and unkindled masses of humanity are touched with sweetness and light. If I have not shrunk from saying that we must work for sweetness and light, so neither have I shrunk from saying that we must have a broad basis, must have sweetness and light for as many as possible. Again and again I have insisted how those are the happy moments of humanity, how those are the marking epochs of a people's life, how those are the flowering times for literature and art and all the creative power of genius, when there is a national glow of life and thought, when the whole of society is in the fullest measure permeated by thought, sensible to beauty, intelligent and alive. Only it must be real thought and real beauty, real sweetness and real light. Plenty of people will try to give the masses, as they call them, an intellectual food prepared and adapted in the way they think proper for the actual condition of the masses. The ordinary popular literature is an example of this way of working on the masses. Plenty of people will try to indoctrinate the masses with the set of ideas and judgments constituting the creed of their own profession or party. Our religious and political organizations give an example of this way of working on the masses. I condemn neither way, but culture works differently. It does not try to teach down to the level of inferior classes. It does not try to win them for this or that sect of its own, with ready-made judgments and watchwords. It seeks to do away with classes, to make the best that has been thought and known in the world current everywhere, to make all men live in an atmosphere of sweetness and light, where they may use ideas as it uses them itself, freely, nourished and not bound by them. This is the social idea, and the men of culture are the true apostles of equality. The great men of culture are those who have had a passion for diffusing, for making prevail, for carrying from one end of society to the other the best knowledge, the best ideas of their time, who have labored to divest knowledge of all that was harsh, uncouth, difficult, abstract, professional, exclusive, to humanize it, to make it efficient outside the clique of the cultivated and learned, yet still remaining the best knowledge and thought of the time, and a true source, therefore, of sweetness and light. Such a man was Abelard in the Middle Ages, in spite of all his imperfections, and thence the boundless emotion and enthusiasm which Abelard excited. Such were Lessing and Herder in Germany at the end of the last century, and their services to Germany were in this way inestimably precious. Generations will pass, and literary monuments will accumulate, and works far more perfect than the works of Lessing and Herder will be produced in Germany, and yet the names of these two men will fill a German with a reverence and enthusiasm such as the names of the most gifted masters will hardly awaken. And why? Because they humanized knowledge, because they broadened the basis of life and intelligence, because they worked powerfully to diffuse sweetness and light, to make reason and the will of God prevail. With St. Augustine they said, "Let us not leave thee alone to make in the secret of thy knowledge, as thou didst before the creation of the firmament, the division of light from darkness. Let the children of thy Spirit, placed in their firmament, make their light shine upon the earth, mark the division of night and day, and announce the revolution of the times. For the old order is past, and the new arises. The night is spent, the day is come forth. And thou shalt crown the year with thy blessing, when thou shalt send forth laborers into thy harvest sown by other hands than theirs, when thou shalt send forth new laborers to new seed times, whereof the harvest shall be not yet." Keeping this in view, I have in my own mind often indulged myself with the fancy of employing, in order to designate our aristocratic class, the name of the barbarians. The barbarians to whom we all owe so much, and who reinvigorated and renewed our worn-out Europe, had, as is well known, eminent merits, and in this country, where we are for the most part sprung from the barbarians, we have never had the prejudice against them which prevails among the races of Latin origin. The barbarians brought with them that stanch individualism, as the modern phrase is, and that passion for doing as one likes, for the assertion of personal liberty, which appears to Mr. Bright the central idea of English life, and of which we have at any rate a very rich supply. The stronghold and natural seat of this passion was in the nobles, of whom our aristocratic class are the inheritors, and this class, accordingly, have signally manifested it, and have done much by their example to recommend it to the body of the nation, who already, indeed, had it in their blood. The barbarians, again, had the passion for field sports, and they have handed it on to our aristocratic class, who of this passion too, as of the passion for asserting one's personal liberty, are the great natural stronghold. The care of the barbarians for the body and for all manly exercises, the vigor, good looks, and fine complexion which they acquired and perpetuated in their families by these means, all this may be observed still in our aristocratic class. The chivalry of the barbarians, with its characteristics of high spirit, choice manners, and distinguished bearing, what is this but the attractive commencement of the politeness of our aristocratic class? In some barbarian noble, no doubt, one would have admired, if one could have been then alive to see it, the rudiments of our politest peer. Only all this culture, to call it by that name, of the barbarians, was an exterior culture mainly. It consisted principally in outward gifts and graces, in looks, manners, accomplishments, prowess. The chief inward gifts, which had part in it, were the most exterior, so to speak, of inward gifts, those which come nearest to outward ones. They were courage, a high spirit, self-confidence. Far within, and unawakened, lay a whole range of powers of thought and feeling, to which these interesting productions of nature had, from the circumstances of their life, no access. Making allowances for the difference of the times, surely we can observe precisely the same thing now in our aristocratic class. In general, its culture is exterior chiefly, all the exterior graces and accomplishments, and the more external of the inward virtues seem to be principally its portion. It now, of course, cannot but be often in contact with those studies by which, from the world of thought and feeling, true culture teaches us to fetch sweetness and light. But its hold upon these very studies appears remarkably external, and unable to exert any deep power upon its spirit. Therefore, the one insufficiency which we noted in the perfect mean of this class was an insufficiency of light. And owing to the same causes, does not a subtle criticism lead us to make, even on the good looks and politeness of our aristocratic class, and of even the most fascinating half of that class, the feminine half, the one qualifying remark, that in these charming gifts there should perhaps be, for ideal perfection, a shade more soul? I often, therefore, when I want to distinguish clearly the aristocratic class from the Philistines proper, or middle class, name the former, in my own mind, the barbarians. And when I go through the country and see this and that beautiful and imposing seat of theirs crowning the landscape, there, I say to myself, is a great fortified post of the barbarians. Oxford, from Essays in Criticism. No, we are all seekers still. Seekers often make mistakes, and I wish mine to redound to my own discredit only, and not to touch Oxford. Beautiful city, so venerable, so lovely, so unravaged by the fierce intellectual life of our century, so serene. There are our young barbarians all at play. And yet, steeped in sentiment as she lies, spreading her gardens to the moonlight, and whispering from her towers the last enchantments of the Middle Age, who will deny that Oxford, by her ineffable charm, keeps ever calling us nearer to the true goal of all of us, to the ideal, to perfection, to beauty, in a word, which is only truth seen from another side? Nearer, perhaps, than all the science of Tübingen. Adorable dreamer, whose heart has been so romantic, who hast given thyself so prodigally, given thyself to sides and to heroes, not mine, only never to the Philistines, home of lost causes and forsaken beliefs, and unpopular names and impossible loyalties, what example could ever so inspire us to keep down the Philistine in ourselves? What teacher could ever so save us from that bondage to which we are all prone, that bondage which Goethe, in his incomparable lines on the death of Schiller, makes it his friend's highest praise, and nobly did Schiller deserve the praise, to have left miles out of sight behind him, the bondage of was uns alle bändigt, das Gemeine. She will forgive me, even if I have unwittingly drawn upon her a shot or two aimed at her unworthy son, for she is generous, and the cause in which I fight is after all hers. Apparitions of a day, what is our puny warfare against the Philistines, compared with the warfare which this queen of romance has been waging against them for centuries, and will wage after we are gone? End of section 47.
Section 48 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 48. Selected Poems by Matthew Arnold. To a Friend. Who prop, thou ask'st, in these bad days my mind? He much, the old man who, clearest souled of men, saw the wide prospect and the Asian fen, and Molus Hill and Smyrna Bay, though blind. Much he, whose friendship I not long since won, that halting slave who in Nicopolis taught Arrian, when Vespasian's brutal son cleared Rome of what most shamed him. But he his my special thanks, whose even balanced soul, from first youth tested up to extreme old age, business could not make dull, nor passion wild; who saw life steadily, and saw it whole, the mellow glory of the Attic stage, singer of sweet Colonus and its child. Youth and Calm. 'Tis death, and peace indeed is here, and ease from shame, and rest from fear. There's nothing can dismarble now the smoothness of that limpid brow. But is a calm like this, in truth, the crowning end of life and youth? And when this boon rewards the dead, are all debts paid? Has all been said? And is the heart of youth so light, its steps so firm, its eye so bright, because on its hot brow there blows a wind of promise and repose from the far grave to which it goes? Because it has the hope to come one day to harbor in the tomb? Ah, no, the bliss youth dreams is one for daylight, for the cheerful sun, for feeling nerves and living breath. Youth dreams a bliss on this side death. It dreams a rest, if not more deep, more grateful than this marble sleep. It hears a voice within it tell, calm's not life's crown, though calm is well. 'Tis all perhaps which man acquires, but 'tis not what our youth desires. Isolation. To Marguerite. We were apart, yet day by day I bade my heart more constant be. I bade it keep the world away, and grow a home for only thee. Nor feared but thy love likewise grew, like mine, each day, more tried, more true. The fault was grave. I might have known what far too soon, alas, I learned. The heart can bind itself alone, and faith may oft be unreturned. Self-swayed our feelings ebb and swell. Thou lov'st no more. Farewell, farewell, farewell. And thou lonely heart, which never yet without remorse, even for a moment didst depart from thy remote and sphered course to haunt the place where passions reign, back to thy solitude again. Back with the conscious thrill of shame which Luna felt, that summer night flashed through her pure immortal frame, when she forsook the starry height to hang over Endymion's sleep upon the pine-grown Latmian steep. Yet she, chaste queen, had never proved how vain a thing is mortal love, wandering in heaven far removed. But thou hast long had place to prove this truth, to prove and make thine own. Thou hast been, shalt be, art, alone. Or if not quite alone, yet they which touch thee are unmating things, ocean and clouds and night and day, lorn autumns and triumphant springs, and life, and others' joy and pain, and love, if love, of happier men. Of happier men, for they at least have dreamed two human hearts might blend in one, and were through faith released from isolation without end prolonged, nor knew, although not less alone than thou, their loneliness. Yes, in the sea of life enisled, with echoing straits between us thrown, Dotting the shoreless watery wild, we mortal millions live alone. The islands feel the enclasping flow, and then their endless bounds they know. But when the moon their halo lights, and they are swept by balms of spring, and in their glens on starry nights the nightingales divinely sing, and lovely notes from shore to shore across the sounds and channels pour, oh, then a longing like despair is to their farthest caverns sent, for surely once they feel we were parts of a single continent. Now round us spreads the watery plain, oh, might our marges meet again! Who ordered that their longing's fire should be, as soon as kindled, cooled? Who renders vain their deep desire? A God their severance ruled, and bade betwixt their shores to be the unplumbed, salt, estranging sea. Stanzas in memory of the author of Obermann, 1849. In front the awful Alpine track crawls up its rocky stair. The autumn storm winds drive the wrack close o'er it in the air. Behind are the abandoned baths, mute in their meadows lone. The leaves are on the valley paths, the mists are on the Rhone. The white mists rolling like a sea. I hear the torrents roar. Yes, Obermann, all speaks of thee. I feel thee near once more. I turn thy leaves. I feel their breath once more upon me roll, that air of languor, cold, and death, which brooded o'er thy soul. Fly hence, pure wretch, whoe'er thou art, condemned to cast about all shipwreck in thy own weak heart for comfort from without. A fever in these pages burns beneath the calm they feign. A wounded human spirit turns here on its bed of pain. Yes, though the virgin mountain air fresh through these pages blows, though to these leaves the glaciers spare the soul of their mute snows, though here a mountain murmur swells of many a dark-boughed pine, though as you read you hear the bells of the high-pasturing kine, yet through the hum of torrent lone and brooding mountain bee, there sobs I know not what ground tone of human agony. Is it for this, because the sound is fraught too deep with pain, that Obermann the world around so little loves thy strain? And then we turn, thou sadder sage, to thee. We feel thy spell. The hopeless tangle of our age thou too hast scanned it well. Immovable thou sittest, still as death, composed to bear. Thy head is clear, thy feeling chill, and icy thy despair. He who hath watched, not shared, the strife, knows how the day hath gone. He only lives with the world's life who hath renounced his own. To thee we come then. Clouds are rolled where thou, O seer, art set. Thy realm of thought is drear and cold. The world is colder yet. And thou hast pleasures too to share with those who come to thee, balms floating on thy mountain air, and healing sights to see. How often, where the slopes are green, on Jaman hast thou sat by some high chalet door, and seen the summer day grow late, and darkness steal o'er the wet grass with the pale crocus starred, and reach that glimmering sheet of glass beneath the piney sward, Lake Leman's waters far below, and watch the rosy light fade from the distant peaks of snow, and on the air of night heard accents of the eternal tongue through the pine branches play, listened and felt thyself grow young, listened and wept. Away, away, the dreams that but deceive, and thou, sad guide, adieu. I go, fate drives me, but I leave half of my life with you. We in some unknown power's employ move on a rigorous line, can neither when we will enjoy, nor when we will resign. I in the world must live, but thou melancholy shade, wilt not, if thou canst see me now, condemn me, nor upbraid, for thou art gone away from earth, and place with those dost claim the children of the second birth, whom the world could not tame. Farewell! Whether thou now liest near that much-loved inland sea, the ripples of whose blue waves cheer Vevey and Meillerie, and in that gracious region bland, where with clear rustling wave the scented pines of Switzerland stand dark round thy green grave, between the dusty vineyard walls, issuing on that green place, the early peasant still recalls the pensive stranger's face, and stoops to clear thy moss-grown date, ere he plods on again. Or whether by maligner fate, among the swarms of men, where between granite terraces the blue Seine rolls her wave, the capital of pleasures sees thy hardly heard of grave. Farewell! Under the sky we part, in this stern Alpine dell. O unstrung will, O broken heart, a last farewell. Memorial Verses, 1850. Goethe in Weimar sleeps, and Greece long since saw Byron's struggle cease. But one such death remained to come, the last poetic voice is dumb. We stand to-day by Wordsworth's tomb. When Byron's eyes were shut in death, we bowed our head and held our breath. He taught us little, but our soul had felt him like the thunder's roll. With shivering heart the strife we saw of passion with eternal law, and yet with reverential awe we watched the fount of fiery life which served for that titanic strife. When Goethe's death was told, we said, "Sunk, then, is Europe's sagest head. Physician of the Iron Age, Goethe has done his pilgrimage. He took the suffering human race, he read each wound, each weakness clear, and struck his finger on the place, and said, 'Thou ailest here and here.' He looked on Europe's dying hour of fitful dream and feverish power. His eye plunged down the weltering strife, the turmoil of expiring life. He said, 'The end is everywhere. Art still has truth. Take refuge there.' And he was happy, if to know causes of things, and far below his feet to see the lurid flow of terror and insane distress and headlong fate, be happiness. And Wordsworth, ah, pale ghosts rejoice, for never has such soothing voice been to your shadowy world conveyed, since erst at morn some wandering shade heard the clear song of Orpheus come through Hades and the mournful gloom. Wordsworth has gone from us, and ye, ah, may ye feel his voice as we. He too upon a wintry clime had fallen, on this iron time of doubts, disputes, distractions, fears. He found us when the age had bound our soul in its benumbing round. He spoke, and loosed our heart in tears. He laid us, as we lay at birth, on the cool flowery lap of earth. Smiles broke from us, and we had ease. The hills were round us, and the breeze went o'er the sunlit fields again. Our foreheads felt the wind and rain. Our youth returned, for there was shed on spirits that had long been dead, spirits dried up and closely furled, the freshness of the early world. Ah, since dark days still bring to light man's prudence and man's fiery might, time may restore us in his course Goethe's sage mind and Byron's force. But where will Europe's latter hour again find Wordsworth's healing power? Others will teach us how to dare, and against fear our breast to steel. Others will strengthen us to bear. But who, who will make us feel? The cloud of mortal destiny, others will front it fearlessly. But who, like him, will put it by? Keep fresh the grass upon his grave, O Rota, with thy living wave. Sing him thy best, for few or none hears thy voice right, now he is gone. The Sick King in Bokhara. Husain. O most just Vizier, send away the cloth merchants, and let them be, them and their dues, this day. The king is ill at ease, and calls for thee. The Vizier. O merchants, tarry yet a day here in Bokhara, but at noon to-morrow come, and ye shall pay each 40th web of cloth to me, as the law is, and go your way. O Husain, lead me to the king, thou teller of sweet tales, thine own, Ferdusi's, and the others, lead. How is it with my lord? Husain. Alone, ever since prayer time he doth wait, O Vizier, without lying down, in the great window of the gate, looking into the Registan, where through the sellers' booths the slaves are this way bringing the dead man. O Vizier, here is the king's door. The king. O Vizier, I may bury him? The Vizier. O king, thou knowest I have been sick these many days, and heard no thing, for Allah shut my ears and mind, not even what thou dost, O king. Wherefore, that I might counsel thee, let Husain, if thou wilt, make haste to speak in order what hath chanced. The king. O Vizier, be it as thou sayest. Husain. 3 days since, at the time of prayer, a certain Mullah, with his robe all rent, and dust upon his hair, watched my lord's coming forth, and pushed the golden mace-bearers aside, and fell at the king's feet, and cried, Justice, O king, and on myself, on this great sinner who did break the law, and by the law must die. Vengeance, O king! But the king spake, What fool is this that hurts our ears with folly, or what drunken slave? My guards, what, prick him with your spears, prick me the fellow from the path. As the king said, so was it done, and to the mosque my lord passed on. But on the morrow, when the king went forth again, the holy book carried before him, as his right, and through the square his way he took, my man comes running, flecked with blood from yesterday, and falling down cries out most earnestly, O king, my lord, O king, do right, I pray. How canst thou, ere thou hear, discern if I speak folly? But a king, whether a thing be great or small, like Allah hears and judges all. Wherefore hear thou. Thou knowest how fierce in these last days the sun hath burned, that the green water in the tanks is to a putrid puddle turned, and the canal that from the stream of Samarcand is brought this way wastes and runs thinner every day. Now I at nightfall had gone forth alone, and in a darksome place, under some mulberry trees, I found a little pool, and in short space, with all the water that was there, I filled my pitcher and stole home unseen, and having drink to spare, I hid the can behind the door, and went up on the roof to sleep. But in the night, which was with wind and burning dust, again I creep down, having fever, for a drink. Now meanwhile had my brethren found the water pitcher where it stood behind the door upon the ground, and called my mother, and they all, as they were thirsty, and the night most sultry, drained the pitcher there, that they sat with it in my sight, their lips still wet when I came down. Now mark, I being fevered, sick, most unblessed also, at that sight break forth and curse them. Dost thou hear? One was my mother. Now do right." But my lord mused a space, and said, "Send him away, sirs, and make on. It is some madman," the king said. As the king bade, so was it done. The morrow, at the selfsame hour, in the king's path, behold the man, not kneeling, sternly fixed. He stood right opposite, and thus began, frowning grim down: "Thou wicked king, most deaf where thou shouldst most give ear! What, must I howl in the next world, because thou wilt not listen here? What, wilt thou pray, and get thee grace, and all grace shall to me be grudged? Nay, but I swear from this path I will not stir till I be judged." Then they who stood about the king drew close together and conferred, till that the king stood forth and said, "Before the priests thou shalt be heard." But when the ulemas were met, and the thing heard, they doubted not, but sentenced him, as the law is, to die by stoning on the spot. Now the king charged us secretly. Stoned must he be, the law stands so. Yet if he seek to fly, give way, hinder him not, but let him go. So saying, the king took a stone and cast it softly. But the man, with a great joy upon his face, kneeled down and cried not, neither ran. So they, whose lot it was, cast stones, that they flew thick and bruised him sore. But he praised Allah with loud voice, and remained kneeling as before. My lord had covered up his face, but when one told him, "He is dead," turning him quickly to go in, "Bring thou to me his corpse," he said. And truly, while I speak, O king, I hear the bearers on the stair. Wilt thou they straightway bring him in? Ho! Enter ye who tarry there. The Vizier. O king, in this I praise thee not. Now must I call thy grief not wise. Is he thy friend, or of thy blood, to find such favour in thine eyes? Nay, were he thine own mother's son, still thou art king, and the law stands. It were not meet the balance swerved, the sword were broken in thy hands. But being nothing, as he is, why for no cause make sad thy face? Lo, I am old. 3 kings ere thee have I seen reigning in this place. But who, through all this length of time, could bear the burden of his years, if he for strangers pained his heart, not less than those who merit tears? Fathers we must have, wife and child, and grievous is the grief for these. This pain alone, which must be borne, makes the head white and bows the knees. But other loads than this, his own, one man is not well made to bear. Besides, to each are his own friends to mourn with him and show him care. Look, this is but one single place, though it be great. All the earth round, if a man bear to have it so, things which might vex him shall be found. All these have sorrow and keep still, whilst other men make cheer and sing. Wilt thou have pity on all these? No, nor on this dead dog, O king. The king. O Vizier, thou art old, I young. Clear in these things I cannot see. My head is burning, and a heat is in my skin, which angers me. But hear ye this, ye sons of men. They that bear rule and are obeyed, unto a rule more strong than theirs, are in their turn obedient made. In vain, therefore, with wistful eyes, gazing up hither, the poor man who loiters by the high-heaped booths, below there in the Registan, says, Happy ye who lodges there with silken raiment, store of rice, and for this drought all kinds of fruits, grape syrup, squares of coloured ice, with cherries served in drifts of snow. In vain hath a king power to build houses, arcades, enamelled mosques, and to make orchard closes, fill with curious fruit trees brought from far, with cisterns for the winter rain, and in the desert spacious inns in divers places, if that pain is not more lightened which he feels, if his will be not satisfied, and that it be not from all time the law is planted to abide. Thou wast a sinner, thou poor man, thou wast athirst, and didst not see that though we take what we desire, we must not snatch it eagerly. And I have meat and drink at will, and rooms of treasures not a few. But I am sick, nor heed I these, and what I would I cannot do. Even the great honor which I have, when I am dead, will soon grow still. So have I neither joy nor fame, but what I can do, that I will. I have a fretted brickwork tomb upon a hill on the right hand, hard by a close of apricots, upon the road of Samarcand. Thither, O Vizier, will I bear this man my pity could not save, and plucking up the marble flags, there lay his body in my grave. Bring water, nard, and linen rolls, wash off all blood, set smooth each limb. Then say, he was not wholly vile, because a king shall bury him. Dover Beach. The sea is calm to-night, the tide is full, the moon lies fair upon the straits. On the French coast the light gleams and is gone. The cliffs of England stand glimmering and vast out in the tranquil bay. Come to the window, sweet is the night air. Only from the long line of spray, where the sea meets the moon-blanched sand, listen. You hear the grating roar of pebbles, which the waves draw back, and fling at their return up the high strand, begin and cease, and then again begin with tremulous cadence slow, and bring the eternal note of sadness in. Sophocles long ago heard it on the Aegean, and it brought into his mind the turbid ebb and flow of human misery. We find also in the sound a thought, hearing it by this distant northern sea. The sea of faith was once too at the full, and round earth's shore lay like the folds of a bright girdle furled. But now I only hear its melancholy, long withdrawing roar, retreating to the breath of the night wind down the vast edges drear and naked shingles of the world. Ah, love, let us be true to one another, for the world, which seems to lie before us like a land of dreams, so various, so beautiful, so new, hath really neither joy, nor love, nor light, nor certitude, nor peace, nor help for pain. And we are here as on a darkling plain, swept with confused alarms of struggle and flight, where ignorant armies clash by night. Self-dependence. Weary of myself, and sick of asking what I am and what I ought to be, at this vessel's prow I stand, which bears me forwards, forwards, o'er the starlit sea. And a look of passionate desire o'er the sea and to the stars I send. Ye who from my childhood up have calmed me, calm me, ah, compose me to the end. Ah, once more I cried, ye stars, ye waters, on my heart your mighty charm renew. Still, still let me, as I gaze upon you, feel my soul becoming vast like you. From the intense, clear, star-sown vault of heaven, over the lit sea's unquiet way, in the rustling night air came the answer, Wouldst thou be as these are? Live as they. Unaffrighted by the silence round them, undistracted by the sights they see, these demand not that the things without them yield them love, amusement, sympathy. And with joy the stars perform their shining, and the sea its long moon-silvered roll. For self-poised they live, nor pine with noting all the fever of some differing soul. Bounded by themselves, and unregardful in what state God's other works may be, in their own tasks all their powers pouring, these attain the mighty life you see. O air-born voice, long since, severely clear, a cry like thine in mine own heart I hear. Resolve to be thyself, and know that he who finds himself loses his misery. Stanzas from the Grande Chartreuse. O hide me in your gloom profound, ye solemn seats of holy pain. Take me, cowled forms, and fence me round, till I possess my soul again, till free my thoughts before me roll, not chafed by hourly false control. For the world cries, your faith is now but a dead time's exploded dream. My melancholy, Silas say, is a past mood and outworn theme, as if the world had ever had a faith, or Sialists been sad. Ah, if it be past, take away at least the restlessness, the pain. Be man henceforth no more a prey to these outdated stings again. The nobleness of grief is gone. Ah, leave us not the fret alone. But if you cannot give us ease, last of the race of them who grieve, here leave us to die out with these last of the people who believe. Silent while years engrave the brow, silent, the best are silent now. Achilles ponders in his tent, the kings of modern thought are dumb. Silent they are, though not content, and wait to see the future come. They have the grief men had of yore, but they contend and cry no more. Our fathers watered with their tears this sea of time whereon we sail. Their voices were in all men's ears who passed within their puissant hail. Still the same ocean round us raves, but we stand mute and watch the waves. For what availed it all the noise and outcry of the former men? Say, have their sons achieved more joys? Say, is life lighter now than then? The sufferers died, they left their pain, the pangs which tortured them remain. What helps it now that Byron bore with haughty scorn, which mocked the smart, through Europe to the Ætolian shore, the pageant of his bleeding heart, that thousands counted every groan, and Europe made his woe her own? What boots it, Shelley, that the breeze carried thy lovely wail away, musical, through Italian trees which fringe thy soft blue Spatian bay? Inheritors of thy distress, have restless hearts one throb the less? Or are we easier to have read, O Obermann, the sad stern page, which tells us how thou hidst thy head from the fierce tempest of thine age in the lone brakes of Fontainebleau, or chalets near the Alpine snow? Ye slumber in your silent grave. The world, which for an idle day grace to your mood of sadness gave, long since hath flung her weeds away. The eternal trifler breaks your spell, but we learnt your lore too well. Years hence, perhaps, may dawn an age more fortunate, alas, than we, which without hardness will be sage, and gay without frivolity. Sons of the world, oh, speed those years! But while we wait, allow our tears. A Summer Night. In the deserted moon-blanched street, how lonely rings the echo of my feet! Those windows which I gaze at frown, silent and white, unopening down, repellent as the world. But see, a break between the housetops shows the moon, and lost behind her, fading dim into the dewy dark obscurity, down at the far horizon's rim, doth the whole tract of heaven disclose. And to my mind the thought is on a sudden brought of a past night, and a far different scene. Headlands stood out into the moonlit deep as clearly as at noon. The springtide's brimming flow heaved dazzlingly between. Houses with long wide sweep girdled the glistening bay. Behind, through the soft air, the blue haze-cradled mountains spread away. That night was far more fair, but the same restless pacings to and fro, and the same vainly throbbing heart was there, and the same bright, calm moon. And the calm moonlight seems to say, "Hast thou then still the old unquiet breast, which neither deadens into rest, nor ever feels the fiery glow that whirls the spirit from itself away, but fluctuates to and fro, never by passion quite possessed, and never quite benumbed by the world's sway? And I know not if to pray still to be what I am, or yield and be like all the other men I see. For most men in a brazen prison live, where in the sun's hot eye, with heads bent o'er their toil, they languidly their lives to some unmeaning task-work give, dreaming of naught beyond their prison wall. And as, year after year, fresh products of their barren labor fall from their tired hands, and rest never yet comes more near, gloom settles slowly down over their breast, and while they try to stem the waves of mournful thought by which they are pressed, death in their prison reaches them, unfreed, having seen nothing, still unblessed. And the rest, a few, escape their prison and depart on the wide ocean of life anew. There the freed prisoner, where'er his heart listeth, will sail, nor doth he know how there prevail despotic on that sea trade winds which cross it from eternity. Awhile he holds some false way undebarred by thwarting signs, and braves the freshening wind and blackening waves. And then the tempest strikes him, and between the lightning bursts is seen only a driving wreck, and the pale master on his spar-strewn deck, with anguished face and flying hair, grasping the rudder hard, still bent to make some port he knows not where, still standing for some false, impossible shore. And sterner comes the roar of sea and wind, and through the deepening gloom fainter and fainter wreck and helmsman loom, and he too disappears and comes no more. Is there no life but these alone? Madman or slave, must man be one? Plainness and clearness without shadow of stain, clearness divine, ye heavens whose pure dark regions have no sign of languor, though so calm and though so great, are yet untroubled and unpassionate, who, though so noble, share in the world's toil, and though so tasked, keep free from dust and soil. I will not say that your mild deeps retain a tinge, it may be, of their silent pain, who have longed deeply once, and longed in vain. But I will rather say that you remain a world above man's head, to let him see how boundless might his soul's horizons be, how vast, yet of what clear transparency, how it were good to live there and breathe free, how fair a lot to fill, is left to each man still. The better part. Long fed on boundless hopes, O race of man, how angrily thou spurn'st all simpler fare! Christ, some one says, was human as we are. No judge eyes us from heaven our sin to scan. We live no more when we have done our span. Well, then, for Christ thou answerest, who can care? From sin, which heaven records not, why forbear? Live we like brutes our life without a plan? So answerest thou, but why not rather say, hath man no second life? Pitch this one high. Sits there no judge in heaven our sin to see? More strictly then the inward judge obey. Was Christ a man like us? Ah, let us try if we then too can be such men as he. The Last Word. Creep into thy narrow bed, creep, and let no more be said. Vain thy onset, all stands fast. Thou thyself must break at last. Let the long contention cease. Geese are swans, and swans are geese. Let them have it how they will. Thou art tired. Best be still. They out-talked thee, hissed thee, tore thee? Better men fared thus before thee, fired their ringing shot, and passed, hotly charged, and sank at last. Charge once more, then, and be dumb. Let the victors, when they come, when the forts of folly fall, find thy body by the wall. End of Section 48. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 49 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 49. Essay on Arthurian Legends by Richard Jones. The Arthurian Legends, 8th to 12th centuries, by Richard Jones. For nearly 1,000 years the Arthurian legends, which lie at the basis of Tennyson's Idylls of the King, have furnished unlimited literary material, not to English poets alone, but to the poets of all Christendom. These Celtic romances, having their birthplace in Brittany or in Wales, had been growing and changing for some centuries before the fanciful Historia Brittonum of Geoffrey of Monmouth flushed them with colour and filled them with new life. Through the version of the good Benedictine they soon became a vehicle for the dissemination of Christian doctrine. By the year 1200 they were the common property of Europe, influencing profoundly the literature of the Middle Ages, and becoming the source of a great stream of poetry that has flowed without interruption down to our own day. 60 years after the Historia Brittonum appeared, and when the English poet Layamon wrote his Brut (A.D. 1205), which was a translation of Wace, as Wace was a translation of Geoffrey, the theme was engrossing the imagination of Europe. It had absorbed into itself the elements of other cycles of legend, which had grown up independently, some of these, in fact, having been at one time of much greater prominence. Finally, so vast and so complicated did the body of Arthurian legend become, that summaries of the essential features were attempted. Such a summary was made in French about 1270 by the Italian Rustighello of Pisa, in German about 2 centuries later by Ulrich Fütterer, and in English by Sir Thomas Malory in his Morte d'Arthur, finished the 9th year of the reign of King Edward IV. and one of the first books published in England by Caxton, "imprinted and finished in the Abbey Westminster, the last day of July, the year of our Lord 1485." It is of interest to note, as an indication of the popularity of the Arthurian legends, that Caxton printed the Morte d'Arthur 8 years before he printed any portion of the English Bible, and 53 years before the complete English Bible was in print. He printed the Morte d'Arthur in response to a general "demand" for "many noble and diverse gentlemen of this royaume of England camen and demanded me many and oft times, wherefore that I have not do make and imprint the noble history of the Saint Grail, and of the most renomed Christen king, first and chief of the 3 best Christen and worthy, King Arthur, which ought most to be remembered among us Englische men to fore all other Christen kinges." Nor did poetic treatment of the theme then cease. Dante, in the Divine Comedy, speaks by name of Arthur, Guinevere, Tristan, and Lancelot. In that touching interview in the second cycle of the Inferno between the poet and Francesca da Rimini, which Carlyle has called "a thing woven out of rainbows on a ground of eternal black," Francesca replies to Dante, who was bent to know the primal root whence her love for Paolo gat being: "One day, for our delight, we read of Lancelot, how him love thralled. Alone we were, and no suspicion near us. Oft times by that reading our eyes were drawn together, and the hue fled from our altered cheek. But at one point alone we fell. When of that smile we read, the wished smile, rapturously kissed by one so deep in love, then he, who ne'er from me shall separate, at once my lips all trembling kissed. The book and writer both were love's purveyors. In its leaves that day we read no more." This poetic material was appropriated also by the countrymen of Dante, Boiardo, Ariosto, and Tasso, by Hans Sachs in Germany, by Spenser, Shakespeare, and Milton in England. As Sir Walter Scott has sung: "The mightiest chiefs of British song Scorned not such legends to prolong." Roger Ascham, it is true, has, in his Scholemaster (1570 A.D.), broken a lance against this body of fiction. "In our forefathers' time," wrote he, "whan papistry, as a standing pool, covered and overflowed all England, few books were read in our tongue, saving certain books of chivalry, as they said, for pastime and pleasure, which, as some say, were made in monasteries by idle monks or wanton Chansons; as one, for example, Morte d'Arthur, the whole pleasure of which book standeth in 2 special points, in open man's slaughter and bold bawdry; in which book those be counted the noblest knights that do kill most men without any quarrel, and commit foulest adulteries by subtlest shifts." But Roger's characterization of "the whole pleasure of which book" was not just, nor did it destroy interest in the theme. "The general end of all the book," said Spenser of the Faerie Queene, "is to fashion a gentleman or noble person in virtuous and gentle discipline." And for this purpose he therefore "chose the history of King Arthur as most fit for the excellency of his person, being made famous by many men's former works, and also furthest from the danger of envy and suspicion of present time." The plots for Shakespeare's King Lear and Cymbeline came from Geoffrey's Historia Brittonum, as did also the story of Gorboduc, the first tragedy in the English language. Milton intended at one time that the subject of the great poem for which he was "pluming his wings" should be King Arthur, as may be seen in his Mansus and Epitaphium Damonis. Indeed, he did touch the lyre upon this theme, lightly, it is true, but firmly enough to justify Swinburne's lines: Yet Milton's sacred feet have lingered there, his lips have made august the fabulous air, his hands have touched, and left the wild weeds fair. But his duties as Latin secretary to the Commonwealth diverted him from poetry for many years, and when the Restoration gave him leisure once more to court the Muse, he had come to doubt the existence of the Celtic hero king, for in Paradise Lost, Book I, line 579, he refers to "What resounds in fable or romance of Uther's son?" And in his History of Britain (1670 A.D.) he says explicitly, "For who Arthur was, and whether ever any such reigned in Britain, hath been doubted heretofore, and may again with good reason." Dryden, who composed the words of an opera on King Arthur, meditated, according to Sir Walter Scott, a larger treatment of the theme. And Dryden in immortal strain had raised the Table Round again, but that a ribald king and court bade him toil on to make them sport. Sir Walter himself edited the old metrical romance of Sir Tristram, and where the manuscript was defective, composed a portion after the manner of the original, the portion in which occur the lines "My ship do thou take, with goddess that baith new, two sails do thou make, baith different in hue. Isoude of Brittany, with the White Hond, the ship she can see, sailing to Lond, the white sail though marked she. Fairer lady e'er did Brittany never spy, switch merning sheer, making on high, on Tristamis bare, down con she lie. Rise again did she ne'er, but thar con she die, for woe, switch lovers als they, never shall be mo'." Of the poets of the present generation, Tennyson has treated the Arthurian poetic heritage as a whole. Phases of the Arthurian theme have been presented also by his contemporaries and successors, at home and abroad, by William Wordsworth, Lord Lytton, Robert Stephen Hawker, Matthew Arnold, William Morris, Algernon Charles Swinburne in England, Edgar Quinet in France, William Hertz, L. Schneegans, F. Roeber in Germany, Richard Hovey in America. There have been many other approved variations on Arthurian themes, such as James Russell Lowell's Vision of Sir Launfal, and Richard Wagner's operas Lohengrin, Tristan and Isolde, and Parsifal. Of still later versions we may mention the King Arthur of J. Comyns Carr, which has been presented on the stage by Sir Henry Irving, and Under King Constantine by Katrina Trask, whose hero is the king whom tradition names as the successor of the heroic Arthur, Imperator Dux Bellorum. This poetic material is manifestly a living force in the literature of the present day, and we may well remind ourselves of the rule which should govern our verdict in regard to the new treatments of the theme as they appear. This century-old Dichterstoff, this poetic treasure store through which speaks the voice of the race, this great body of accumulated poetic material, is a heritage, and it is evident that whoever attempts any phase of this theme may not treat such subject matter capriciously, nor otherwise than in harmony with its inherent nature and spirit. It is recognized that the stuff whereof great poetry is made is not the arbitrary creation of the poet, and cannot be manufactured to order. Genuine poetic material, it has been said, is handed down in the imagination of man from generation to generation, changing its spirit according to the spirit of each age, and reaching its full development only when in the course of time the favorable conditions coincide. Inasmuch as the subject matter of the Arthurian legends is not the creation of a single poet, nor even of many poets, but is in fact the creation of the people, indeed, of many peoples widely separated in time and space, and is thus in a sense the voice of the race, it resembles in this respect the Faust legends, which are the basis of Goethe's world poem, or the medieval visions of a future state which found their supreme and final expression in Dante's Divina Commedia, which sums up within itself the art, the religion, the politics, the philosophy, and the view of life of the Middle Ages. Whether the Arthurian legends as a whole have found their final and adequate expression in Tennyson's Idylls of the King, or whether it was already too late, when the laureate wrote, to create from primitive ideas so simple a poem of the first rank, is not within the province of this essay to discuss. But, manifestly, any final judgment in regard to the treatment of this theme as a whole, or any phase of the theme, is inadequate which leaves out of consideration the history of the subject matter, and its treatment by other poets, which, in short, ignores its possibilities and its significance. With respect to the origin and the early history of the Arthurian legend, much remains to be established. Whether its original home was in Wales, or among the neighbouring Celts across the sea in Brittany, whither many of the Celts of Britain fled after the Anglo-Saxon invasion of their island home, no one knows. But to some extent, at least, the legend was common to both sides of the Channel when Geoffrey wrote his book, about 1145. As a matter of course, this King Arthur, the ideal hero of later ages, was a less commanding personage in the early forms of the legend than when it had acquired its splendid distinction by borrowing and assimilating other mythical tales. It appears that 5 great cycles of legend: 1. The Arthur, Guinevere, and Merlin cycle; 2. The Round Table cycle; 3. The Holy Grail cycle; 4. The Launcelot cycle; 5. The Tristan cycle, which at first developed independently, were, in the latter half of the 12th century, merged together into a body of legend whose bond of unity was the idealized Celtic hero, King Arthur. This blameless knight, whose transfigured memory has been thus transmitted to us, was probably a leader of the Celtic tribes of England in their struggles with the Saxon invaders. His victory at Mount Badon, described by Sir Launcelot to the household at Astolat: "Dull days were those till our good Arthur broke the pagan yet once more on Badon Hill." This victory is mentioned by Gildas, who wrote in the 6th century. Gildas, however, though he mentions the occasion, does not give the name of the leader. But Nennius, who wrote in the latter part of the 8th century, or early in the 9th, makes Arthur the chieftain, and adds an account of his great personal prowess. Thus the Arthur legend has already begun to grow. For the desperate struggle with the Saxons was vain. As the highly gifted, imaginative Celt saw his people overwhelmed by the kinsmen of the conquerors of Rome, he found solace in song for the hard facts of life. In the fields of imagination he won the victories denied him on the field of battle, and he clustered these triumphs against the enemies of his race about the name and the person of the magnanimous Arthur. When the descendants of the Saxons were in their turn overcome by Norman conquerors, the heart of the Celtic world was profoundly stirred. Ancient memories awoke, and, yearning for the restoration of British greatness, men rehearsed the deeds of him who had been king, and of whom it was prophesied that he should be king hereafter. At this moment of newly awakened hope, Geoffrey's Historia appeared. His book was not in reality a history. Possibly it was not even very largely founded on existing legends. But in any case the Chronicle of Geoffrey was a work of genius and of imagination. "The figure of Arthur," says Ten Brink, "now stood forth in brilliant light, a chivalrous king and hero, endowed and guarded by supernatural powers, surrounded by brave warriors and a splendid court, a man of marvellous life and a tragic death." Geoffrey's book was immediately translated into French by Robert Wace, who incorporated with the legend of Arthur the Round Table legend. In his Brut, the English poet-priest Layamon reproduced this feature of the legend with additional details. His chronicle is largely a free translation of the Brut d'Angleterre of Wace, earlier known as Geste des Bretons. Thus, as Wace had reproduced Geoffrey with additions and modifications, Layamon reproduced Wace. So the story grew. In the meantime, other poets in other lands had taken up the theme, connecting with it other cycles of legend already in existence. In 1205, when Layamon wrote his Brut, unnumbered versions of the history of King Arthur, with which had been woven the legend of the Holy Grail, had already appeared among the principal nations of Europe. Of the early Arthurian poets, two of the more illustrious and important are Chrestien de Troyes, in France, of highest poetic repute, who opened the way for Tennyson, and Wolfram von Eschenbach, in Germany, with his Parsifal, later the theme of Wagner's greatest opera. The names of Robert de Borron in France, Walter Map in England, and Heinrich von dem Türlin in Germany may also be mentioned. In diverse lands, innumerable poets with diverse tastes set themselves to make new versions of the legend. Characteristics of the Arthurian tale were grafted upon an entirely different stock, as was done by Boiardo in Italy, making confusion worse confounded to the modern Arthurian scholar. Boiardo expressly says in the Orlando Innamorato that his intention is to graft the characteristics of the Arthurian cycle upon the Carlovingian French national epic stock. He wished to please the courts, whose ideal was not the paladins, but Arthur's knights. The peers of the Charlemagne legend are thus transformed into knights errant, who fight for ladies and for honor. The result of this interpenetration of the two cycles is a splendid world of love and courtesia, whose constituent elements it defies the Arthurian scholar to trace. Truly, as Dr. Sommer has said in his erudite edition of Malory's La Mort d'Arthur, the origin and relationship to one another in these branches of romance, whether in prose or in verse, are involved in great obscurity. He adds that it would almost seem as though several generations of scholars were required for the gigantic task of finding a sure pathway through this intricate maze. And M. Gaston Paris, one of the foremost of living Arthurian scholars, has written in his Romania: "Some time ago I undertook a methodical exploration in the grand poetical domain which is called the cycle of the Round Table, the cycle of Arthur, or the Breton cycle. I advance, groping along, and very often retracing my steps 20 times over, I become aware that I am lost in a pathless maze." There is a question, moreover, whether Geoffrey's book is based mainly upon inherited poetical material, or is largely the product of Geoffrey's individual imagination. The elder Paris, M. Paulin Paris, inclined to the view that Nennius, with hints from local tales, supplied all the bases that Geoffrey had. But his son, Professor Gaston Paris, in his Littérature Française au Moyen Âge, emphasizes the importance of the Celtic contribution, as does also Mr. Alfred Nutt in his Studies in the Arthurian Legend. The former view emphasizes the individual importance of Geoffrey. The latter view places the emphasis on the legendary heritage. Referring to this so-called national poetry, Ten Brink says: "But herein lies the essential difference between that age and our own. The result of poetical activity was not the property and not the production of a single person, but of the community. The work of the individual singer endured only as long as its delivery lasted. He gained personal distinction only as a virtuoso. The permanent elements of what he presented, the material, the ideas, even the style and metre, already existed. The work of the singer was only a ripple in the stream of national poetry. Who can say how much the individual contributed to it, or where in his poetical recitation memory ceased and creative impulse began? In any case, the work of the individual lived on only as the ideal possession of the aggregate body of the people, and it soon lost the stamp of originality. When Geoffrey wrote, this period of national poetry was drawing to a close, but it was not yet closed. Alfred Nutt, in his Studies in the Legend of the Holy Grail, speaking of Wolfram von Eschenbach, who wrote his Parzival about the time that the Nibelungenlied was given its present form, i.e., about a half century after Geoffrey, says: "Compared with the unknown poets who gave their present shape to the Nibelungenlied or to the Chansons de Roland, he is an individual writer, but he is far from deserving this epithet even in the sense that Chaucer deserves it." Professor Rhys says, in his Studies in the Arthurian Legend, "Leaving aside for a while the man Arthur, and assuming the existence of a god of that name, let us see what could be made of him. Mythologically speaking, he would probably have to be regarded as a culture hero," etc. To summarize this discussion of the difficulties of the theme, there are now existing, scattered throughout the libraries and the monasteries of Europe, unnumbered versions of the Arthurian legends. Some of these are early versions, some are late, and some are intermediate. What is the relation of all these versions to one another? Which are the oldest, and which are copies, and of what versions are they copies? What is the land of their origin, and what is the significance of their symbolism? These problems, weighty in tracing the growth of medieval ideals, i.e., in tracing the development of the realities of the present from the ideals of the past, are still under investigation by the specialists. The study of the Arthurian legends is in itself a distinct branch of learning, which demands the lifelong labors of scholarly devotees. There now remains to consider the extraordinary spread of the legend in the closing decades of the 12th century and in the century following. Though Tennyson has worthily celebrated as the morning star of English song, Dan Chaucer, the first warbler, whose sweet breath preluded those melodious bursts that fill the spacious times of great Elizabeth, with sounds that echo still. Yet the centuries before Chaucer, far from being barren of literature, were periods of rich poetical activity both in England and on the Continent. Eleanor of Aquitaine, formerly Queen of France, who had herself gone on a crusade to the Holy Land, and who, on returning, married in 1152 Henry of Anjou, who became in 1155 Henry II of England, was an ardent patroness of the art of poetry, and personally aroused the zeal of poets. The famous troubadour Bernard de Ventadorn, with whom, says Ten Brink, the Provençal art poesy entered upon the period of its florescence, followed her to England and addressed to her his impassioned verse. Wace, the Norman French trouvère, dedicated to her his Brut. The ruling classes of England at this time were truly cosmopolitan, familiar with the poetic material of many lands. Jusserand, in his English Novel in the Time of Shakespeare, discussing a poem of the following century written in French by a Norman monk of Westminster, and dedicated to Eleanor of Provence, wife of Henry III, says: "Rarely was the like seen in any literature. Here is a poem dedicated to a Frenchwoman by a Norman of England, which begins with the praise of a Briton, a Saxon, and a Dane." But the ruling classes of England were not the only cosmopolitans, nor the only possessors of fresh poetic material. Throughout Europe in general, the conditions were favorable for poetic production. The Crusades had brought home a larger knowledge of the world, and the stimulus of new experiences. Western princes returned with princesses of the East as their brides, and these were accompanied by splendid trains, including minstrels and poets. Thus Europe gathered in new poetic material, which stimulated and developed the poetical activity of the age. Furthermore, the Crusades had aroused an intense idealism, which, as always, demanded and found poetic expression. The dominant idea pervading the earlier forms of the Charlemagne stories, the unswerving loyalty due from a vassal to his lord, that is, the feudal view of life, no longer found an echo in the hearts of men. The time was therefore propitious for the development of a new cycle of legend. Though by the middle of the 12th century the Arthurian legend had been long in existence, and King Arthur had of late been glorified by Geoffrey's book, the legend was not yet supreme in popular interest. It became so, through its association, a few years later, with the legend of the Holy Grail, the Saint Graal, the holy vessel which received at the cross the blood of Christ, which was now become a symbol of the divine presence. This holy vessel had been brought by Joseph of Arimathea from Palestine to Britain, but was now, alas, vanished quite from the sight of man. It was the holy quest for this sacred vessel to which the Knights of the Round Table now bound themselves. This search for the supernatural, this struggle for the spiritual, this blending of the spirit of Christianity with that of chivalry, which immediately transformed the Arthurian legend and gave its heroes immortality. At once a new spirit breathes in the old legend. In a few years it is become a mystical, symbolical, anagogical tale, inculcating one of the profoundest dogmas of the Holy Catholic Church, a bearer of a Christian doctrine engrossing the thought of the Christian world. And inasmuch as the transformed Arthurian legend now taught by implication the doctrine of the divine presence, its spread was in every way furthered by the great power of the Church, whose spiritual rulers made the minstrel doubly welcome when celebrating this theme. For there was heresy to be combated, viz., the heresy of the scholastic theologian Berengar of Tours, who had attacked the doctrine of the transubstantiation of the bread and the wine of the Eucharist into the body and blood of Christ. Lanfranc, Archbishop of Canterbury, one of the most brilliant of the Middle Age theologians, felt impelled to reply to Berengar, who had been his personal friend, and he did so in the Liber Scintillarum, which was a vigorous, indeed a violent, defense of the doctrine denied by Berengar. Berengar died in 1088, but he left a considerable body of followers. The heretics were anathematized by the Second Lateran Ecumenical Council held in Rome in 1139. Again, in 1215, the Fourth Lateran Council declared transubstantiation to be an article of faith, and in 1264 a special holy day, Corpus Christi, viz., the first Thursday after Trinity Sunday, was set apart to give an annual public manifestation of the belief of the Church in the doctrine of the Eucharist. But when the Fourth Lateran Ecumenical Council met in 1215, the transformation of the Arthurian legend by means of its association with the legend of the Holy Grail was already complete, and the transformed legend, now become a defender of the faith, was engrossing the imagination of Europe. The subsequent influence of the legend was doubtless to some extent associated with the discussions which continually came up anew respecting the meaning of the doctrine of the Eucharist, for it was not until the Council of Trent, 1545 to 1563, that the doctrine was finally and authoritatively defined. In the meantime there was interminable discussion respecting the nature of this real presence, respecting transubstantiation and consubstantiation and impanation, respecting the actual presence of the body and blood of Christ under the appearance of the bread and wine, or the presence of the body and blood together with the bread and wine. The professor of philosophy in the University of Oxford, who passes daily through Logic Lane, has said that there the followers of Duns Scotus and Thomas Aquinas were wont to come to blows in the eagerness of their discussion respecting the proper definition of the doctrine. Nor was the doctrine without interest to the Reformers. Luther and Zwingli held opposing views, and Calvin was involved in a long dispute concerning the doctrine, which resulted in the division of the evangelical body into the two parties of the Lutherans and the Reformed. Doubtless the connection between the Arthurian legend and the doctrine of the divine presence was not without influence on the unparalleled spread of the legend in the closing decades of the 12th century, and on its prominence in the centuries following. A suggestion has already been given of the vast development of the Arthurian legends during the 13th, 14th, and 15th centuries, and of the importance of the labors of the specialists, who are endeavoring to fix a date for these versions in order to infer therefrom the spiritual ideals of the people among whom they arose. To perceive clearly to what extent ideals do change, it is but necessary to compare various versions of the same incident as given in various periods of time. To go no farther back than Malory, for example, we observe a signal difference between his treatment of the sin of Guinevere and Lancelot and the treatment of the theme by Tennyson. Malory's Arthur is not so much wounded by the treachery of Lancelot, of whose relations to Guinevere he had long been aware, as he is angered at Sir Modred for making public those disclosures which made it necessary for him and Sir Launcelot to be at debate. "Ah, Agravaine, Agravaine," cries the king, "Jesu forgive it thy soul, for thine evil wilt that thou and thy brother Sir Modred had unto Sir Launcelot hath caused all this sorrow. Wit you well my heart was never so heavy as it is now, and much more am I sorrier for my good knight's loss than for the loss of my queen, for queens might I have enough, but such a fellowship of good knights shall never be together in no company." But to the great poet laureate, who voices the modern ideal, a true marriage is the crown of life. To love one maiden only, to cleave to her, and worship her by years of noblest deeds, to be joined with her, and to live together as one life, and, reigning with one will in all things, to have power on this dead world to make it live, this was the high ideal of the blameless king. "Too wholly true to dream untruth in thee." And his farewell from her who had not made his life so sweet that he should greatly care to live. "Lo, I forgive thee as eternal God forgives, and so thou lean on our fair Father Christ, hereafter in that world where all are pure, we two may meet before a high God, and thou wilt spring to me, and claim me thine." This is altogether one of the noblest passages in modern verse. A comparison of the various modern treatments of the Tristram theme as given by Tennyson, Richard Wagner, F. Roeber, L. Schneegans, Matthew Arnold, Algernon Charles Swinburne, F. Millard, touching also on the Tristan of Hans Sachs, and the Tristram who, because he is true to love, is the darling of the old romances, and is there, notwithstanding that his love is the wedded wife of another, always represented as the strong and beautiful knight, the flower of courtesy, a model to youth. Such a comparison would reveal striking differences between medieval and modern ideals. In making the comparison, however, care must be exercised to select the modern treatment of the theme which represents correctly the modern ideal. The Middle Age romances, sung by wandering minstrels, before the invention of the printing press, doubtless expressed the ideals of the age in which they were produced more infallibly than does the possibly individualistic conception of the modern poet. For, of the earlier forms of the romance, only those which found general favour were likely to be preserved and handed down. This inference may be safely made because of the method of the dissemination of the poems before the art of printing was known. It is true that copies of them were carried in manuscript from country to country, but the more important means of dissemination were the minstrels, who passed from court to court and land to land, singing the songs which they had made or heard. In that age there was little thought of literary proprietorship. the poem belonged to him who could recall it. And as each minstrel felt free to adopt whatever poem he found or heard that pleased him, so he felt free also to modify the incidents thereof, guided only by his experience as to what pleased his hearers. Hence the countless variations in the treatment of the theme, and the value of the conclusions that may be drawn as to the moral sentiment of an age, the quality of whose moral judgments is indicated by the prevailing tone of the songs which persisted because they pleased. Unconformable variations, which express the view of an individual rather than the view of a people, may have come down to us in an accidentally preserved manuscript, but the songs which were sung by the poets of all lands give expression to the view of life of the age, and reveal the morals and the ideals of nations whose history in this respect may otherwise be lost to us. What some of these ideals were, as revealed by this rich store of poetic material which grew up about the chivalrous and spiritual ideals of the Middle Ages, and what the corresponding modern ideals are, what, in brief, some of the hitherto dimly discerned ethical movements of the past 700 years have in reality been, and whither they seem to be tending, surely clear knowledge on these themes is an end worthy the supreme endeavor of finished scholars, whose training has made them expert in interpreting the aspirations of each age, and in tracing the evolution of the ideals of the past into the realities of the present. And though, as M. Gaston Paris has said, the path of the Arthurian scholar seems at times to be an inextricable maze, yet the value of the results already achieved, and the possibility of still greater results, will doubtless prove a sufficient encouragement to the several generations of scholars which, as Dr. Sommer suggests, are needed for the gigantic task. End of section 49. Read by Kara Schallenberg, www.kray.org, in November 2010 in San Diego, California.
Section 50 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tina Jong Lake. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 50. Excerpts from Arthurian Legends. From Geoffrey of Monmouth's Historia Britannium. Arthur succeeds Uther, his father, in the kingdom of Britain, and besieges Colgrin. Uther Pendragon being dead, the nobility from several provinces assembled together at Silchester and proposed to Dubricius, Archbishop of Legions, that he should consecrate Arthur, Uther's son, to be their king, for they were now in great straits, because upon hearing of the king's death, the Saxons had invited over their countrymen from Germany, and were attempting, under the command of Colgrin, to exterminate the whole British race. Dubricius, therefore, grieving for the calamities of his country, in conjunction with the other bishops, set the crown upon Arthur's head. Arthur was then only 15 years old, but a youth of such unparalleled courage and generosity, joined with that sweetness of temper and innate goodness, as gained for him universal love. When his coronation was over, he, according to usual custom, showed his bounty and munificence to the people, and such a number of soldiers flocked to him upon it that his treasury was not able to answer that vast expense. But such a spirit of generosity, joined with valour, can never long want means to support itself. Arthur, therefore, the better to keep up his munificence, resolved to make use of his courage, and to fall upon the Saxons, that he might enrich his followers with their wealth. To this he was also moved by the justice of the cause, since the entire monarchy of Britain belonged to him by hereditary right. Hereupon, assembling the youth under his command, he marched to York, of which, when Colgrin had intelligence, he met with a very great army, composed of Saxons, Scots, and Picts, by the river Douglas, where a battle happened, with the loss of the greater part of both armies. Notwithstanding, the victory fell to Arthur, who pursued Colgrin to York, and there besieged him. Dubricius's speech against the treacherous Saxons, of whom Arthur slays many in battle. When he had done speaking, St. Dubricius, Archbishop of Legions, going to the top of a hill, cried out with a loud voice, "You that have the honour to profess the Christian faith, keep fixed in your minds the love which you owe to your country and fellow subjects, whose sufferings by the treachery of the pagans will be an everlasting reproach to you if you do not courageously defend them. It is your country which you fight for, and for which you should, when required, voluntarily suffer death, for that itself is victory and the cure of the soul. For he that shall die for his brethren offers himself a living sacrifice to God, and has Christ for his example, who condescended to lay down his life for his brethren. If, therefore, any of you shall be killed in this war, that death itself, which is suffered in so glorious a cause, shall be to him for penance and absolution of all his sins." At these words, all of them, encouraged with the benediction of the holy prelate, instantly armed themselves. Upon Arthur's shield the picture of the Blessed Mary, Mother of God, was painted, in order to put him frequently in mind of her. In this manner was a great part of that day also spent, whereupon Arthur, provoked to see the little advantage he had yet gained, and that victory still continued in suspense, drew out his caliburn, Excalibur, Tennyson, and calling upon the name of the Blessed Virgin, rushed forward with great fury into the thickest of the enemy's ranks, of whom, such was the merit of his prayers, not one escaped alive that felt the fury of his sword. Neither did he give over the fury of his assault until he had, with his caliburn alone, killed 470 men. The Britons, seeing this, followed their leader in great multitudes, and made slaughter on all sides, so that Colgrin and Baldulf his brother, and so many thousands more, fell before them. But Cheldric, in his imminent danger of his men, betook himself to flight. Arthur increases his dominions. After this, having invited over to him all persons whatsoever that were famous for valour in foreign nations, he began to augment the number of his domestics, and introduce such politeness into his court as people of the remotest countries thought worthy of their imitation, so that there was not a nobleman who thought himself of any consideration, unless his clothes and arms were made in the same fashion as those of Arthur's knights. At length, the fame of his munificence and valour spreading over the whole world, he became a terror to the kings of other countries, who grievously feared the loss of their dominions, if he should make any attempt upon them. Arthur formed a design for the conquest of all Europe. At the end of 9 years, in which time all the parts of Gaul were entirely reduced, Arthur returned back to Paris, where he kept his court, and calling an assembly of the clergy and people, established peace and the just administration of the laws in that kingdom. Then he bestowed Neustria, now called Normandy, upon Bedoer, his butler, the province of Andigavia upon Caius, his sewer, and several other provinces upon his great men that attended him. Thus having settled the peace of the cities and the countries there, he returned back in the beginning of spring to Britain. Arthur holds a solemn festival. Upon the approach of the feast of Pentecost, Arthur, the better to demonstrate his joy after such triumphant success, and for the more solemn observation of that festival, and reconciling the minds of the princes that were now subject to him, resolved during that season to hold a magnificent court, to place the crown upon his head, and to invite all the kings and dukes under his subjection to the solemnity. And when he had communicated his design to his familiar friends, he pitched upon the city of Legions as a proper place for his purpose. For besides its great wealth above the other cities, its situation, which was in Glamorganshire, upon the river Usk, near the Severn Sea, was most pleasant, and fit for so great a solemnity. For on one side it was washed by that noble river, so that the kings and princes from the countries beyond the seas might have the convenience of sailing up to it. On the other side, the beauty of the meadows and groves, and magnificence of the royal palaces, with lofty gilded roofs that adorned it, made it even rival the grandeur of Rome. It was also famous for 2 churches, whereof one was built in honor of the martyr Julius, and adorned with a choir of virgins who had devoted themselves wholly to the service of God, but the other, which was founded in memory of Saint Aaron, his companion, and maintained a convent of canons, was the 3rd metropolitan church of Britain. Besides, there was a college of 200 philosophers who, being learned in astronomy and the other arts, were diligent in observing the courses of the stars, and gave Arthur true predictions of the events that would happen at that time. In this place, therefore, which afforded such delights, were preparations made for the ensuing festival. Ambassadors were sent into several kingdoms to invite to court the princes, both of Gaul and all the adjacent islands, who came with such a train of mules, horses, and rich furniture, as it is difficult to describe. Besides these, there remained no prince of any consideration on this side of Spain, who came not upon this invitation, and no wonder, when Arthur's munificence, which was celebrated over the whole world, made him beloved by all people. When all these were assembled together in the city, upon the day of the solemnity, the archbishops were conducted to the palace, in order to place the crown upon the king's head. Therefore Dubricius, inasmuch as the court was kept in his diocese, made himself ready to celebrate the office, and undertook the ordering of whatever related to it. As soon as the king was invested with his royal habiliments, he was conducted in great pomp to the metropolitan church, supported on each side by 2 archbishops, and having 4 kings, viz. Of Albania, Cornwall, Demetia, and Venedotia, whose right it was, bearing 4 golden swords before him. He was also attended with a concert of all sorts of music, which made most excellent harmony. On another part was the queen, dressed out in her richest ornaments, conducted by the archbishops and bishops to the temple of virgins. The 4 queens, also of the kings last mentioned, bearing before her 4 white doves according to ancient custom, and after her there followed a retinue of women making all imaginable demonstrations of joy. When the whole procession was ended, so transporting was the harmony of the musical instruments and voices, whereof there was a vast variety in both churches, that the knights who attended were in doubt which to prefer, and therefore crowded from the one to the other by turns, and were far from being tired with the solemnity through the whole day had been spent in it. At last, when divine service was over at both churches, the king and queen put off their crowns, and putting on their lighter ornaments, went to the banquet, he to one palace with the men, she to another with the women, for the Britons still observed the ancient custom of Troy, by which the men and women used to celebrate their festivals apart. When they had all taken their seats according to precedence, Caius the sewer in rich robes of ermine, with 1,000 young noblemen, all in like manner clothed with ermine, served up the dishes. From another part, Bedoa the butler was followed with the same number of attendants in various habits, who waited with all kinds of cups and drinking vessels. In the queen's palace were innumerable waiters dressed with variety of ornaments, all performing their respective offices, which if I should describe particularly, I should draw out the history to a tedious length. For at that time Britain had arrived at such a pitch of grandeur that in abundance of riches, luxury of ornaments, and a politeness of inhabitants, it far surpassed all other kingdoms. The knights in it that were famous for feats of chivalry wore their clothes and arms all of the same colour and fashion, and the women also, no less celebrated for their wit, wore all the same kind of apparel, and esteemed none worthy of their love, but such as had given a proof of their valour in 3 several battles. Thus were the valour of the men an encouragement for the women's chastity, and the love of the women a spur to the soldiers' bravery. After a variety of sports at the coronation, Arthur amply rewards his servants. As soon as the banquets were over, they went into the fields without the city to divert themselves with various sports. The military men composed a kind of diversion in imitation of a fight on horseback, and the ladies, placed on the top of the walls as spectators. in a sportive manner darted their amorous glances at the courtiers, the more to encourage them. Others spent the remainder of the day in other diversions, such as shooting with bows and arrows, tossing the pike, casting of heavy stones and rocks, playing at dice, and the like, and all these inoffensively and without quarrelling. Whoever gained the victory in any of these sports was awarded with a rich prize by Arthur. In this manner were the first 3 days spent, and on the 4th all who, upon account of their titles, bore any kind of office at this solemnity, were called together to receive honours and preferment in reward of their services, and to fill up the vacancies in the government of cities and castles, archbishoprics, bishoprics, abbeys, and other hosts of honour. Arthur commits to his nephew Mordred the government of Britain, and engages in a war with Rome. At the beginning of the following summer, as he was on his march towards Rome, and was beginning to pass the Alps, he had news brought him that his nephew Mordred, to whose care he had entrusted Britain, had by tyrannical and treasonable practices set the crown upon his own head. Book 11, chapters 1 and 2. His, Mordred's, whole army, taking pagans and Christians together, amounted to 80,000 men, with the help of whom he met Arthur just after his landing at the port of Rutupi, and joining battle with him, made a very great slaughter of his men. After they had at last with much difficulty got ashore, they paid back the slaughter, and put Mordred and his army to flight. For by long practice in war they had learned an excellent way of ordering their forces, which was so managed that while their foot were employed either in an assault or upon the defensive, the horse would come in at full speed, obliquely, break through the enemy's ranks, and so force them to flee. Nevertheless, this perjured usurper got his forces together again, and the night following entered Winchester. As soon as Queen Guinevere, heard this, she immediately, despairing of success, fled from York to the City of Legions, where she resolved to lead a chaste life among the nuns in the church of Julius the Martyr, and entered herself one of their order. In the battle that followed thereupon, great numbers lost their lives on both sides. In this assault fell the wicked traitor himself, and many thousands with him. But notwithstanding the loss of him, the rest did not flee, but running together from all parts of the field, maintained their ground with undaunted courage. The fight now grew more furious than ever, and proved fatal to almost all the commanders and their forces, and even the renowned King Arthur himself was mortally wounded, and being carried thence to the Isle of Avalon to be cured of his wounds, he gave up the crown of Britain to his kinsman, Constantine, the son of Cador, Duke of Cornwall, in the 542nd year of our Lord's incarnation. The Holy Grail, from Malory's Morte d'Arthur. Fair knight, said the king, what is your name? I require you of your knighthood to tell me. Sir, said Sir Launcelot, wit ye well, my name is Sir Launcelot du Lake, and my name is Sir Pellis, king of the foreign country, and nigh cousin unto Joseph of Arimathea. Then either of them made much of the other, and so they went into the castle for to take their repast. And anon there came in a dove at the window, and in her bill there seemed a little censer of gold, and therewithal there was such a savour as though all the spicery of the world had been there. And forthwithal there was upon the table all manner of meats and drinks that they could think upon. So there came a damsel passing fair and young, and she bare a vessel of gold between her hands. And there too the king kneeled devoutly and said his prayers, and so did all that were there. "O Jesus," said Sir Launcelot, "what may this mean?" "This is," said King Pelles, "the richest thing that any man hath living. And when this thing goeth about, the round table shall be broken. And wit ye well," said King Pelles, "that this is the holy Senegraal, which ye have here seen." So King Pelles and Sir Launcelot led their lives the most part of that day. End of Section 50. Recording by Tina Jong Link.
Section 51 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Marianne. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 51. Selected works by Peter Christian Asbjörnsen. 1812 to 1885. Asbjörnsen was born January 15, 1812, at Christiania, Norway. He entered the university in 1833, but was presently obliged to take the position of tutor with a family in Romerike. 4 years later he came back to the university, where he studied medicine, but also, and particularly, zoology and botany, subjects which he subsequently taught in various schools. During his life among the country people he had begun to collect folk tales and legends, and afterwards, on long foot tours undertaken in pursuit of his favorite studies, he added to this store. In cooperation with his lifelong friend, Jörgen Moe, subsequently Bishop of Kristiansand, he published in 1838 a first collection of folk stories. In later years his study of folklore went on side by side with his study of zoology. At various times, from 1846 to 1853, he received stipends from the Christiania University to enable him to pursue zoological investigations at points along the Norwegian coast. In addition to these journeys he traversed Norway in every direction, partly to observe the condition of the forests of the country, and partly to collect the popular legends, which seemed always to have been in his mind. From 1856 to 1858 he studied forestry at Tharend, and in 1860 was made head forester of the district of Trondhjem in the north of Norway. He retained this position until 1864, when he was sent by the government to Holland, Germany, and Denmark to investigate the turf industry. On his return he was made the head of a commission whose purpose was to better the turf production of the country, from which position he was finally released with a pension in 1876. He died in 1885. Asbjörnsen's principal literary work was in the direction of the folk tales of Norway, although the list of his writings on natural history, popular and scientific, is a long one. As a scientist he made several important discoveries in deep-sea soundings, which gave him, at home and abroad, a wide reputation. But the significance of his work as a collector of folklore has in a great measure overshadowed this phase of his activity. His greatest works are Norske Folkeeventyr, Norwegian Folk Tales, in collaboration with Moe, which appeared in 1842-44, and subsequently in many editions. Norske Huldre Eventyr og Folksagen, Norwegian Folk Tales and Folk Legends, in 1845. In the stories published by Asbjörnsen alone, he has not confined himself simply to the reproduction of the tales in their popular form, but has retold them with an admirable setting of the characteristics of the life of the people in their particular environment. He was a rare lover of nature, and there are many exquisite bits of natural description. Asbjörnsen's literary power was of no mean merit, and his work not only found immediate acceptance in his own country, but has been widely translated into the other languages of Europe. Norwegian literature in particular owes him a debt of gratitude, for he was the first to point out the direction of the subsequent national development. Gudbrand of the Mountainside. There was once a man named Gudbrand, who had a farm which lay on the side of a mountain, whence he was called Gudbrand of the Mountainside. He and his wife lived in such harmony together, and were so well matched, that whatever the husband did seemed to the wife so well done that it could not be done better. Let him therefore act as he might, she was equally pleased. They owned a plot of ground, and had $100 lying at the bottom of a chest, and in the stall 2 fine cows. One day the woman said to Gudbrand, "I think we might as well drive one of the cows to town and sell it. We should then have a little pocket money, for such respectable persons as we are ought to have a few shillings in hand as well as others. The $100 at the bottom of the chest we had better not touch, but I do not see why we should keep more than 1 cow. Besides, we shall be somewhat the gainers, for instead of 2 cows I shall have only 1 to milk and look after." These words Gudbrand thought both just and reasonable, so he took the cow and went to the town in order to sell it, but when he came there he could not find anyone who wanted to buy a cow. Well, thought Gudbrand, I can go home again with my cow. I have both stall and collar for her, and it is no farther to go backwards than forwards. So saying, he began wandering home again. When he had gone a little way, he met a man who had a horse he wished to sell, and Gudbrand thought it better to have a horse than a cow, so he exchanged with the man. Going a little further still, he met a man driving a fat pig before him, and thinking it better to have a fat pig than a horse, he made an exchange with him also. A little farther on he met a man with a goat. A goat, he thought, is always better to have than a pig, so he made an exchange with the owner of the goat. He now walked on for an hour, when he met a man with a sheep. With him he exchanged his goat, for, he thought, it is always better to have a sheep than a goat. After walking some way again, meeting a man with a goose, he changed the sheep for the goose. Then going on a long way, he met a man with a cock, and thought to himself, it is better to have a cock than a goose, and so he gave his goose for the cock. Having walked on till the day was far gone, and beginning to feel hungry, he sold the cock for 12 shillings and bought some food, for, he thought, it is better to support life than to carry back the cock. After this he continued his way homeward till he reached the house of his nearest neighbour, where he called in. "How have matters gone with you in town?" asked the neighbour. "Oh," answered Gudbrand, "but so. I cannot boast of my luck, neither can I exactly complain of it." He then began to relate all that he had done from first to last. "You'll meet with a warm reception when you get home to your wife," said his neighbour. "God help you, I would not be in your place." "I think things might have been much worse," said Gudbrand. "But whether they are good or bad, I have such a gentle wife that she will never say a word, let me do what I may." "Yes, I know that," answered his neighbour, "but I do not think she will be so gentle in this instance." "Shall we lay a wager?" said Gudbrand of the mountain side. "I have got $100 in my chest at home. Will you venture the like sum?" "Yes, I will," replied the neighbour, and they wagered accordingly, and remained till evening drew on, when they set out together for Gudbrand's house, having agreed that the neighbour should stand outside and listen, while Gudbrand went in to meet his wife. "Good evening," said Gudbrand. "Good evening," said his wife. "Thank God thou art there." Yes, there he was. His wife then began asking him how he had fared in the town. So, said Gudbrand. "I have not much to boast of, for when I reached the town there was no one who would buy the cow, so I changed it for a horse." "Many thanks for that," said his wife. "We are such respectable people that we ought to ride to church as well as others, and if we can afford to keep a horse, we may certainly have one. Go and put the horse in the stable, children." "Oh," said Gudbrand, "but I have not got the horse, for as I went along the road, I exchanged the horse for a pig." "Well," said the woman, "that is just what I should have done myself. I thank thee for that. I can now have pork and bacon in my house to offer anybody when they come to see us. What should we have done with a horse? People would only have said we were grown too proud to walk to church. Go, children, and put the pig in." "But I have not brought the pig with me," exclaimed Gudbrand, "for when I had gone on a little further, I exchanged it for a milch goat." "How admirably thou dost everything!" exclaimed his wife. "What should we have done with a pig? People would only have said that we eat everything we own. Yes, now that I have a goat, I can get both milk and cheese, and still keep my goat. Go and tie the goat, children." "No," said Gudbrand, "I have not brought home the goat, for when I came a little farther on, I changed the goat for a fine sheep." "Well," cried the woman, "thou hast done everything just as I could wish, just as if I had been there myself. What should we have done with a goat? I must have climbed up the mountains and wandered through the valleys to bring it home in the evening. With a sheep, I should have wool and clothing in the house, with food in the bargain. So go, children, and put the sheep into the field." "But I have not got the sheep," said Gudbrand, "for as I went a little further, I changed it away for a goose." "Many thanks for that," said his wife. "What should I have done with a sheep? For I have neither a spinning wheel, nor have I much desire to toil and labour to make clothes. We can purchase clothing, as we have hitherto. Now I shall have roast goose, for which I have often longed, and then I can make a little pillow of the feathers. Go and bring in the goose, children." "But I have not got the goose," said Gudbrand. "As I came on a little further, I changed it away for a cock." "Heaven only knows how thou couldst think of all this!" exclaimed his wife. "It is just as if I had managed it all myself. A cock! That is just as good as if thou had brought an 8-day clock, for as the cock crows every morning at 4 o'clock, we shall be stirring betimes. What should I have done with a goose? I do not know how to dress a goose, and a pillow I can stuff with moss. Go and fetch the cock, children." "But I have not brought the cock home with me," said Gudbrand, "for when I had gone a long, long way, I became so hungry that I was obliged to sell the cock for 12 shillings to keep me alive." "Well, thank God thou always dost just as I could wish to have it done. What should we have done with a cock? We are our own masters. We can lie as long as we like in the morning. God be praised, I've got thee here safe again, and as thou always dost everything so right, we want neither a cock, nor a goose, nor a pig, nor a sheep, nor a cow." Hereupon Gudbrand opened the door. "Have I won your $100?" he asked of the neighbor, who was obliged to confess that he had. Translation by Benjamin Thorpe in Yuletide Stories, Bonn's Library. The Widow's Son. There was once a very poor woman who had only one son. She toiled for him till he was old enough to be confirmed by the priest, when she told him that she could support him no longer, but that he must go out in the world and gain his own livelihood. So the youth set out, and after wandering about for a day or two he met a stranger. "Whither art thou going?" asked the man. "I am going out in the world to see if I can get employment," answered the youth. "Wilt thou serve us?" "Yes, just as well serve you as anybody else," answered the youth. "Thou shalt be well cared for with me," said the man. "Thou shalt be my companion, and do little or nothing besides." So the youth resided with him, had plenty to eat and drink, and very little or nothing to do, but he never saw a living person in the man's house. One day his master said to him, "I am going to travel, and shall be absent 8 days. During that time thou wilt be here alone, but thou must not go into either of these 4 rooms. If thou dost, I will kill thee when I return." The youth answered that he would not. When the man had gone away 3 or 4 days, the youth could no longer refrain, but went into one of the rooms. He looked around, but saw nothing except a shelf over a door, with a whip made of briar on it. "This is well worth forbidding me so strictly from seeing," thought the youth. When the 8 days had passed, the man came home again. "Thou hast not, I hope, been into any of my rooms?" said he. "No, I have not," answered the youth. "That I shall soon be able to see," said the man, going into the room the youth had entered. "But thou hast been in," said he, "and now thou shalt die." The youth cried and entreated to be forgiven, so that he escaped with his life, but had a severe beating. When that was over, they were as good friends as before. Some time after this the man took another journey. This time he would be away a fortnight, but first forbade the youth again from going into any of the rooms he had not already been in, but the one he had previously entered he might enter again. This time all took place just as before, the only difference being that the youth abstained for 8 days before he entered the forbidden rooms. In one apartment he found only a shelf over the door, on which lay a huge stone and a water bottle. "This is also something to be in such fear about," thought the youth again. When the man came home, he asked whether he had been in any of the rooms. "No, he had not," was the answer. "I shall soon see," said the man, and when he found that the youth had nevertheless been in, he said, "Now I will no longer spare thee, thou shalt die." But the youth cried and implored that his life might be spared, and thus again escaped with a beating, but this time got as much as could be laid on him. When he had recovered from the effect of this beating, he lived as well as ever, and he and the man were as good friends as before. Some time after this the man again made a journey, and now he was to be 3 weeks absent. He warned the youth anew not to enter the 3rd room. If he did he must at once prepare to die. At the end of a fortnight the youth had no longer any command over himself, and stole in, but here he saw nothing save a trap door in the floor. He lifted it up and looked through. There stood a large copper kettle that boiled and boiled, yet he could see no fire under it. "I should like to know if it is hot," thought the youth, dipping his finger down into it, but when he drew it up again he found that all his finger was gilt. He scraped and washed it, but the gilding was not to be removed, so he tied a rag over it, and when the man returned and asked him what was the matter with his finger, he answered that he had cut it badly. But the man, tearing the rag off, at once saw what ailed the finger. At first he was going to kill the youth, but as he cried and begged again, he merely beat him, so that he was obliged to lie in bed for 3 days. The man then took a pot down from the wall, and rubbed him with what it contained, so that the youth was as well as before. After some time the man made another journey, and said he should not return for a month. He then told the youth that if he went into the fourth room, he must not think for a moment that his life would be spared. 1, 2, even 3 weeks the youth refrained from entering the forbidden room, but then, having no longer any command over himself, he stole in. There stood a large black horse in a stall, with a trough of burning embers at its head and a basket of hay at its tail. The youth thought this was cruel, and therefore changed their position, putting the basket of hay at the horse's head. The horse thereupon said, "As you have so kind a disposition that you enable me to get food, I will save you. Should the Troll return and find you here, he will kill you. But now you must go into the chamber above this and take one of the suits of armor that hang there, but on no account take the one that is bright. On the contrary, select the most rusty you can see, and take that. Choose also a sword and saddle in like manner." The youth did so, but he found the whole very heavy for him to carry. When he came back, the horse said that he should now strip and wash himself well in the kettle, which stood boiling in the next apartment. "I feel afraid," thought the youth, but nevertheless did so. When he had washed himself he became comely and plump, and as red and white as milk and blood, and much stronger than before. "Are you sensible of any change?" asked the horse. "Yes," answered the youth. "Try to lift me," said the horse. Aye, that he could, and brandished the sword with ease. "Now lay the saddle on me," said the horse. "Put on the armor, and take the whip of thorn, the stone and the water flask, and the pot with the ointment, and then we will set out." When the youth had mounted the horse, it started off at a rapid rate. After riding some time, the horse said, "I think I hear a noise. Look round. Can you see anything?" "A great many men are coming after us, certainly a score at least," answered the youth. "Ah, that is the Troll," said the horse. "He is coming for us with all his companions." They travelled for a time until their pursuers were gaining on them. "Throw now the thorn whip over your shoulder," said the horse, "but throw it away from me." The youth did so, and at the same moment there sprang up a large thick wood of briars. The youth now rode on a long way, while the Troll was obliged to go home for something wherewith to hew a road through the wood. After some time the horse said again, "Look back. Can you see anything now?" "Yes, a whole multitude of people," said the youth, "like a church congregation." "That is the Troll. Now he has got more with him. Throw out now the large stone, but throw it far from me." When the youth had done what the horse desired, there arose a large stone mountain behind them. So the Troll was obliged to go home after something with which to bore through the mountain, and while he was thus employed the youth rode on a considerable way. But now the horse again bade him look back. He then saw a multitude like a whole army. They were so bright that they glittered in the sun. "Well, that is the Troll with all his friends," said the horse. "Now throw the water bottle behind you, but take good care to spill nothing on me." The youth did so, but notwithstanding his caution he happened to spill a drop on the horse's loins. Immediately there rose a vast lake, and the spilling of the few drops caused the horse to stand far out in the water. Nevertheless, he at last swam to the shore. When the Trolls came to the water, they lay down to drink it up, and they gulped and gulped till they burst. "Now we are quit of them," said the horse. When they had travelled on a very long way they came to a green plain in a wood. "Take off your armour now," said the horse, "and put on your rags only. Lift my saddle off and hang everything up on that large hollow linden. Make yourself then a wig of pine moss. Go to the royal palace, which lies close by, and ask there for employment. When you desire to see me, come to this spot, shake the bridle, and I will instantly be with you." The youth did as the horse told him, and when he had put on the moss wig, he became so pale and miserable to look at that no one would recognize him. On reaching the palace, he only asked if he might serve in the kitchen to carry wood and water to the cook. But the cook-maid asked him why he wore such an ugly wig. "Take it off," she said. "I will not have anybody here be so frightful." "That I cannot," answered the youth, "for I am not very clean in the head." "Dost thou think then that I will have thee in the kitchen, if such be the case?" said she. "Go to the master of the horse. Thou art fittest to carry muck from the stables." When the master of the horse told him to take off his wig, he got the same answer, so he refused to have him. "Thou couldst go to the gardener," he said. "Thou art only fit to go and dig the ground." The gardener allowed him to remain, but none of the servants would sleep with him, so he was obliged to sleep alone under the stairs of the summer house, which stood upon pillars and had a high staircase, under which he laid a quantity of moss for a bed, and there lay as well as he could. When he had been some time in the royal palace, it happened one morning, just at sunrise, that the youth had taken off his moss wig, and was standing washing himself, and appeared so handsome it was a pleasure to look on him. The princess saw from her window this comely gardener, and thought she had never before seen anyone so handsome. She then asked the gardener why he lay out there under the stairs. "Because none of the other servants will lie with him," answered the gardener. "Let him come this evening and lie by the door in my room," said the princess. "They cannot refuse, after that, to let him sleep in the house." The gardener told this to the youth. "Dost thou think I will do so?" he said. "If I do so, all would say there is something between me and the princess." "Thou hast reason, forsooth, to fear such a suspicion," replied the gardener, "such a fine, comely lad as thou art." "Well, if she has commanded it, I suppose I must comply," said the youth. In going upstairs that evening he stamped and made such a noise that they were obliged to beg him to go more gently, lest it might come to the king's knowledge. When within the chamber, he lay down and began immediately to snore. The princess then said to her waiting maid, "Go gently and pull off his moss wig." Creeping softly toward him, she was about to snatch it, but he held it fast with both hands, and said she should not have it. He then lay down again and began to snore. The princess made a sign to the maid, and this time she snatched his wig off. There he lay so beautifully red and white, just as the princess had seen him in the morning sun. After this the youth slept every night in the princess's chamber. But it was not long before the king heard that the garden lad slept every night in the princess's chamber, at which he became so angry that he almost resolved on putting him to death. This, however, he did not do, but cast him into prison, and his daughter he confined to her room, not allowing her to go out, either by day or night. Her tears and prayers for herself and the youth were unheeded by the king, who only became the more incensed against her. Some time after this there arose a war and disturbance in the country, and the king was obliged to take arms and defend himself against another king, who threatened to deprive him of his throne. When the youth heard this he begged the jailer would go to the king for him, and proposed to let him have armor and a sword, and allow him to follow to the war. All the courtiers laughed when the jailer made known his errand to the king. They begged he might have some old trumpery for armor, that they might enjoy the sport of seeing the poor creature in the war. He got the armor, and also an old jade of a horse, which limped on 3 legs, dragging the 4th after it. Thus they all marched forth against the enemy. But they had not gone far from the royal palace before the youth stuck fast with his old jade in a swamp. Here he sat beating and calling to the jade, "He, wilt thou go? He, wilt thou go?" This amused all the others, who laughed and jeered as they passed. But no sooner were they all gone than, running to the linden, he put on his own armor and shook the bridle, and immediately the horse appeared, and said, "Do thou do thy best, and I will do mine." When the youth arrived on the field the battle had already begun, and the king was hard pressed. But just at that moment the youth put the enemy to flight. The king and his attendants wondered who it could be that came to their help, but no one had been near enough to speak to him, and when the battle was over he was away. When they returned the youth was still sitting fast in the swamp, beating and calling to his 3-legged jade. They laughed as they passed, and said, "Only look, yonder sits the fool yet." The next day when they marched out the youth was still sitting there, and again they laughed and jeered at him. But no sooner had they all passed by than he ran again to the linden, and everything took place as on the previous day. Everyone wondered who the strange warrior was who had fought for them, but no one approached him so near that he could speak to him. Of course no one ever imagined that it was the youth. When they returned in the evening and saw him and his old jade still sticking fast in the swamp, they again made jest of him. One shot an arrow at him and wounded him in the leg, and he began to cry and moan so that it was sad to hear, whereupon the king threw him his handkerchief that he might bind it about his leg. When they marched forth the 3rd morning there sat the youth still calling to his horse, "He, wilt thou go? He, wilt thou go?" "No, no, he will stay there till he starves," said the king's men as they passed by, and laughed so heartily at him that they nearly fell from their horses. When they had all passed he again ran to the linden, and came to the battle at just the right moment. That day he killed the enemy's king, and thus the war was at an end. When the fighting was over the king observed his handkerchief tied round the leg of the strange warrior, and by this he easily knew him. They received him with great joy, and carried him with them up to the royal palace, and the princess, who saw them from her window, was so delighted no one could tell. "There comes my beloved also," said she. He then took the pot of ointment and rubbed his leg, and afterward all the wounded, so that they were all well again in a moment. After this the king gave him the princess to wife. On the day of his marriage he went down to the stable to see the horse, and found him dull, hanging his ears and refusing to eat. When the young king, for he was now a king, having obtained half of the realm, spoke to him and asked him what he wanted, the horse said, "I have now helped thee forward in the world, and I will live no longer. Thou must take thy sword and cut my head off." "No, that I will not do," said the young king. "Thou shalt have whatever thou wilt, and always live without working." "If thou wilt not do as I say," answered the horse, "I shall find a way of killing thee." The king was thus obliged to slay him. But when he raised the sword to give the stroke, he was so distressed that he turned his face away. But no sooner had he struck his head off than there stood before him a handsome prince in the place of the horse. "Whence in the name of heaven dost thou come?" asked the king. "It was I who was the horse," answered the prince. "Formerly I was king of the country whose sovereign you slew yesterday. It was he who cast over me a horse's semblance, and sold me to the Troll. As he is killed, I shall recover my kingdom, and you and I shall be neighboring kings, but we will never go to war with each other." Neither did they. They were friends as long as they lived, and the one came often to visit the other. End of Section 51.
Section 52 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bruce Peary. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 52. Selected Works by Roger Ascham, 1515 to 1568. This noted scholar owes his place in English literature to his pure, vigorous English prose. John Tyndall and Sir Thomas More, his predecessors, had perhaps equaled him in the flexible and simple use of his native tongue, but they had not surpassed him. The usage of the time was still to write works of importance in Latin, and Ascham was master of a good Ciceronian Latin style. It is to his credit that he urged on his countrymen the writing of English, and set them an example of its vigorous use. He was the son of John Ascham, house steward to Lord Scrope of Bolton, and was born at Kirkby Wiske, near Northallerton, in 1515. At the age of 15 he entered St. John's College, Cambridge, where he applied himself to Greek and Latin, mathematics, music, and penmanship. He had great success in teaching and improving the study of the classics, but seems to have had a somewhat checkered academic career, both as student and teacher. His poverty was excessive, and he made many unsuccessful attempts to secure patronage and position, till at length, in 1545, he published his famous treatise on archery, Toxophilus, which he presented to Henry VIII in the picture gallery at Greenwich, and which obtained for him a small pension. The treatise is in the form of a dialogue, the first part being an argument in favor of archery, and the second instructions for its practice. In its pages he makes a plea for the literary use of the English tongue. After long continued disappointment and trouble, he was finally successful in obtaining the position of tutor to the Princess Elizabeth in 1548. She was 15 years old, and he found her an apt scholar, but the life was irksome, and in 1550 he resigned the post to return to Cambridge as public orator. Whence one may guess as a main reason for so excellent a teacher having so hard a time to live, that, like many others, he liked to talk about his profession better than to practice it. Going abroad shortly afterward as secretary to Sir Richard Morison, ambassador to Charles V. He remained with him until 1553, when he received the appointment of Latin secretary to Queen Mary. It is said that he wrote for her 47 letters in his fine Latin style in 3 days. At the accession of Elizabeth, he received the office of the Queen's private tutor. Poverty and household griefs still gave him anxiety, but during the 5 years which elapsed between 1563 and his death in 1568, he found some comfort in the composition of his Schoolmaster, which was published by his widow in 1570. It was suggested by a conversation at Windsor with Sir William Cecil on the proper method of bringing up children. Sir Richard Sackville was so well pleased with Ascham's theories that he, with others, entreated him to write a practical work on the subject. The Schoolmaster argues in favor of gentleness rather than force on the part of an instructor. Then he commends his own method of teaching Latin by double translation, offers remarks on Latin prosody, and touches on other pedagogic themes. Both this and the Toxophilus show a pure, straightforward, easy style. Contemporary testimony to its beauty may be found in an appendix to Mayer's edition of the Schoolmaster, 1863, though Dr. Johnson, in a memoir prefixed to Rennett's collected edition of Ascham's English works, 1771, says that he was scarcely known as an author in his own language till Mr. Upton published his Schoolmaster in 1771. He has remained, however, the best known type of a great teacher in the popular memory, in part, perhaps, through his great pupil. The best collected edition of his works, including his Latin letters, was published by Dr. Giles in 1864-65. There is an authoritative edition of the Schoolmaster in the Arbour series of Old English reprints. The best account of his system of education is in R. H. Quick's Essays on Educational Reformers, 1868. On Gentleness in Education, from The Schoolmaster. Yet some will say that children of nature love pastime and mislike learning, because in their kind the one is easy and pleasant, the other hard and wearisome. Which is an opinion not so true as some men ween. For the matter lieth not so much in the disposition of them that be young, as in the order and manner of bringing up by them that be old, nor yet in the difference of learning and pastime. For beat a child if he dance not well, and cherish him though he learn not well, you shall have him unwilling to go to dance, and glad to go to his book. Knock him always when he draweth his shaft ill, and favour him again though he fault at his book, you shall have him very loath to be in the field, and very willing to be in the school. Yea, I say more, and not of myself, but by the judgment of those from whom few wise men will gladly dissent, that if ever the nature of man be given at any time more than other to receive goodness, it is in innocency of young years, before that experience of evil have taken root in him. For the pure clean wit of a sweet young babe is like the newest wax, most able to receive the best and fairest printing, and like a new bright silver dish never occupied, to receive and keep clean any good thing that is put into it. And thus will in children, wisely wrought withal, may easily be won to be very well willing to learn. And wit in children, by nature, namely memory, the only key and keeper of all learning, is readiest to receive, and surest to keep any manner of thing that is learned in youth. This lewd and learned, by common experience, know to be most true. For we remember nothing so well when we be old as those things which we learned when we were young. And this is not strange, but common in all nature's works. Every man seeth, as I said before, New wax is best for printing, new clay fittest for working, new shorn wool aptest for soon and surest dyeing, new fresh flesh for good and durable salting. And this similitude is not rude nor borrowed of the larder house, but out of his schoolhouse, of whom the wisest of England need not be ashamed to learn. Young grafts grow not only soonest, but also fairest, and bring always forth the best and sweetest fruit. Young whelps learn easily to carry, young popinjays learn quickly to speak. And so, to be short, if in all other things, though they lack reason, sense, and life, the similitude of youth is fittest to all goodness, surely nature in mankind is most beneficial and effectual in their behalf. Therefore, if to the goodness of nature be joined the wisdom of the teacher in leading young wits into a right and plain way of learning, surely children kept up in God's fear and governed by his grace may most easily be brought well to serve God and their country, both by virtue and wisdom. But if will and wit by farther age be once allured from innocency, delighted in vain sights, filled with foul talk, crooked with wilfulness, hardened with stubbornness, and let loose to disobedience, surely it is hard with gentleness, but impossible with severe cruelty, to call them back to good frame again. For where the one perchance may bend it, the other shall surely break it, and so, instead of some hope, leave an assured desperation, and shameless contempt of all goodness. The furthest point in all mischief, as Xenophon doth most truly and most wittily mark. Therefore, to love or to hate, to like or condemn, to ply this way or that way, to good or to bad, ye shall have as ye use a child in his youth. And one example whether love or fear doth work more in a child for virtue and learning, I will gladly report, which may be heard with some pleasure, and followed with more profit. Before I went into Germany, I came to Broadgate in Leicestershire, to take my leave of that noble lady, Jane Grey, to whom I was exceeding much beholding. Her parents, the Duke and Duchess, with all the household, gentlemen and gentlewomen, were hunting in the park. I found her in her chamber, reading Phaedo Platonis in Greek, and that with as much delight as some gentlemen would read a merry tale in Boccace. After salutation and duty done, with some other talk, I asked her why she would lose such pastime in the park. Smiling, she answered me, I wis, all their sport in the park is but a shadow to that pleasure that I find in Plato. Alas, good folk, they never felt what true pleasure meant. And how came you, madam, quoth I, to this deep knowledge of pleasure? And what did chiefly allure you unto it, seeing not many women, but very few men have attained thereunto? I will tell you, quoth she, and tell you a truth, which perchance you will marvel at. One of the greatest benefits that ever God gave me is that he sent me so sharp and severe parents, and so gentle a schoolmaster. For when I am in presence either of father or mother, whether I speak, keep silence, sit, stand, or go, eat, drink, be merry or sad, be sewing, playing, dancing, or doing anything else, I must do it, as it were, in such weight, measure, and number, even so perfectly as God made the world, or else I am so sharply taunted, so cruelly threatened, yea, presently sometimes with pinches, nips, and bobs, and other ways which I will not name for the honour I bear them, so without measure misordered, that I think myself in hell, till time come that I must go to Mr. Elmer, who teacheth me so gently, so pleasantly, with such fair allurements to learning, that I think all the time nothing whiles I am with him. And when I am called from him, I fall on weeping, because whatsoever I do else but learning is full of grief, trouble, fear, and whole misliking unto me. And thus my book hath been so much my pleasure, and bringeth daily to me more pleasure and more, that in respect of it all other pleasures in very deed be but trifles and troubles unto me. I remember this talk gladly, both because it is so worthy of memory, and because also it was the last talk that ever I had, and the last time that ever I saw that noble and worthy lady. On Study and Exercise from Toxophilus. Philologe. But now to our shooting, Toxophile, again, wherein I suppose you cannot say so much for shooting to be fit for learning, as you have spoken against music for the same. Therefore, as concerning music, I can be content to grant you your mind. But as for shooting, surely I suppose that you cannot persuade me by no means that a man can be earnest in it, and earnest at his book too, but rather I think that a man with a bow on his back, and shafts under his girdle, is more fit to wait upon Robin Hood than upon Apollo or the Muses. Toxophile. Over-earnest shooting, surely I will not over-earnestly defend, for I ever thought shooting should be a waiter upon learning, not a mistress over learning. Yet this I marvel not a little at, that ye think a man with a bow on his back is more like Robin Hood's servant than Apollo's, seeing that Apollo himself, in Alcestis of Euripides, which tragedy you read openly not long ago, in a manner glorieth, saying this verse, "It is my wont always my bow with me to bear." Therefore a learned man ought not too much to be ashamed to bear that sometime, which Apollo, god of learning, himself was not ashamed always to bear. And because you would have a man wait upon the Muses, and not at all meddle with shooting, I marvel that you do not remember how that the 9 Muses theirself, as soon as they were born, were put to nurse to a lady called Euphemus, which had a son named Eratus, with whom the 9 Muses, for his excellent shooting, kept ever more company withal, and used daily to shoot together in the Mount Parnassus. And at last it chanced this Eratus to die, whose death the Muses lamented greatly, and fell all upon their knees afore Jupiter their father, and at their request Eratus, for shooting with the Muses on earth, was made a sign, and called Sagittarius in heaven. Therefore you see that if Apollo and the Muses either were examples indeed, or only feigned of wise men to be examples of learning, honest shooting may well enough be companion with honest study. Philologe. Well, Toxophile, if you have no stronger defense of shooting than poets, I fear if your companions which love shooting heard you, they would think you made it but a trifling and fabling matter, rather than any other man that loveth not shooting could be persuaded by this reason to love it. Toxophile. Even as I am not so fond but I know that these be fables, so I am sure you be not so ignorant but you know what such noble wits as the poets had meant by such matters, which oftentimes under the covering of a fable do hide and wrap in goodly precepts of philosophy, with the true judgment of things; which to be true, specially in Homer and Euripides, Plato, Aristotle, and Galen plainly do show, when through all their works, in a manner, they determine all controversies by these 2 poets and such like authorities. Therefore, if in this matter I seem to fable and nothing prove, I am content you judge so on me, seeing the same judgment shall condemn with me Plato, Aristotle, and Galen, whom in that error I am well content to follow. If these old examples prove nothing for shooting, what say you to this, that the best learned and sagest men in this realm which be now alive, both love shooting and use shooting, as the best learned bishops that be, amongst whom, Philologe, you yourself know 4 or 5, which, As in all good learning, virtue, and sageness, they give other men example what thing they should do, even so by their shooting they plainly show what honest pastime other men given to learning may honestly use. That earnest study must be recreated with honest pastime, sufficiently I have proved afore, both by reason and authority of the best learned men that ever wrote. Then, seeing pastimes be leaful, lawful, the most fittest for learning is to be sought for. A pastime, saith Aristotle, must be like a medicine. Medicines stand by contraries. Therefore, the nature of studying considered, the fittest pastime shall soon appear. In study, every part of the body is idle, which thing causeth gross and cold humours to gather together, and vex scholars very much. The mind is altogether bent and set on work. A pastime, then, must be had where every part of the body must be laboured to separate and lessen such humours withal. The mind must be unbent to gather and fetch again his quickness withal. Thus, pastimes for the mind only be nothing fit for students, because the body, which is most hurt by study, should take away no profit thereat. This knew Erasmus very well when he was here at Cambridge, which, when he had been sore at his book, as Garrett our bookbinder had very often told me, for lack of better exercise, would take his horse and ride about the market hill and come again. If a scholar should use bowls or tennis, the labour is too vehement and unequal, which is condemned of Galen. The example very ill for other men, when by so many acts they be made unlawful. Running, leaping, and quoiting be too vile for scholars, and so not fit by Aristotle's judgment. Walking alone into the field hath no token of courage in it, a pastime like a simple man, which is neither flesh nor fish. Therefore, if a man would have a pastime wholesome and equal for every part of the body, pleasant and full of courage for the mind, not vile and unhonest to give ill example to laymen, not kept in gardens and corners, not lurking on the night and in holes, but evermore in the face of men, either to rebuke it when it doeth ill, or else to testify on it when it doth well, let him seek chiefly of all other for shooting. End of section 52.
Section 53 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 53. Selected excerpts from the Deipnosophistae by Athenaeus. Little is known that is authentic about the Greco-Egyptian sophist or man of letters Athenaeus, author of the Deipnosophistae, or Feast of the Learned, except his literary bequest. It is recorded that he was born at Naucratis, a city of the Nile Delta, and that after living at Alexandria he migrated to Rome. His date is presumptively fixed in the early part of the 3rd century by his inclusion of Ulpian, the eminent jurist, whose death occurred A.D. 228, among the 29 guests of the banquet whose wit and learning furnished its viands. He was, perhaps, a contemporary of the physician Galen, another of the putative banqueters, who served as a mouthpiece of the author's erudition. Probably nothing concerning him deserved preservation, except his unique work, the Feast of the Learned. Of the 15 books transmitted under the above title, the first 2, and portions of the 3rd, 11th, and 15th, exist only in epitome, the name of the compiler in his time being equally obscure. Yet it is curious that for many centuries these garbled fragments were the only memorials of the author extant. The other books, constituting the major portion of the work, have been pronounced authentic by eminent scholars with Bentley at their head. Without the slightest pretence of literary skill, the Feast of the Learned is an immense storehouse of Ana, or table talk. Into its receptacles the author gathers fruitage from nearly every branch of contemporary learning. He seemed to anticipate Macaulay's vice of omniscience, though he lacked Macaulay's incomparable literary virtues. Personal anecdote, criticism of the fine arts, the drama, history, poetry, philosophy, politics, medicine, and natural history enter into his pages, illustrated with an aptness and variety of quotation which seem to have no limit. He preserves old songs, folklore, and popular gossip, and relates whatever he may have heard without sifting it. He gives, for example, a vivid account of the procession which greeted Demetrius Poliorcetes. When Demetrius returned from Leucadia and Corcyra to Athens, the Athenians receive him not only with incense and garlands and libations, but they even sent out processional choruses, and greeted him with ithyphallic hymns and dances. Stationed by his chariot wheels, they sang and danced and chanted that he alone was a real god. The rest were sleeping, or were on a journey, or did not exist. They called him son of Poseidon and Aphrodite, eminent for beauty, universal in his goodness to mankind. Then they prayed and besought and supplicated him like a god. The hymn of worship, which Athenaeus evidently disapproved, has been preserved, and turned into English by the accomplished J.I. Symonds, on account of its rare and interesting versification. It belongs to the class of prosodia, or processional hymns, which the greatest poets delighted to produce, and which were sung at religious festivals by young men and maidens, marching to the shrines in time with the music, their locks crowned with wreaths of olive, myrtle, or oleander, their white robes shining in the sun. See how the mightiest gods and best beloved towards our town are winging, for lo, Demeter and Demetrius this glad day is bringing, she to perform her daughter's solemn rites. Mystic pomps attend her. He, joyous as a god should be, and blithe, comes with laughing splendor. Show forth your triumphs. Friends all, troop around, let him shine above you. Be you the stars to circle him with love. He's the sun to love you. Hail, offspring of Poseidon, powerful god, child of Aphrodite. The other deities keep far from earth, have no ears, though mighty. They are not, or they will not hear us wail. Thee our eye beholdeth. Not wood, not stone, but living, breathing, real, thee our prayer enfoldeth. First give us peace. Give, dearest, for thou canst, thou art Lord and Master. The Sphinx, who not on Thebes but on all Greece swoops to gloat and pasture. The Aetolian, he who sits upon his rock like that old disaster. He feeds upon our flesh and blood, and we can no longer labor, for it was ever thus the Aetolian thief preyed upon his neighbor. Him punish thou, or if not thou, then send Oedipus to harm him, who'll cast this Sphinx down from his cliff of pride, or to stone will charm him. The swallow song, which is cited, is an example of the folklore and old customs which Athenaeus delighted to gather, and he tells how in springtime the children used to go about from door to door, begging doles and presents, and singing such half sensible, half foolish rhymes as she's here, the swallow, fair seasons bringing, fair years to follow. Her belly is white, her back black as night. From your rich house roll forth to us tarts, wine, and cheese. or if not these, oatmeal and barley cake, the swallow deigns to take. What shall we have? Or must we hence away? Thanks if you give, if not, we'll make you pay. The house door hence we'll carry, nor shall the lintel tarry. From hearth and home your wife will rob. She's so small, to take her off will be an easy job. Whate'er you give largesse free. Up, open, open, to the swallow's call. No grave old men, but merry children we. The Feast of the Learned professes to be the record of the saints at a banquet given at Rome by Laurentius to his learned friends. Laurentius stands as the typical Maecenas of the period. The dialogue is reported after Plato's method, or as we see it in the more familiar form of the satires of Horace, though lacking the pithy vigor of these models. The discursiveness with which topics succeed each other, their want of logic or continuity, and the pelting fire of quotations in prose and verse, make a strange mixture. It may be compared to one of those dishes known both to ancients and to moderns, in which a great variety of scraps is enriched with condiments to the obliteration of all individual flavor. The plan of execution is so cumbersome that its only defense is its imitation of the inevitably disjointed talk when the guests of a dinner party are busy with their wine and nuts. One is tempted to suspect Athenaeus of a sly sarcasm at his own expense when he puts the following flings at pedantry in the mouths of some of his puppets. And now, when Myrtilus had said all this in a connected statement, and when all were marvelling at his memory, Senalcus said, "Your multifarious learning I do wonder at, though there's not a thing more vain and useless." Says Hippo the atheist, but the divine Heraclitus also says, a great variety of information does not usually give wisdom. And Timon said, "For what is the use of so many names, my good grammarian, which are more calculated to overwhelm the hearers than to do them any good?" This passage shows the redundancy of expression which disfigures so much of Athenaeus. It is also typical of the cudgel play of repartee between his characters, which takes the place of agile witticism. But if he heaps up vast piles of scholastic rubbish, he is also the golden dustman who shows us the treasure preserved by his saving pedantry. Scholars find the Feast of the Learned a quarry of quotations from classical writers whose works have perished. Nearly 800 writers and 2,400 separate writings are referred to and cited in this disorderly encyclopedia, most of them now lost and forgotten. This literary thrift will always give rank to the work of Athenaeus, poor as it is. The best editions of the original Greek are those of Dindorf, Leipzig, 1827, and of Meinecke, Leipzig, 1867. The best English translation is that of C.D. Young in Bonn's Classical Library, from which, with slight alterations, the appended passages are selected. Why the Nile overflows. From the Deipnosophistae. Thales the Milesian, one of the 7 wise men, says that the overflowing of the Nile arises from the Etesian winds, for that they blow up the river, and that the mouths of the river lie exactly opposite to the point from which they blow, and, accordingly, that the wind blowing in the opposite direction hinders the flow of the waters, and the waves of the sea, dashing against the mouth of the river, and coming on with a fair wind in the same direction, beat back the river, and in this manner the Nile becomes full to overflowing. But Anaxagoras, the natural philosopher, says that the fullness of the Nile arises from the snow melting, and so too says Euripides, and some others of the tragic poets. Anaxagoras says this is the sole origin of all that fullness, but Euripides goes further, and describes the exact place where this melting of the snow takes place. How to preserve the health, from the Deipnosophistae. One ought to avoid thick perfumes, and to drink water that is thin and clear, and that in respect of weight is light, and that has no earthy particles in it. And that water is best which is of moderate heat or coldness, and which, when poured into a brazen or silver vessel, does not produce a blackish sediment. Hippocrates says, water which is easily warmed or easily chilled is always lighter. But that water is bad which takes a long time to boil vegetables, and so too is water full of nitre or brackish. And in his book On Waters, Hippocrates calls good water drinkable, but stagnant water he calls bad, such as that from ponds or marshes. And most spring water is rather hard. Erasistratus says that some people test water by weight, and that is a most stupid proceeding. For just look, says he, if men compare the water from the fountain Amphiaraus with that from the Erythraean spring, though one of them is good and the other bad, there's absolutely no difference in their respective weights. And Hippocrates, in his book On Places, says that those waters are the best which flow from high ground and from dry hills, for they are white and sweet, and are able to bear very little wine, and are warm in winter and cold in summer. And he praises those most, the springs of which break toward the east, and especially toward the northeast, for they must be inevitably clear and fragrant and light. Diocles says that water is good for the digestion, and not apt to cause flatulency, that it is moderately cooling and good for the eyes, and that it has no tendency to make the head feel heavy, and that it adds vigor to the mind and body. And Praxagoras says the same, and he also praises rain-water. But Euenor praises water from cisterns, and says that the best is that from the cistern of Amphiaraus, when compared with that from the fountain in Erythraea. That water is really nutritious is plain from the fact that some animals are nourished by it alone, as for instance grasshoppers. And there are many other liquids that are nutritious, such as milk, barley water, and wine. At all events, animals at the breast are nourished by milk, and there are many nations who drink nothing but milk. And it is said that Democritus, the philosopher of Abdera, after he had determined to rid himself of life on account of his extreme old age, and after he had begun to diminish his food day by day, when the day of the Thesmophorian festival came round, and the women of his household besought him not to die during the festival, in order that they might not be debarred from their share in the festivities, was persuaded and ordered a vessel full of honey to be set near him, and in this way he lived many days with no other support than honey, and then some days after, when the honey had been taken away, he died. But Democritus had always been fond of honey, and once answered a man who asked him how he could live in the enjoyment of the best health, that he might do so if he constantly moistened his inward parts with honey, and the outer man with oil. And bread and honey was the chief food of the Pythagoreans, according to the statement of Aristoxenus, who says that those who eat this for breakfast were free from disease all their lives. And Lycus says that the Sarnians, a people who live near Sardinia, are very long-lived, because they are continually eating honey, and it is produced in great quantities among them. An account of some great eaters, from the Deipnosophistae. Heraclitus, in his Entertainer of Strangers, says that there was a woman named Helena who ate more than any other woman ever did. And Posidippus, in his Epigrams, says that Phaeromachus was a great eater, on whom he wrote this epigram: "This lowly ditch now holds Phaeromachus, who used to swallow everything he saw, like a fierce carrion crow who roams all night. Now here he lies, wrapped in a ragged cloak. But, O Athenian, whosoe'er you are, anoint this tomb and crown it with a wreath, if ever in old times he feasted with you. At last he came, sun teeth, with eyes worn out, and livid, swollen eyelids, clothed in skins, with but one single cruse, and that scarce full. Far from the gay Lenaean games he came, descending humbly to Calliope. Amarentus of Alexandria, in his treatise On the Stage, says that Herodotus, the Megarian trumpeter, was a man 3 cubits and a half in height, and that he had great strength in his chest, and that he could eat 6 pounds of bread and 20 liter of meat, of whatever sort was provided for him, and that he could drink 2 coals of wine, and that he could play on 2 trumpets at once, and that it was his habit to sleep on only a lion's skin, and when playing on the trumpet he made a vast noise. Accordingly, when Demetrius the son of Antigonus was besieging Argos, and when his troops could not bring the battering ram against the walls on account of its weight, he, giving the signal with his 2 trumpets at once, by the great volume of sound which he poured forth, instigated the soldiers to move forward the engine with great zeal and earnestness. And he gained the prize in all the games 10 times, and he used to eat sitting down, as Nestor tells us in his theatrical reminiscences. And there was a woman too, named Aglaïs, who played on the trumpet, the daughter of Megacles, who, in the first great procession which took place in Alexandria, played a processional piece of music, having a headdress of false hair on, and a crest upon her head, as Posidippus proves by his epigrams on her. And she too could eat 12 liter of meat and 4 koinixes of bread, and drink a koinos of wine at one sitting. There was besides a man of the name Lityerses, a bastard son of Midas, the king of Cyllene, in Phrygia, a man of a savage and fierce aspect, and an enormous glutton. He is mentioned by Sositheus, the tragic poet, in his play called Daphnis or Lityersia, where he says, "He'll eat 3 asses' panniers, fright and all, 3 times in one brief day, and what he calls a measure of wine is a 10 amphory cask, and this he drinks all at a single draught." And the man mentioned by Pherecrates or Stratus, whichever was the author of the play called The Good Man, was much such another, the author says. A. I scarcely in one day, unless I'm forced, can eat 2 bushels and a half of food. B. A most unhappy man, how have you lost your appetite, so as now to be content with the scant rations of 1 ship of war? And Xanthus, in his account of Lydia, says that Cambyles, who was the king of the Lydians, was a great eater and drinker, and also an exceeding epicure, and accordingly that he one night cut up his own wife into joints and ate her, and then in the morning, finding the hand of his wife still sticking in his mouth, he slew himself, as his act began to get notorious. And we have already mentioned Thys, the king of the Paphlagonians, saying that he too was a man of vast appetite, quoting Theopompus, who speaks of him in the 35th book of his History, and Archilochus in his Tetrameters has accused Charillus of the same fault, as the comic poets have attacked Cleonymus and Pisander. And Phoenicides mentions Cherippus in his Philarchus in the following terms: "And next to them I place Cherippus, third. He, as you know, will without ceasing eat as long as any one will give him food, or till he bursts, such stowage vast has he, like any house." And Nicolaus the Peripatetic, in the 103rd book of his History, says that Mithridates, the king of Pontus, once proposed a contest in great eating and great drinking. The prize was a talent of silver, and that he himself gained the victory in both, but he yielded the prize to the man who was judged to be second to him, namely Callimodrus, the athlete of Cyzicus. And Timocreon the Rhodian, a poet and an athlete, who had gained the victory in the pentathlon, ate and drank a great deal, as the epigram on his tomb shows: Much did I eat, much did I drink, and much did I abuse all men. Now here I lie, my name Timocreon, my country Rhodes. And Thrasymachus of Chalcedon, in one of his prefaces, says that Timocreon came to the great king of Persia, and being entertained by him, did eat an immense quantity of food, and when the king asked him what he would do on the strength of it, he said that he would beat a great many Persians, and the next day, having vanquished a great many, one after another, taking them one by one, after this he beat the air with his hands, and when they asked him what he wanted, he said that he had all those blows left in him, if any one was inclined to come on. And Clearchus, in the 5th book of his Lives, says that Cantibares the Persian, whenever his jaws were weary with eating, had his slaves to pour food into his mouth, which he kept open, as if they were pouring it into an empty vessel. But Hellenicus, in the 1st book of his Deucalionia, says that Erysichthon, the son of Myrmidon, being a man perfectly insatiable in respect of food, was called Ethan. Also Polemo, in the 1st book of his treatise addressed to Timaeus, says that among the Sicilians there was a temple consecrated to gluttony, and an image of Demeter Cito, near which also there was a statue of Himalis, as there is at Delphi one of Hermucus, and as at Scolum in Boeotia there are statues of Megalartus and Megalomasus. The love of animals for man, from the Dipnosophistae. And even dumb animals have fallen in love with men, for there was a cock who took a fancy to a man of the name of Secundus, a cupbearer of the king, and the cock was nicknamed the Centaur. This Secundus was a slave of Nicomedes, the king of Bithynia, as Nicander informs us in the 6th book of his essay on the Revolutions of Fortune. And at Aegium a goose took a fancy to a boy, as Clearchus relates in the 1st book of his Amatory Anecdotes. And Theophrastus, in his essay On Love, says that the name of this boy was Amphilochus, and that he was a native of Olenus. And Hermias, the son of Hermodorus, who was a Samian by birth, says that a goose also took a fancy to Lacidus the philosopher. And in Locadia, according to a story told by Clearchus, a peacock fell so in love with a maiden there, that when she died, the bird died too. There is a story also that at Iasus a dolphin took a fancy to a boy, and this story is told by Duris in the 9th book of his History. And the subject of that book is the history of Alexander, and the historian's words are these: He likewise sent for the boy from Iasus, for near Iasus there was a boy whose name was Dionysus, and he once, when leaving the Palestra with the rest of the boys, went down to the sea and bathed, and a dolphin came forward out of the deep water to meet him, and taking him on his back swam away with him a considerable distance into the open sea, and then brought him back again to land. The dolphin is in fact an animal which is very fond of men, and very intelligent, and one very susceptible of gratitude. Accordingly Philarchus in his 12th book says: Coiranus the Milesian, when he saw some fishermen who had caught a dolphin in a net, and who were about to cut it up, gave them some money and bought the fish, and took it down and put it back in the sea again. And after this it happened to him to be shipwrecked near Myconus, and while every one else perished, Coiranus alone was saved by a dolphin, and when at last he died of old age in his native country, as it so happened that his funeral procession passed along the seashore close to Miletus, a great shoal of dolphins appeared on that day in the harbour, keeping only a very little distance from those who were attending the funeral of Coiranus, as if they also were joining in the procession and sharing in their grief. The same Phylarchus also relates, in the 20th book of his history, the great affection which was once displayed by an elephant for a boy, and his words are these: "Now there was a female elephant kept with this elephant, and the name of the female elephant was Nicea, and to her the wife of the king of India, when dying, entrusted her child, which was just a month old. And when the woman did die, the affection for the child displayed by the beast was most extraordinary, for it could not endure the child to be away, and whenever it did not see him, it was out of spirits. And so, whenever the nurse fed the infant with milk, she placed it in its cradle between the feet of the beast, and if she had not done so, the elephant would not take any food, and after this it would take whatever reeds and grass there were near, and while the child was sleeping, beat away the flies with the bundle. And whenever the child wept, it would rock the cradle with its trunk and lull it to sleep. And very often the male elephant did the same." End of section 53.
Section 54 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. Section 54. Selected Works by P.D.A. Atterbom. Per Daniel Amadeus Atterbom, 1790 to 1855. Among the leaders of the Romantic movement, which affected Swedish literature in the earlier half of the 19th century, was P.D.A. Atterbom, one of the greatest lyric poets of his country. He was born in Östergötland in 1790, and at the age of 15 was already so advanced in his studies that he entered the University of Upsala. There, in 1807, he helped to found the Muses Amici, a student society of literature and art. Its membership included Hedbom, who is remembered for his beautiful hymns, and the able and laborious Palmblad, author of several popular books, including the well-known novel Aurora Königsmark. This society soon assumed the name of the Aurora League, and set itself to free Swedish literature from French influence. The means chosen were the study of German Romanticism, and a treatment of the higher branches of literature in direct opposition to the course decreed by the academical school. The leaders of this revolution were Atterbom, 18 years old, and Palmblad, 20. The first organ of the League was the Polyfem, soon replaced by the Phosphorus, 1810 to 1813, from which the young enthusiasts received their sobriquet of Phosphorists. Theoretically, this sheet was given to the discussion of Schelling's philosophy, and of metaphysical problems in general. Practically, to the publication of the original poetry of the new school. The Phosphorists did a good work in calling attention to the old Swedish folklore, and awakening a new interest in its imaginative treasures, but their best service lay in their forcible and earnest treatment of religious questions, which at that time were most superficially dealt with. When the Phosphorus was in its third year, the Romanticists united in bringing out two new organs, the Poetical Calendar, 1812 to 1822, which published poetry only, and the Swedish Literary News, 1813 to 1824, containing critical essays of great scientific value. The Phosphorists, who had shown themselves ardent but not always sagacious fighters, now appeared at their best, and dashed into the controversy which was engaging the attention of the Swedish reading public. This included not only literature, but philosophy and religion as well as art. The odds were now on one side, now on the other. The Academicians might easily have conquered their youthful opponents, however, had not their bitterness continually forged new weapons against themselves. In 1820 the Phosphorists wrote the excellent satire Marskall's Sleepless Nights, aimed at Wallmark, leader of the Academicians. Gradually the strife died out, and the man who carried off the palm, and for a time became the leader of Swedish poetry, was Tegnér, who was hardly a partisan of either side. In 1817 Atterbom had gone abroad, broken down in health by his uninterrupted studies. While in Germany he entered into a warm friendship with Schelling and Steffens, and in Naples he met the Danish sculptor Thorwaldsen, to whose circle of friends he became attached. On his return he was made tutor of German and literature to the Crown Prince. In 1828 the chair of Logics and Metaphysics at Upsala was offered him, and he held this for 7 years, when he exchanged it for that of Aesthetics. In 1839 he was elected a member of the Academy whose bitterest enemy he had been, and so the peace was signed. Atterbom is undoubtedly the greatest lyrical poet in the ranks of the Phosphorists. His verses are wonderfully melodious and full of charm, in spite of the fact that his tendency to the mystical at times makes him obscure. Among the best of his productions are a cycle of lyrics entitled The Flowers, The Isle of Blessedness, a romantic drama of great beauty, published in 1823, and a fragment of a fairy drama, The Bluebird. He introduced the sonnet into Swedish poetry, and did a great service to the national literature by his critical work, Swedish Seers and Poets, a collection of biographies and criticisms of poets and philosophers before and during the reign of Gustavus III. Atterbom's life may be accounted long in the way of service, though he died at the age of 65. The Genius of the North. It is true that our northern nature is lofty and strong. Its characteristics may well awaken deep meditation and emotion. When the goddess of song has grown up in these surroundings, her view of life is like that mirrored in our lakes, where between the dark shadows of mountain and trees on the shore a light blue sky looks down. Over this mirror the northern morning and the northern day, the northern evening and the northern night, rise in a glorious beauty. Our muse kindles a lofty hero's flame, a lofty seer's flame, and always the flame of a lofty immortality. In this sombre north we experience an immense joyousness and an immense melancholy, moods of earth-coveting and of earth-renunciation. With equal mind we behold the fleet, charming dream of her summers, her early harvest with its quickly falling splendor, and the darkness and silence of the long winter's sleep. For if the gem-like green of the verdure proclaims its short life, it proclaims at the same time its richness, and in winter the very darkness seems made to let the starry vault shine through with the glory of Valhalla and Gimle. Indeed, in our north the winter possesses an impressiveness, a freshness, which only we Norsemen understand. Add to these strong effects of nature the loneliness of life in a wide tract of land, sparingly populated by a still sparingly educated people, and then think of the poet's soul which must beat against these barriers of circumstance and barriers of spirit. Yet the barriers that hold him in as often help as hinder his striving. These conditions explain what our literature amply proves, that so far the only poetical form which has reached perfection in Sweden is the lyrical. This will be otherwise only as the northern mind, through a growing familiarity with contemporaneous Europe, will consent to be drawn from its forest solitude into the whirl of the motley World's Fair outside its boundaries. It is probable that the lyrical gift will always be the true possession of the Swedish poet. His genius is such that it needs only a beautiful moment's exultation, blissful whether the experience be called joy or sorrow, to rise on full free wings, suddenly singing out his very inmost being. Whether the poet makes this inmost being his subject, or quite forgets himself in a richer and higher theme, is of little consequence. If again no true lyric can express a narrow egoism, least of all could the Swedish, in spite of the indivisible relation between nature and man. The entire Sämunds Edda shows us that Scandinavian poetry was originally lyrical didactic, as much religious as heroic. Not only in lyrical impression, but also in lyrical contemplation and lyrical expression, will the Swedish heroic poem still follow its earliest trend. Yes, let us believe that this impulse will some day lead Swedish poetry into the only path of true progress, to the point where dramatic expression will attain perfection of artistic form. This development is foreshadowed already in the high tragic drama, in the view of the world taken by the old Swedish didactic poem, and in some of the songs of the Edda, as well as in many an old folk song and folk play. The Lily of the Valley. O'er hill and dale the welcome news is flying that summer's drawing near. Out of my thicket cool, my cranny hidden, around I shyly peer. He will not notice me, this guest resplendent; unseen I shall remain, content to live, if of his banquet royal some glimpses I may gain. Behold! behold! his banquet hall's before me, pillared with forest trees. Lo! as he feasts, 1,000 sunbeams sparkle, his gracious smiles are these: Hail to thee, brilliant world! Ye heavens fretted with clouds of silver hue! Ye waves of mighty ocean, tossing, tossing, fair in my sight as new! Far in the past, if years my life has numbered, ghost-like in thought they drift, came to me silently the truth eternal, joy is life's richest gift. Thus, in return for life's abundant dower, a gift have I bear a spotless soul, from whose unseen recesses exhales a fragrance rare. Strong is the power in gentle souls indwelling, born of a joy divine. Theirs is a sphere untrod by creatures earthly, by beings gross, supine. Fragile and small, and set in quiet places, my worth should I forget, some one who seeks friend, counsellor, or lover, will find and prize me yet. Thou, lovely maid, through mossy pathways straying, striving to make thy choice, hearing the while the brook which downward leaping lifts up its merry voice, pluck me, and as a rich reward I'll whisper things them wilt love to hear. The name of him who comes to win thy favour I'll whisper in thine ear. Svanhvit's Colloquy, from the Islands of the Blest. Svanhvit, alone in her chamber. No Asdolf yet. In vain and everywhere hath he been sought for, since his foaming steed at morn, with vacant saddle, stood before the lofty staircase in the castle yard. His drooping crest and wildly rolling eye, and limbs with frenzied terror quivering, all seemed as though the midnight fiends had urged his swiftest flight through many a wood and plain. O Lord, that knowest what he hath witnessed here, wouldst thou but give one single speaking sound unto the faithful creature's silent tongue, that momentary voice would be for me a call to life or summons to the grave. She goes to the window. And yet what childish fears are these? How oft hath not my Asdolf boldest feats achieved, and I returned, unharmed and beautiful! Yes, beautiful, alas, like this cold flower that proudly glances on the frosty pane. Short the cowslips spring. The frost flowers live far longer, cold as they the beautiful should be, that it may share the splendor of the light without its heat. For else the sun of life must soon dissolve the hard, cold, shining pearls to liquid tears, and tears flow fast away. She breathes on the window. Become transparent, thou fair Asdolf flower, that I may look into the vale beneath. There lies the city, Asdolf's capital. How wondrously the spotless vest of snow, on roof, on mount, on market place, now smiles a glittering welcome to the morning sun, whose blood-red beams shed beauty on the earth. The bride of sacrifice makes no lament, but smiles in silence, knowing sadly well that she is slighted, and that he who could call forth her spring doth not, but rather dwells in other climes, where lavishly he pours his fond embracing beams, while she, alas, in wintry shade and lengthened loneliness, cold on the solitary couch reclines. What countless paths wind down, from divers points, to yonder city gates! O wilt not thou, my star, appear to me on one of them? Whate'er I said, thou art my worshipped sun, then pardon me, thou art not cold, oh no! Too warm, too glowing warm art thou for me. Yet thus it is, thy being's music has 1,000 chords with 1,000 varying tones, whilst I but one poor sound can offer thee of tenderness and truth. At times, indeed, this too may have its power, but then it lasts one and the same forever, sounding still unalterably like itself alone. A wordless prayer to God for what we love, 'tis more a whisper than a sound, and charms like new-mown meadows, when the grass exhales sweet fragrance to the foot that tramples it. Kings, heroes, towering spirits among men, rush to their aim on wild and stormy wings, and far behind them view the world, whose form for ever varies on from hour to hour. What would they ask of love? That, Volatile in changeful freshness, it may charm their ears with proud triumphant songs, when high in air victorious banners wave, or sweetly lull to rapturous repose, when round them roars the awful thunder's everlasting voice. Mute, mean, and spiritless to them must seem the maid who is no more than woman. How should she o'ersound the storm their wings have raised? Sitting down. Great Lord, how lonely I become within these now uncheerful towers! O'er all the earth no shield have I, no mutual feeling left. 'Tis true that those around me are all kind, and well I know they love me, more indeed than my poor merits claim. Yet, even though they raised me to my Asdolf's royal throne, as being the last of all his line, oh me, no solace could it bring, for then far less might I reveal the sorrow of my soul. A helpless maiden's tears like raindrops fall, which in a July night, ere harvest time, bedew the flowers, and trembling stand within their half closed eyes unnumbered and unknown. She rises. Yet one there is who counts the maiden's tears, but when will their sad number be fulfilled? Walking to and fro. How calm was I in former days! I now am so no more. My heart beats heavily, oppressed within its prison cave. Ah, fain would I that it might burst its bonds, so that 'twere conscious, Asdolf, I sometimes had seemed not all unworthy in thine eyes. She takes the guitar. A gentle friend, the master from Vallandia, has taught me how I may converse with thee, thou cherished token of my Asdolf's love. I have been told of far-off lakes, around whose shores the cypress and the willow wave, and make a mournful shade above the stream, which, dark and narrow on the surface, swells broad and unfathomably deep below. From these dark lakes at certain times, and most on Sabbath morns and eves of festivals, uprising from the depths, is heard a sound most strange and wild, as of the tuneful bells of churches and of castles long since sunk, and as the wanderer's steps approach the shore, he hears more plainly the lamenting tone of the dark waters, whilst the surface still continues motionless and calm, and seems to listen with a melancholy joy. While thus the dim mysterious depths resound, so let me strive to soften and subdue my heart's dark swelling with a soothful song. She plays and sings. The maiden bound her hunting net at morning fresh and fair. Oh no, that lay doth ever make me grieve. Another then, that of the hapless flower surprised by frost and snow in early spring. Hush thee, oh hush thee, slumber from snow and stormy sky, lovely and lone one. Now is the time for thee to die, when vale and streamlet frozen lie. Hush thee, oh hush thee. Hours hasten on, for thee the last will soon be o'er. Rest thee, oh rest thee. Flowers have withered thus before, and my poor heart, what wouldst thou more? Rest thee, oh rest thee. Shadows should darkly enveil thy past delights and woes. Forget, oh forget them. 'Tis thus that eve its shadows throws, but now, in noiseless night's repose, forget, oh forget them. Slumber, oh slumber, no friend hast thou like kindly snow. Sleep is well for thee, for whom no second spring will blow. Then why, poor heart, still beating so? Slumber, oh slumber. Hush thee, oh hush thee. Resign thy life-breath in a sigh. Listen no longer. Life bids farewell to thee, then die. Sad one, good night, in sweet sleep lie. Hush thee, oh hush thee. She bursts into tears. Would now that I might bid adieu to life, but ah, no voice to me replies, sleep well. The Mermaid. Leaving the sea, the pale moon lights the strand. Tracing old runes, a youth inscribes the sand, and by the rune ring waits a woman fair, down to her feet extends her dripping hair. Woven of lustrous pearls her robes appear, thin as the air and as the water clear. Lifting her veil with milk-white hand, she shows eyes in whose deeps a deadly fire glows. Blue are her eyes, she looks upon him, bound as by a spell, he views their gulf profound. Heaven and death are there, in his desire he feels the chill of ice, the heat of fire. Graciously smiling, now she whispers low, "The runes are dark, would you their meaning know? Follow, my dwelling is as dark and deep, you alone its treasure vast shall keep. Where is your dwelling, charming maid, now say? Built on a coral island, far away, Crystalline, golden, floats that castle free, Meet for a lovely daughter of the sea. Still he delays and muses on the strand. Now the alluring maiden grasps his hand. Ah, do you tremble, you who were so bold? Yes, for the heaving breakers are so cold. Let not the mounting waves your spirit change. Take as a charm my ring with sea runes strange. Here is my crown of water lilies white, Here is my harp with human bones bedight. What say my father and my mother dear? What says my God, who bends from heaven to hear? Father and mother in the churchyard lie, As for thy God, he deigns not to reply. Blithely she dances on the pearl-strewn sand, Smiting the bone-harp with her graceful hand. Fair is her bosom, through her thin robe seen, White as a swan beheld through rushes green. Follow me, youth! Through ocean deeps we'll rove. There is my castle in its coral grove. There the red branches purple shadows throw. There the green waves, like grass, sway to and fro. I have 1,000 sisters, none so fair. He whom I wed receives my sceptre rare. Wisdom occult my mother will impart. Granting his slightest wish, I'll cheer his heart. Heaven and earth to win you I abjure. Child of the ocean, is your promise sure? Heaven and earth abjuring, great's your gain, Throned with the ancient gods, a king to reign. Lo, as she speaks, 1,000 starlights gleam, Lighted for heaven's Christmas day they seem. Sighing, he swears the oath. The die is cast. Into the mermaid's arms he sinks at last. High on the shore the rushing waves roll in. Why does the color vary on your skin? What, from your waist a fish's tail depends? Worn for the dances of my sea-maid friends. High overhead the stars like torches burn. Haste, to my golden castle I return. Save me, ye runes! Yes, try them now, they fail. Pupil of heathen men, my spells prevail. Proudly she turns, her sceptre strikes the wave. Roaring it parts, the ocean yawns, a grave. Mermaid and youth go down, the gulf is deep. Over their heads the surging waters sweep. Often on moonlit nights when bluebells ring, When for their sports the elves are gathering, Out of the waves the youth appears, and plays Tunes that are merry, mournful, like his days. End of Section 54.
Section 55 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Leonard Wilson. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 55, Excerpts from Aucassin and Nicolette by Frederick Morris Warren. Aucassin and Nicolette, 12th Century, by Frederick Morris Warren. This charming tale of medieval France has reached modern times in but one manuscript, which is now in the National Library at Paris. It gives us no hint as to the time and place of the author, but its linguistic forms would indicate for locality the borderland of Champagne and Picardy, while the fact that the verse of the story is in assonance would point to the later 12th century as the date of the original draft. It would thus be contemporaneous with the last poems of Chrétien de Troyes, 1170–80. The author was probably a minstrel by profession, but one of more than ordinary taste and talent. For, evidently skilled in both song and recitation, he so divided his narrative between poetry and prose that he gave himself ample opportunity to display his powers, while at the same time he retained more easily, by this variety, the attention of his audience. He calls his invention if his invention it be, a song story. The subject he drew probably from reminiscences of the widely known story of Floire and Blanchefleur, reversing the parts, so that here it is the hero who is the Christian, while the heroine is a Saracen captive, baptized in her early years. The general outline of the plot also resembles indistinctly the plot of Floire and Blanchefleur, though its topography is somewhat indefinite, and a certain amount of absurd adventure in strange lands is interwoven with it. With these exceptions, however, few literary productions of the Middle Ages can rival Aucassin and Nicolette in graceful sentiment and sympathetic description. The Paris manuscript gives the music for the poetical parts, music that is little more than a modulation. There is a different notation for the first 2 lines, but for the other lines this notation is repeated in couplets, except that the last line of each song, or laisse, being a half line, has a cadence of its own. The lines are all 7 syllables in length, save the final half lines, and the assonants, which all but the half lines observe, tend somewhat towards rhyme. The story begins with a song which serves as prologue, and then its prose takes up the narrative, telling how Aucassin, son of Garin, Count of Beaucaire, so loved Nicolette, a Saracen maiden who had been sold to the Viscount of Beaucaire, baptized and adopted by him, that he had forsaken knighthood and chivalry, and even refused to defend his father's territories against Count Bougard of Valence. Accordingly, his father ordered the Viscount to send away Nicolette, and he walled her up in a tower of his palace. Later Aucassin is imprisoned by his father, but Nicolette escapes, hears him lamenting in his cell, and comforts him until the warden on the tower warns her of the approach of the town watch. She flees to the forest outside the gates, and there, in order to test Aucassin's fidelity, builds a rustic tower. When he is released from prison, Aucassin hears from shepherd lads of Nicolette's hiding place, and seeks her bower. The lovers, united, resolve to leave the country. They take ship, and are driven to the kingdom of Torelore, whose queen they find in childbed, while the king is with the army. After a 3 years' stay in Torelore, they are captured by Saracen pirates and separated. Contrary winds blow Aucassin's boat to Beaucaire, where he succeeds to Garin's estate, while Nicolette is carried to Carthage. The sight of the city reminds her that she is the daughter of its king, and a royal marriage is planned for her. But she avoids this by assuming a minstrel's garb and setting sail for Beaucaire. There, before Aucassin, she sings of her own adventures, and in due time makes herself known to him. Now, in one last strain, our storyteller celebrates the lovers' meeting, concluding with, "Our song story comes to an end, I know no more to tell." And thus he takes leave of the gentle and courageous maiden. The whole account of these trials and reunions does not occupy over 40 pages of the original French, which has been best edited by H. Suchet at Paderborn, 2nd edition, 1881. In 1878, A. Bida published, with illustrations, a modern French version of the story at Paris, accompanied by the original text and a preface by Gaston Paris. This version was translated into English by A. Rodney MacDonough under the title of The Lovers of Provence, Aucassin and Nicolette, New York, 1880. Additional illustrations by American artists found place in this edition. F. W. Bourdillon has published the original text and an English version, together with an exhaustive introduction, bibliography, notes, and glossary, London, 1887, and later in the same year Andrew Lang wrote out another translation, accompanied by an introduction and notes. Aucassin and Nicolette, London. The extracts given below are from Lang's version, with occasional slight alterations. F. M. Warren. 'Tis of Aucassin and Nicolette. Who would list to the good lay, Gladness of the captive gray? 'Tis how two young lovers met, Aucassin and Nicolette, of the pains the lover bore, and the perils he outwore, for the goodness and the grace of his love, so fair of face. Sweet the song, the story sweet, there is no man hearkens it, no man living 'neath the sun, so outwearied, so fordone, sick and woeful, worn and sad, but is healed, but is glad, 'tis so sweet. So say they, speak they, tell they the tale. How the Count Bougard of Valence made war on Count Garin of Beaucaire, war so great, so marvellous, and so mortal, that never a day dawned but alway he was there, by the gates and walls and barriers of the town, with 100 knights and 10,000 men at arms, horsemen and footmen. So burned he the Count's land, and spoiled his country, and slew his men. Now the Count Garin of Beaucaire was old and frail, and his good days were gone over. No heir had he, neither son nor daughter, save one young man only, such an one as I shall tell you. Aucassin was the name of the damoiseau. Fair was he, goodly and great, and featly fashioned of his body and limbs. His hair was yellow, in little curls, his eyes blue-gray and laughing, his face beautiful and shapely, his nose high and well set, and so richly seen was he in all things good, that in him was none evil at all. But so suddenly was he overtaken of love, who is a great master, that he would not of his will be a knight, nor take arms, nor follow tourneys, nor do whatsoever him beseemed. Therefore his father and mother said to him, Son, go take thine arms, mount thine horse, and hold thy land, and help thy men, for if they see thee among them, more stoutly will they keep in battle their lives and lands, and thine and mine. Father, answered Aucassin, what are you saying now? Never may God give me aught of my desire, if I be a knight, or mount my horse, or face stour and battle, wherein knights smite and are smitten again, unless thou give me Nicolette, my true love, that I love so well. Son, said the father, this may not be. Let Nicolette go. A slave girl is she, out of a strange land, and the Viscount of this town bought her of the Saracens, and carried her hither, and hath reared her, and had her christened, and made her his goddaughter, and one day will find a young man for her, to win her bread honourably. Herein hast thou naught to make nor mend. But if a wife thou wilt have, I will give thee the daughter of a king or a count. There is no man so rich in France, but if thou desire his daughter, thou shalt have her. Faith, my father, said Aucassin, tell me where is the place so high in all the world, that Nicolette, my sweet lady and love, would not grace it well. If she were Empress of Constantinople, or of Germany, or Queen of France or England, it were little enough for her. So gentle is she, and courteous, and debonair, and compact of all good qualities. Imprisonment of Nicolette. When Count Garin of Beaucaire knew that he would not avail to withdraw Aucassin his son from the love of Nicolette, he went to the Viscount of the city, who was his man, and spake to him, saying, Sir Count, away with Nicolette, thy daughter in God. Cursed be the land whence she was brought into this country, for by reason of her do I lose Aucassin, that will neither be a knight, nor do aught of the things that fall to him to be done. And wit ye well, he said, that if I might have her at my will, I would burn her in a fire, and yourself might well be sore adread." "Sir," said the Viscount, "this is grievous to me, that he comes and goes and has speech with her. I had bought the maid at mine own charges, and nourished her, and baptized and made her my daughter in God. Yea, I would have given her to a young man that should win her bread honourably. With this had Aucassin thy son naught to make or mend. But sith it is thy will and thy pleasure, I will send her into that land and that country, where never will he see her with his eyes." "Have a heed to thyself," said the Count Garin, "thence might great evil come on thee." So parted they each from the other. Now the Viscount was a right rich man, so had he a rich palace, with a garden in face of it. In an upper chamber thereof he had Nicolete placed, with one old woman to keep her company, and in that chamber put bread and meat and wine, and such things as were needful. Then he had the door sealed, that none might come in or go forth, save that there was one window over against the garden, and quite straight, through which came to them a little air. Here singeth one: "Nicolete, as ye heard tell, prisoned is within a cell, that is painted wondrously with colours of a far country. At the window of marble wrought, there the maiden stood in thought, with straight brows and yellow hair, never saw ye fairer fair. On the wood she gazed below, and she saw the roses blow, heard the birds sing loud and low. Therefore spoke she wofully, Ah me, wherefore do I lie here in prison wrongfully? Aucassin, my love, my knight, am I not thy heart's delight? Thou that lovest me aright, 'tis for thee that I must dwell in this vaulted chamber cell, hard beset and all alone. By Our Lady Mary's Son, here no longer will I wonn, if I may flee." Aucassin and the Viscount. The Viscount speaks first. "Plentiful lack of comfort hadst thou got thereby, for in hell would thy soul have lain while the world endures, and into Paradise wouldst thou have entered never." "In Paradise what have I to win? Therein I seek not to enter, but only to have Nicolete, my sweet lady that I love so well. For into Paradise go none but such folk as I shall tell thee now. Thither go these same old priests, and halt old men and maimed, who all day and night cower continually before the altars, and in these old crypts, and such folks as wear old amices, and old clouted frocks, and naked folks and shoeless, and those covered with sores, who perish of hunger and thirst, and of cold, and of wretchedness. These be they that go into Paradise. With them have I naught to make. But into hell would I fain go, for into hell fare the goodly clerks and goodly knights that fall in tourneys and great wars, and stout men at arms and the free men. With these would I liefly go, and thither pass the sweet ladies and courteous that have two lovers or three, and their lords also thereto. Thither goes the gold and the silver, and fur of vair and fur of gris, and there too go the harpers and minstrels and the kings of this world. With these I would gladly go. Let me but have with me Nicolete, my sweetest lady." Aucassin captures Count Bougars. The damoiseau was tall and strong, and the horse whereon he sat was right eager. And he laid hand to sword, and fell a-smiting to right and left, and smote through helm and nasal, and arm and clenched hand, making a murder about him, like a wild boar when hounds fall on him in the forest, even till he struck down 10 knights, and 7 he hurt. And straightway he hurled out of the press, and rode back again at full speed, sword in hand. Count Bougars of Valence heard it said that they were to hang Aucassin, his enemy. So he came into that place, and Aucassin was ware of him. He gat his sword into his hand, and struck at his helm with such a stroke that it drave it down on his head, and he, being stunned, fell grovelling. And Aucassin laid hands on him, and caught him by the nasal of his helmet, and gave him up to his father. "Father," quoth Aucassin, "lo, here is your mortal foe, who has so warred on you and done you such evil. Full 20 months did this war endure, and might not be ended by man." "Fair son," said his father, "thy feats of youth shouldst them do, and not seek after folly." "Father," said Aucassin, "sermon me no sermons, but fulfil my covenant." "Ha! What covenant, fair son?" "What, father? Hast thou forgotten it? By mine own head, whosoever forgets, will I not forget it, so much it hath me at heart. Didst thou not covenant with me, when I took up arms, and went into the stour, that if God brought me back safe and sound, thou wouldst let me see Nicolete, my sweet lady, even so long that I might have of her 2 words or 3, and 1 kiss? So didst thou covenant, and my mind is that thou keep thy word." "Ay," quoth the father, "God forsake me when I keep this covenant. Nay, if she were here, I would have burned her in the fire, and thou thyself shouldst be sore adread." THE LOVERS' MEETING. Aucassin was cast into prison, as ye have heard tell, and Nicolete, of her part, was in the chamber. Now it was summer time, the month of May, when days are warm and long and clear, and the nights still and serene. Nicolete lay one night on her bed, and saw the moon shine clear through a window, and heard the nightingales sing in the garden, and she minded her of Aucassin her friend, whom she loved so well. Then fell she to thoughts of Count Garin of Beaucaire, that he hated her to death, and therefore deemed she that there she would no longer abide, for that if she were told of, and the Count knew where she lay, an ill death he would make her die. She saw that the old woman was sleeping who held her company. Then she arose, and clad her in a mantle of silk she had by her, very goodly, and took sheets of the bed and towels, and knotted one to the other, and made therewith a cord as long as she might, and knotted it to a pillar in the window, and let herself slip down into the garden. Then caught up her raiment in both hands, behind and before, and kilted up her kirtle, because of the dew that she saw lying deep on the grass, and so went on her way down through the garden. Her locks were yellow and curled, her eyes blue-gray and smiling, her face featly fashioned, the nose high and fairly set, the lips more red than cherry or rose in time of summer, her teeth white and small, and her breasts so firm that they bore up the folds of her bodice as they had been 2 walnuts. So slim was she in the waist that your 2 hands might have clipped her. And the daisy flowers that brake beneath her as she went tiptoe, and that bent above her instep, seemed black against her feet and ankles, so white was the maiden. She came to the postern gate, and unbarred it, and went out through the streets of Beaucaire, keeping always on the shadowy side, for the moon was shining right clear. And so wandered she till she came to the tower where her lover lay. The tower was flanked with pillars, and she cowered under one of them, wrapped in her mantle. Then thrust she her head through a crevice of the tower, that was old and worn, and heard Aucassin, who was weeping within, and making dole and lament for the sweet friend he loved so well. And when she had listened to him some time, she began to say, here one singeth: Nicolete, the bright of brow, on a pillar leaned now, all Aucassin's wail did hear, for his love that was so dear. Then the maid spake low and clear: Gentle knight, withouten fear, little good befalleth thee, little help of sigh or tear. Ne'er shalt thou have joy of me, Never shalt thou win me, still am I held in evil will of thy father and thy kin. Therefore must I cross the sea, and another land must win. Then she cut her curls of gold, cast them in the dungeon hold. Aucassin doth clasp them there, kisseth the curls that were so fair, them doth in his bosom bear. Then he wept e'en as of old, all for his love. Thus say they, speak they, tell they the tale. When Aucassin heard Nicolete say that she would pass into a far country, he was all in wrath. "Fair sweet friend," quoth he, "thou shalt not go, for then wouldst thou be my death. And the first man that saw thee, and had the might withal, would take thee straightway into his bed, to be his leman. And once thou earnest into a man's bed, and that bed not mine, wit ye well that I would not tarry till I had found a knife to pierce my heart and slay myself. Nay, verily, wait so long I would not, but would hurl myself so far as I might see a wall or a black stone, and I would dash my head against it so mightily that the eyes would start and my brain burst. Rather would I die, even such a death, than know that thou hadst lain in a man's bed, and that bed not mine." "Aucassin," she said, "I trow thou lovest me not as much as thou sayest, but I love thee more than thou lovest me." "Ah, fair sweet friend," said Aucassin, "it may not be that thou shouldest love me even as I love thee. Woman may not love man as man loves woman, for a woman's love lies in her eye, and the bud of her breast, and her foot's tiptoe. But the love of a man is in his heart planted, whence it can never issue forth and pass away." Now when Aucassin and Nicolete were holding this parley together, the town's watchmen were coming down a street, with swords drawn beneath their cloaks, for Count Garin had charged them that if they could take her, they should slay her. But the sentinel that was on the tower saw them coming, and heard them speaking of Nicolete as they went, and threatening to slay her. "God," quoth he, "this were great pity to slay so fair a maid. Right great charity it were if I could say aught to her, and they perceive it not, and she should be on her guard against them, for if they slay her, then were Aucassin, my damoiseau, dead, and that were great pity." Here one singeth: "Valiant was the sentinel, courteous, kind, and practised well, so a song did sing and tell of the peril that befell. Maiden fair that lingerest here, gentle maid of merry cheer, hair of gold and eyes as clear as the water in a mere, thou, meseems, hast spoken word to thy lover and thy lord, that would die for thee his dear. Now beware the ill accord of the cloaked men of the sword. These have sworn and kept their word they will put thee to the sword, save thou take heed." Nicolete builds her lodge. Nicolete the bright of brow, from the shepherds doth she pass, all below the blossomed bough, where an ancient way there was, overgrown and choked with grass, till she found the cross roads where 7 paths do all way fare. Then she deemeth she will try, should her lover pass thereby, if he love her loyally. So she gathered white lilies, oak leaf that in greenwood is, leaves of many a branch ywis, therewith built a lodge of green, goodlier was never seen. Swore by God who may not lie, if my love the lodge should spy, he will rest awhile thereby, if he love me loyally. Thus his faith she deemed to try. Or I love him not, not I, nor he loves me. Aucassin, seeking Nicolete, comes upon a cowherd. Aucassin fared through the forest from path to path after Nicolete, and his horse bare him furiously. Think ye not that the thorns him spared, nor the briars, nay, not so, but tear his raiment, that scarce a knot might be tied with the soundest part thereof, and the blood spurted from his arms and flanks and legs in 40 places, or 30, so that behind the child men might follow on the track of his blood in the grass. But so much he went in thoughts of Nicolete, his lady sweet, that he felt no pain nor torment, and all the day hurled through the forest in this fashion, nor heard no word of her. And when he saw vespers draw nigh, he began to weep for that he found her not. All down an old road and grass-grown he fared, when anon, looking along the way before him, he saw such an one as I shall tell you. Tall was he and great of growth, ugly and hideous, his head huge and blacker than charcoal, and more than the breadth of a hand between his 2 eyes, and he had great cheeks, and a big nose and flat, big nostrils and wide, and thick lips redder than steak, and great teeth yellow and ugly, and he was shod with hosen and shoon of oxhide, bound with cords of bark up over the knee, and all about him a great cloak 2-fold, and he leaned upon a grievous cudgel. And Aucassin came unto him, and was afraid when he beheld him. Aucassin finds Nicolete's lodge. So they parted from each other, and Aucassin rode on. The night was fair and still, and so long he went that he came to the lodge of boughs that Nicolete had builded and woven within and without, over and under, with flowers, and it was the fairest lodge that might be seen. When Aucassin was ware of it, he stopped suddenly, and the light of the moon fell therein. "Forsooth," quoth Aucassin, "here was Nicolete, my sweet lady, and this lodge builded she with her fair hands. For the sweetness of it, and for love of her, will I now alight, and rest here this night long." He drew forth his foot from the stirrup to alight, and the steed was great and tall. He dreamed so much on Nicolete, his right sweet friend, that he fell heavily upon a stone, and drave his shoulder out of its place. Then knew he that he was hurt sore. Ne'ertheless he bore him with that force he might, and fastened his horse with the other hand to a thorn. Then turned he on his side, and crept backwise into the lodge of boughs. And he looked through a gap in the lodge, and saw the stars in heaven, and one that was brighter than the rest. So began he to say. Here one singeth: "Star that I from far behold, star the moon calls to her fold, Nicolete with thee doth dwell, my sweet love with locks of gold. God would have her dwell afar, dwell with him for evening star. Would to God, whate'er befell, would that with her I might dwell. I would clip her close and strait. Nay, were I of much estate, some king's son desirable, worthy she to be my mate, me to kiss and clip me well, sister, sweet friend." So speak they, say they, tell they the tale. When Nicolete heard Aucassin, she came to him, for she was not far away. She passed within the lodge, and threw her arms about his neck, clipped him and kissed him. "Fair sweet friend, welcome be thou, and thou, fair sweet love, be thou welcome." So either kissed and clipped the other, and fair joy was them between. "Ha, sweet love," quoth Aucassin, "but now was I sore hurt, and my shoulder wried. But I take no heed of it, nor have no hurt therefrom, since I have thee." Right so felt she his shoulder, and found it was wried from its place. And she so handled it with her white hands, and so wrought in her surgery, that by God's will, who loveth lovers, it went back into its place. Then took she flowers and fresh grass, and leaves green, and bound them on the hurt with a strip of her smock, and he was all healed. Nicolette sails to Carthage. When all they of the court heard her speak thus, that she was daughter to the king of Carthage, they knew well that she spake truly. So made they great joy of her, and led her to the castle with great honor, as a king's daughter. And they would have given her to her lord, a king of Paynim, but she had no mind to marry. There dwelt she 3 days or 4, and she considered by what device she might seek far Aucassin. Then she got her a viol, and learned to play on it, till they would have married her one day to a rich king of Paynim, and she stole forth by night, and came to the seaport, and dwelt with a poor woman thereby. Then took she a certain herb, and therewith smeared her head and her face, till she was all brown and stained. And she had a coat and mantle and smock and breeches made, and attired herself as if she had been a minstrel. So took she the viol, and went to a mariner, and so wrought on him that he took her aboard his vessel. Then hoisted they sail, and fared on the high seas, even till they came to the land of Provence. And Nicolette went forth, and took the viol, and went playing through all the country, even till she came to the castle of Beaucaire, where Aucassin was. Here singeth one. At Beaucaire below the tower sat Aucassin on an hour, heard the bird and watched the flower, with his barons him beside. Then came on him in that tide the sweet influence of love, and the memory thereof. Thought of Nicolette the fair, and the dainty face of her he had loved so many years. Then was he in dule and tears. Even then came Nicolette, on the stair a foot she set, and she drew the viol bow o'er the strings, and chanted so: "Listen, lords and knights, to me, lords of high or low degree. To my story list will ye all of Aucassin and her that was Nicolette the fair. And their love was long to tell, deep woods through he sought her well. Paynims took them on a day in Torelore, and bound they lay. Of Aucassin naught know we, but fair Nicolette the free now in Carthage doth she dwell. There her father loves her well, who is king of that country. Her a husband hath he found, Paynim lord that serves Mahound. Ne'er with him the maid will go, for she loves a damoiseau. Aucassin, that ye may know, swears to God that never mo with a lover will she go, save with him she loveth so, in long desire." End of Section 55. Recording by Leonard Wilson of Springfield, Ohio.
Section 56 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Matthew Reese. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 56. Excerpt from the American Ornithological Biography by John James Audubon. John James Audubon, 1780 to 1851. The fame of this celebrated naturalist rests on one magnificent book, The Birds of America, for which all his life may be said to have been a preparation, and which certainly surpasses in interest every other ornithological publication. For 15 years before he thought of making use of his collections in this way, he annually went alone with his gun and his drawing materials into deep and unexplored forests and through wild regions of country, making long journeys on foot and counting nothing a hardship that added to his specimens. This passion had controlled him from early childhood. His father, a Frenchman, was living in New Orleans at the time of Audubon's birth in 1780, and with the view of helping him in his studies, sent him to Paris when he was 15 years old, where he entered the drawing class of David the painter. He remained there 2 years, and it was after his return that he made his memorable excursions, his home being then a farm at Mill Grove, near Philadelphia. In 1808 he removed with his family to the West, still continuing his researches. Several years later he returned to Philadelphia with a portfolio of nearly 1,000 colored drawings of birds. What befell them, a parallel to so many like incidents, as through Warburton's cook, Newton's dog, Carlyle's friend, and Edward Livingston's fire, that they seem one of the appointed tests of moral fiber, is best told in Audubon's own language. An accident, he says, which happened to 200 of my original drawings nearly put a stop to my researches in ornithology. I shall relate it merely to show how far enthusiasm, for by no other name can I call my perseverance, may enable the preserver of nature to surmount the most disheartening difficulties. I left the village of Henderson, in Kentucky, situated on the banks of the Ohio, where I resided for several years, to proceed to Philadelphia on business. I looked to my drawings before my departure, placed them carefully in a wooden box, and gave them in charge of a relative, with injunctions to see that no injury should happen to them. My absence was of several months, and when I returned, after having enjoyed the pleasures of home for a few days, I inquired after my box, and what I was pleased to call my treasure. The box was produced and opened, but, reader, feel for me. A pair of Norway rats had taken possession of the whole, and reared a young family among the gnawed bits of paper, which, but a month previous, represented nearly 1,000 inhabitants of air. The burning heat which instantly rushed through my brain was too great to be endured without affecting my whole nervous system. I slept not for several nights, and the days passed like days of oblivion, until, the animal powers being recalled into action, through the strength of my constitution, I took up my gun, my notebook, and my pencils, and went forth to the woods as gaily as if nothing had happened. I felt pleased that I might now make better drawings than before, and ere a period not exceeding 3 years had elapsed, my portfolio was again filled. In 1826 he sailed for Europe to exhibit his newly collected treasures to foreign ornithologists. He succeeded in obtaining pecuniary aid in publishing the work, and plates were made in England. The book was published in New York in 4 volumes, elephant folio, in 1830–39. The birds are life-size. The American Ornithological Biography, which is the text for the plates, was published in Edinburgh, 1831–39, in 5 octavo volumes. Accompanied by his 2 sons, he started on new excursions, which resulted in the Quadrupeds of America, with a Biography of American Quadrupeds, both published at Philadelphia, beginning in 1840. During that year he built a house for himself in the upper part of New York, in what is now called Audubon Park, and died there January 27th, 1851. Audubon's descriptive text is not unworthy of his plates. His works are far from being mere tenders to picture books. He is full of enthusiasm, his descriptions of birds and animals are vivid and realizing, and his adventures are told with much spirit and considerable literary skill, though some carelessness of syntax. A Dangerous Adventure. From the American Ornithological Biography. On my return from the upper Mississippi, I found myself obliged to cross one of the wide prairies which, in that portion of the United States, vary the appearance of the country. The weather was fine, all around me was as fresh and blooming as if it had just issued from the bosom of nature. My knapsack, my gun, and my dog were all I had for baggage and company. But, although well moccasined, I moved slowly along, attracted by the brilliancy of the flowers, and the gambols of the fawns around their dams, to all appearance as thoughtless of danger as I felt myself. My march was of long duration. I saw the sun sinking beneath the horizon long before I could perceive any appearance of woodland, and nothing in the shape of man had I met with that day. The track which I followed was only an old Indian trace, and as darkness overshadowed the prairie, I felt some desire to reach at least a copse in which I might lie down to rest. The night hawks were skimming over and around me, attracted by the buzzing wings of the beetles which formed their food, and the distant howling of the wolves gave me some hope that I should soon arrive at the skirts of some woodland. I did so, and almost at the same instant, a firelight attracting my eye, I moved toward it, full of confidence that it proceeded from the camp of some wandering Indians. I was mistaken. I discovered by its glare that it was from the hearth of a small log cabin, and that a tall figure passed and repassed between it and me, as if busily engaged in household arrangements. I reached the spot, and presenting myself at the door, asked the tall figure, which proved to be a woman, if I might take shelter under her roof for the night. Her voice was gruff, and her attire negligently thrown about her. She answered in the affirmative. I walked in, took a wooden stool, and quietly seated myself by the fire. The next object that attracted my notice was a finely formed young Indian, resting his head between his hands with his elbows on his knees. A long bow rested against the log wall near him, while a quantity of arrows and 2 or 3 raccoon skins lay at his feet. He moved not, he apparently breathed not. Accustomed to the habits of Indians, and knowing that they pay little attention to the approach of civilized strangers, a circumstance which in some countries is considered as evincing the apathy of their character, I addressed him in French, a language not unfrequently partially known to the people in that neighborhood. He raised his head, pointed to one of his eyes with his finger, and gave me a significant glance with the other. His face was covered with blood. The fact was that an hour before this, as he was in the act of discharging an arrow at a raccoon in the top of a tree, the arrow had split upon the cord, and sprung back with such violence into his right eye as to destroy it forever. Feeling hungry, I inquired what sort of fare I might expect. Such a thing as a bed was not to be seen, but many large untanned bear and buffalo hides lay piled in a corner. I drew a fine timepiece from my breast, and told the woman that it was late and that I was fatigued. She had espied my watch, the richness of which seemed to operate upon her feelings with electric quickness. She told me that there was plenty of venison and jerked buffalo meat, and that on removing the ashes I should find a cake. But my watch had struck her fancy, and her curiosity had to be gratified by an immediate sight of it. I took off the gold chain that secured it from around my neck and presented it to her. She was all ecstasy, spoke of its beauty, asked me its value, and put the chain round her brawny neck, saying how happy the possession of such a watch should make her. Thoughtless, and, as I fancied myself, in so retired a spot, secure, I paid little attention to her talk or her movements. I helped my dog to a good supper of venison, and was not long in satisfying the demands of my own appetite. The Indian rose from his seat as if in extreme suffering. He passed me and repassed me several times, and once pinched me on the side so violently that the pain nearly brought forth an exclamation of anger. I looked at him. His eye met mine, but his look was so forbidding that it struck a chill into the more nervous part of my system. He again seated himself, drew his butcher knife from its greasy scabbard, examined its edge as I would do that of a razor suspected dull, replaced it, and again taking his tomahawk from his pack, filled the pipe of it with tobacco, and sent me expressive glances whenever our hostess chanced to have her back towards us. Never until that moment had my senses been awakened to the danger which I now suspected to be about me. I returned glance for glance to my companion, and rested well assured that whatever enemies I might have, he was not of their number. I asked the woman for my watch, wound it up, and under pretense of wishing to see how the weather might probably be on the morrow, took up my gun and walked out of the cabin. I slipped a ball into each barrel, scraped the edges of my flints, renewed the primings, and returning to the hut, gave a favorable account of my observations. I took a few bearskins, made a pallet of them, and calling my faithful dog to my side, lay down, with my gun close to my body, and in a few minutes was, to all appearance, fast asleep. A short time had elapsed when some voices were heard, and from the corner of my eyes I saw 2 athletic youths making their entrance, bearing a dead stag on a pole. They disposed of their burden, and asking for whiskey, helped themselves freely to it. Observing me and the wounded Indian, they asked who I was, and why the devil that rascal, meaning the Indian, who they knew understood not a word of English, was in the house. The mother, for so she proved to be, bade them speak less loudly, made mention of my watch, and took them to a corner where a conversation took place, the purport of which it required little shrewdness in me to guess. I tapped my dog gently. He moved his tail, and with indescribable pleasure I saw his fine eyes alternately fixed on me and raised toward the trio in the corner. I felt that he perceived danger in my situation. The Indian exchanged a last glance with me. The lads had eaten and drunk themselves into such a condition that I already looked upon them as hors de combat, and the frequent visits of the whiskey bottle to the ugly mouth of their dam I hoped would soon reduce her to a like state. Judge of my astonishment, reader, when I saw this incarnate fiend take a large carving knife and go to the grindstone to wet its edge. I saw her pour the water on the turning machine, and watched her working away with the dangerous instrument, until the cold sweat covered every part of my body, in spite of my determination to defend myself to the last. Her task finished, she walked to her reeling sons, and said, "There, that'll soon settle him. Boys, kill yon, and then for the watch." I turned, cocked my gunlock silently, touched my faithful companion, and lay ready to start up and shoot the first one who might attempt my life. The moment was fast approaching, and that night might have been my last in the world had not Providence made preparations for my rescue. All was ready. The infernal hag was advancing slowly, probably contemplating the best way of dispatching me, while her sons should be engaged with the Indian. I was several times on the point of rising and shooting her on the spot, but she was not to be punished thus. The door was suddenly opened, and there entered two stout travelers, each with a long rifle on his shoulder. I bounced up on my feet, and making them most heartily welcome, told them how well it was for me that they should have arrived at this moment. The tale was told in a minute. The drunken sons were secured, and the woman, in spite of her defense and vociferations, shared the same fate. The Indian fairly danced with joy, and gave us to understand that as he could not sleep for pain, he would watch over us. You may suppose we slept much less than we talked. The two strangers gave me an account of their once having been themselves in a somewhat similar situation. Day came, fair and rosy, and with it the punishment of our captives. They were now quite sobered. Their feet were unbound, but their arms were still securely tied. We marched them into the woods off the road, and, having used them as regulators were wont to use such delinquents, we set fire to the cabin, gave all the skins and implements to the young Indian warrior, and proceeded, well pleased, toward the settlements. During upward of 25 years, when my wanderings extended to all parts of our country, this was the only time at which my life was in danger from my fellow creatures. Indeed, so little risk do travelers run in the United States, that no one born there ever dreams of any to be encountered on the road, and I can only account for this occurrence by supposing that the inhabitants of the cabin were not Americans. Will you believe, good-natured reader, that not many miles from the place where this adventure happened, and where 15 years ago no habitation belonging to civilized man was expected, and very few ever seen, large roads are now laid out, cultivation has converted the woods into fertile fields, taverns have been erected, and much of what we Americans call comfort is to be met with. So fast does improvement proceed in our abundant and free country. End of section 56. Recording by Matthew Reese, Davenport, Iowa.
Section 57 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Padgett. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 57. Selected excerpt from Black Forest Village Stories by Berthold Auerbach, 1812 to 1882. The author of Black Forest Village Stories and On the Heights stands out in honorable individuality among modern German novelists, even if the latest fashions in fiction make his work already a little antiquated. Auerbach's biography is one of industry rather than of incident. His birth was humble. His life was long. He wrote voluminously and was widely popular, to be half forgotten within a decade after his death. He may perhaps be reckoned the founder of a contemporary German school of tendenz novel writers, a school now so much diminished that Spielhagen, who, however, wears Auerbach's mantle with a difference, is its only survivor. Of Jewish parentage, his birthplace being Nordstetten, Württemberg, 1812, Auerbach drifted from preparation for the synagogue toward law, philosophy, and literature. The study of Spinoza, whose works he translated, gave form to his convictions concerning human life. It led him to spend his literary talents on materials so various as the homely simplicity of peasant scenes and peasant souls on the one hand, and on the other the popularization of a high social and ethical philosophy, specially inculcated through his larger fictions. His college education was obtained at Tübingen, Munich, and Heidelberg. Necessity rather than ambition prompted him to write, and he wrote as long as he lived. A partial list of his work begins with a pseudonymous Life of Frederick the Great, 1834-36, and Das Judentum und der neueste Literatur, The Jew Element in Recent Literature, 1836, and passes to the semi-biographic novel Spinoza, 1837, afterwards supplemented with Ein Denkerleben, A Thinker's Life, Dichter und Kaufmann, Poet and Merchant, 1839, stories belonging to the Ghetto series, embodying Jewish and German life in the time of Moses Mendelssohn, the translation in 5 volumes of Spinoza's philosophy with a critical biography, 1841, and in 1842 another work intended to popularize philosophy, Der gebildete Bürger, ein Buch für den denkenden Menschen, The Clever Townsman, a book for thinking men. In 1843 came the first set of the famous Schwarzwälder Dorfgeschichten, Black Forest village stories, followed by a second group in 1848. These won instant and wide favor and were widely translated. They rank among the author's most pleasing and successful productions, stamped as they are with that truth which a writer like Auerbach or a painter like Defregger or Schmidt can express when sitting down to deal with the scenes and folk which from early youth have been photographed upon his heart and memory. In 1856, there followed in the same descriptive field his Barfüßler, Little Barefoot, Joseph im Schnee, Joseph in the Snow, 1861, and Edelweiss, 1861. His writings of this date, tales, sketches, journalistic, political, and dramatic, and other papers, reveal Auerbach's varying moods or enthusiasms, chronicle his residence in different German or Austrian cities, and are comparatively insignificant among his 40 or more volumes. Nor is much to be said of his first long fiction, Neues Leben, New Life. But with Auf der Höhe, On the Heights, a philosophic romance of court life in the capital and the royal country seat of a considerable German kingdom, by no means merely imaginary, inwoven with a minute study of peasant life and character, Auerbach's popular reputation was established. His plan of making ethics the chief end of a novel was here exhibited at its best. He never again showed the same force of conception which got his imperfect literary art forgiven. Another long novel, not less doctrinaire in scope, but dealing with quite different materials and problems, Das Landhaus am Rhein, The Villa on the Rhine, was issued in 1868 and was followed by Waldfried, a long, patriotic, and on the whole inert study of a German family from 1848 until the close of the Franco-Prussian War. In spite of his untiring industry, Auerbach produced little more of consequence, though he wrote a new series of Black Forest sketches, Nach 30 Jahren, after 30 years, 1876, Der Forstmeister, the Head Forester, 1879, and Brigitte, 1880. The close of his life was much embittered by the growth of the anti-Semitic sentiment, and his residence in Germany was merely nominal. He died at Cannes, France, in 1882. On the Heights is doubtless Auerbach's best representative. The villa on the Rhine is in a lower key with less appealing types and less attractive local color. Moreover, it is weighted with more philosophizing, and its movement is slower. In On the Heights, the emotional situations are strong. In spite of sentimentality, a true feeling animates its technique. The atmosphere of a German royal residence, as he reveals it, appears almost as heavy as the real thing. Auerbach's humor is leaden. He finds it necessary to explain his own attempts at it, but the peasant nurse Walpurga, her husband Hanse, and the aged grandmother in the family are admirable delineations. The heroine, Irma von Wildenort, is genuinely human. The story of her abrupt atonement for a lapse from her better self, the gradual process of her fantastic expiation and of her self-redemption through the deliberate sacrifice of all that belongs to her treacherous past, her successful struggle into a high ethical life and knowledge of herself, the element which gives the book its force, offer much that is consistent and appealing and elevating to the conscience. Auerbach crowds material into the book, tangles up too many different skeins of plot, offers too many types to study and interest to follow, and betrays a want of perspective in its construction. But in spite of all its defects, it is a novel that should not be forgotten. For reflective readers it will always hold a charm, and its latent strength is proved by its triumph over its own faults. The First Mass, from Ivo the Gentleman, in Black Forest Village Stories. One Saturday afternoon, the busy sound of hammer and adze was heard on the green hilltop which served the good folks of Nordstetten as their open-air gathering place. Valentine the carpenter, with his 2 sons, was making a scaffolding designed to serve no less a purpose than that of an altar and a pulpit. Gregory, the son of Christian the tailor, was to officiate at his first Mass and preach his first sermon. Ivo, Valentine's youngest son, a child of 6 years of age, assisted his father with a mien which betokened that he considered his services indispensable. With his bare head and feet he ran up and down the timbers as nimbly as a squirrel. When a beam was being lifted, he cried, "Pry under!" as lustily as anyone, put his shoulder to the crowbar, and puffed as if 9/10 of the weight fell upon him. Valentine liked to see his little boy employed. He would tell him to wind the twine on the reel, to carry the tools where they were wanted, or to rake the chips into a heap. Ivo obeyed all these directions with the zeal and devotion of a self-sacrificing patriot. Once, when he perched upon the end of a plank for the purpose of weighing it down, the motion of the saw shook his every limb and made him laugh aloud in spite of himself. He would have fallen off but for the eagerness with which he held on to his position and endeavored to perform his task in the most workmanlike manner. At last the scaffolding was finished. Louis, the saddler, was ready to nail down the carpets and hanging. Ivo offered to help him too, but being gruffly repelled, he sat down upon his heap of chips and looked at the mountains, behind which the sun was setting in a sea of fire. His father's whistle aroused him, and he ran to his side. "Father," said Ivo, "I wish I was in Hochdorf." "Why?" "Because it's so near to heaven, and I should like to climb up once." "You silly boy, it only seems as if heaven began there. From Hochdorf it is a long way to Stuttgart, and from there it is a long way to heaven yet." "How long?" "Well, you can't get there until you die." Leading his little son with one hand and carrying his tools in the other, Valentine passed through the village. Washing and scouring was going on everywhere, and chairs and tables stood before the houses, for every family expected visitors for the great occasion of the morrow. As Valentine passed Christian the tailor's, he held his hand to his cap, prepared to take it off if anybody should look out. But nobody did so. The place was silent as a cloister. Some farmers' wives were going in, carrying bowls covered with their aprons, while others passed out with empty bowls under their arms. They nodded to each other without speaking. They had brought wedding presents for the young clergyman, who was to be married to his bride, the church. As the vesper bell rang, Valentine released the hand of his son, who quickly folded his hands. Valentine also brought his hands together over his heavy tools and said an Ave. Next morning a clear, bright day rose upon the village. Ivo was dressed by his mother betimes in a new jacket of striped Manchester cloth, with buttons which he took for silver, and a newly washed pair of leathern breeches. He was to carry the crucifix. Gretchen, Ivo's eldest sister, took him by the hand and led him into the street, so as to have room in the house. Having enjoined upon him by no means to go back, she returned hastily. Wherever he came, he found the men standing in knots in the road. They were but half-dressed for the festival, having no coats on, but displaying their dazzling white shirt-sleeves. Here and there women or girls were to be seen running from house to house without bodices, and with their hair half untied. Ivo thought it cruel in his sister to have pushed him out of the house as she had done. He would have been delighted to have appeared like the grown folks, first in negligee, and then in full dress amid the tolling of bells and the clang of trumpets, but he did not dare to return, or even to sit down anywhere, for fear of spoiling his clothes. He went through the village almost on tiptoe. Wagon after wagon rumbled in, bringing farmers and farmers' wives from abroad. At the houses people welcomed them, and brought chairs to assist them in getting down. All the world looked as exultingly quiet and glad as a community preparing to receive a hero who had gone forth from their midst and was returning after a victory. From the church to the hilltop the road was strewn with flowers and grass, which sent forth aromatic odors. The squire was seen coming out of Christian the tailor's, and only covered his head when he found himself in the middle of the street. Zoges had a new sword, brightly japanned and glittering in the sun. The squire's wife soon followed, leading her daughter Barbara, who was but 6 years old, by the hand. Barbara was dressed in bridal array. She wore the veil and the wreath upon her head, and a beautiful gown. As an immaculate virgin, she was intended to represent the bride of the young clergyman, the church. At the first sound of the bell, the people in shirt-sleeves disappeared as if by magic. They retired to their houses to finish their toilet. Ivo went on to the church. Amid the ringing of all the bells, the procession at last issued from the church door. The pennons waved, the band of music brought from Horb struck up, and the audible prayers of the men and women mingled with the sound. Ivo, with the schoolmaster at his side, took the lead, carrying the crucifix. On the hill the altar was finely decorated. The chalices and the lamps and the spangled dresses of the saints flashed in the sun, and the throng of worshippers covered the common and the adjoining fields as far as the eye could reach. Ivo hardly took courage to look at the gentleman, meaning the young clergyman, who, in his gold-laced robe and bare head crowned with a golden wreath, ascended the steps of the altar with pale and sober mien, bowing low as the music swelled, and folding his small white hands upon his breast. The squire's Barbara, who carried a burning taper wreathed with rosemary, had gone before him, and took her stand at the side of the altar. The mass began, and at the tinkling of the bell all fell upon their faces, and not a sound would have been heard, had not a flight of pigeons passed directly over the altar, with that fluttering and chirping noise which always accompanies their motion through the air. For all the world Ivo would not have looked up just then, for he knew that the Holy Ghost was descending to effect the mysterious transubstantiation of the wine into blood and the bread into flesh, and that no mortal eye can look upon him without being struck with blindness. The chaplain of Horb now entered the pulpit and solemnly addressed the permitiant. Then the latter took his place. Ivo sat nearby on a stool. With his right arm resting on his knee and his chin upon his hand, he listened attentively. He understood little of the sermon, but his eyes hung upon the preacher's lips, and his mind followed his intentions, if not his thoughts. When the procession returned to the church amid the renewed peal of the bells and triumphant strains of music, Ivo clasped the crucifix firmly with both his hands. He felt as if new strength had been given him to carry his God before him. As the crowd dispersed, everyone spoke in raptures of the gentleman, and of the happiness of the parents of such a son. Christian the tailor and his wife came down the covered stairs of the church hill in superior bliss. Ordinarily they attracted little attention in the village, but on this occasion all crowded around them with the greatest reverence to present their congratulations. The young clergyman's mother returned thanks with tearful eyes. She could scarcely speak for joyous weeping. Ivo heard his cousin, who had come over from Rexingen, say that Gregory's parents were now obliged to address their son with the formal pronoun they, by which strangers and great personages are spoken to, instead of the simple thee and thou, by which German villagers converse with each other. "Is that so, mother?" he asked. "Of course," was the answer. "He's more than other folks now." With all their enthusiasm, the good people did not forget the pecuniary advantage gained by Christian the tailor. It was said that he need take no further trouble all his life. Cordula, Gregory's sister, was to be her brother's housekeeper, and her brother was a fortune to his family and an honor to all the village. Translation of Charles Gipp. End of section 57. Recording by Ken Paget. Section 58 of the Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ken Paget. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 58. Selected excerpts from On the Heights by Bertold Auerbach, Part 1. The following passages from On the Heights are reprinted by consent of Henry Holt and Company, holders of the copyright of the translation. The Peasant Nurse and the Prince. There, my boy, now you've seen the sun. May you see it for 77 years to come, and when they've run their course, may the Lord grant you a new lease of life. Last night they lit millions of lamps for your sake, but they were nothing to the sun up in heaven, which the Lord himself lighted for you this very morning. Be a good boy always, so that you may deserve to have the sun shine on you. Yes, now the angel's whispering to you, laugh while you sleep. That's right. There's one angel belongs to you on earth, and that's your mother. And you're mine, too. You're mine indeed. Thus spake Walpurga, the nurse, her voice soft yet full of emotion, while she gazed into the face of the child that lay in her lap. Her soul was already swayed by that mysterious bond of affection which never fails to develop itself in the heart of the foster mother. It is a noble trait in human nature that we love those on whom we can confer a kindness. Their whole life gradually becomes interwoven with our own. Walpurga became oblivious of herself and of all that was dear to her in the cottage by the lake. She was now needed here, where a young life had been assigned to her loving charge. She looked up at Mademoiselle Kramer with beaming eyes, and met a joyful glance in return. "It seems to me," said Walpurga, "that a palace is just like a church. One has only good and pious thoughts here, and all the people are so kind and frank." Mademoiselle Kramer suddenly smiled and replied, "My dear child, don't call me child. I'm not a child, I'm a mother. But here in the great world you are only a child. A court is a strange place. Some go hunting, others go fishing. One builds, another paints. One studies a role, another a piece of music. A dancer learns a new step, an author writes a new book. Every one in the land is doing something, cooking or baking, drilling or practicing, writing, painting, or dancing, simply in order that the king and queen may be entertained." "I understand you," said Walpurga, and Mademoiselle Kramer continued, "My family has been in the service of the court for 16 generations. 6 would have been the right number, but 16 sounded so much better. My father is the governor of the summer palace, and I was born there. I know all about the court, and can teach you a great deal." "And I'll be glad to learn," interposed Walpurga. "Do you imagine that every one is kindly disposed towards you? Take my word for it, a palace contains people of all sorts, good and bad. All the vices abound in such a place. And there are many other matters of which you have no idea, and of which you will, I trust, ever remain ignorant. But all you meet are wondrous polite. Try to remain just as you now are, and when you leave the palace, let it be the same Walpurga you were when you came here." Walpurga stared at her in surprise. Who could change her? Word came that the queen was awake and desired Walpurga to bring the crown prince to her. Accompanied by Dr. Gunther, Mademoiselle Kramer, and 2 waiting women, she proceeded to the queen's bedchamber. The queen lay there calm and beautiful, and with a smile of greeting turned her face toward those who had entered. The curtains had been partially drawn aside, and a broad, slanting ray of light shone into the apartment, which seemed still more peaceful than during the breathless silence of the previous night. "Good morning," said the queen, with a voice full of feeling. "Let me have my child." She looked down at the babe that rested in her arms, and then, without noticing any one in the room, lifted her glance on high and faintly murmured, "This is the first time I behold my child in the daylight." All were silent. It seemed as if there was naught in the apartment except the broad, slanting ray of light that streamed in at the window. "Have you slept well?" inquired the Queen. Walpurga was glad the Queen had asked a question, for now she could answer. Casting a hurried glance at Mademoiselle Kramer, she said, "Yes, indeed. Sleep's the first, the last, and the best thing in the world." "She's clever," said the Queen, addressing Dr. Günther in French. Walpurga's heart sank within her. Whenever she heard them speak French, she felt as if they were betraying her, as if they had put on an invisible cap like that worn by the goblins in the fairy tale, and could thus speak without being heard. "Did the prince sleep well?" asked the Queen. Walpurga passed her hand over her face, as if to brush away a spider that had been creeping there. "The Queen doesn't speak of her child or her son, but only of the Crown Prince." Walpurga answered, "Yes, quite well, thank God. That is, I couldn't hear him, and I only wanted to say that I'd like to act towards the—" she could not say the prince, "that is, towards him, as I do with my own child. We began on the very first day. My mother taught me that. Such a child has a will of its own from the very start, and it won't do to give way to it. It won't do to take it from the cradle or to feed it whenever it pleases. There ought to be regular times for all those things. It'll soon get used to that, and it won't harm it either to let it cry once in a while. On the contrary, that expands the chest." "Does he cry?" asked the Queen. The infant answered the question for itself, for it at once began to cry most lustily. "Take him and quiet him," begged the Queen. The King entered the apartment before the child had stopped crying. "He will have a good voice of command," said he, kissing the Queen's hand. Walpurga quieted the child, and she and Mademoiselle Kramer were sent back to their apartments. The King informed the Queen of the dispatches that had been received, and of the sponsors who had been decided upon. She was perfectly satisfied with the arrangements that had been made. When Walpurga had returned to her room and had placed the child in the cradle, she walked up and down and seemed quite agitated. "There are no angels in this world," said she. "They're all just like the rest of us, and who knows but—" She was vexed at the Queen. Why won't she listen patiently when her child cries? We must take all our children bring us, whether it be joy or pain. She stepped out into the passageway and heard the tones of the organ in the palace chapel. For the first time in her life these sounds displeased her. "It don't belong in the house," thought she, "where all sorts of things are going on. The church ought to stand by itself." When she returned to the room, she found a stranger there. Mademoiselle Kramer informed her that this was the tailor to the Queen. Walpurga laughed outright at the notion of a tailor to the Queen. The elegantly attired person looked at her in amazement, while Mademoiselle Kramer explained to her that this was the dressmaker to Her Majesty the Queen, and that he had come to take her measure for 3 new dresses. "Am I to wear city clothes?" "God forbid! You're to wear the dress of your neighborhood, and can order a stomacher in red, blue, green, or any color that you like best." "I hardly know what to say, but I'd like to have a workday suit, too. Sunday clothes on weekdays, that won't do." "At court one always wears Sunday clothes, and when Her Majesty drives out again, you will have to accompany her." "All right, then, I won't object." While he took her measure, Walpurga laughed incessantly, and he was at last obliged to ask her to hold still so that he might go on with his work. Putting his measure into his pocket, he informed Mademoiselle Kramer that he had ordered an exact model, and that the master of ceremonies had favored him with several drawings, so that there might be no doubt of success. Finally, he asked permission to see the Crown Prince. Mademoiselle Kramer was about to let him do so, but Walpurga objected. "Before the child is christened," said she, "no one shall look at it just out of curiosity, and least of all a tailor, or else the child will never turn out the right sort of man." The tailor took his leave. Mademoiselle Kramer, having politely hinted to him that nothing could be done with the superstition of the lower orders, and that it would not do to irritate the nurse. This occurrence induced Walpurga to administer the first serious reprimand to Mademoiselle Kramer. She could not understand why she was so willing to make an exhibition of the child. Nothing does a child more harm than to let strangers look at it in its sleep, and a tailor at that. All the wild fun with which in popular songs tailors are held up to scorn and ridicule found vent in Walpurga, and she began singing. "Just list, ye braves who love to roam, a snail was chasing a tailor home, and if old Shears hadn't run so fast, the snail would surely have caught him at last." Mademoiselle Kramer's acquaintance with the court tailor had lowered her in Walpurga's esteem, and with an evident effort to mollify the latter, Mademoiselle Kramer asked, "Does the idea of your new and beautiful clothes really afford you no pleasure?" "To be frank with you, no. I don't wear them for my own sake, but for that of others who dress me to please themselves. It's all the same to me, however. I've given myself up to them, and suppose I must submit." "May I come in?" asked a pleasant voice. Countess Irma entered the room. Extending both her hands to Walpurga, she said, "God greet you, my countrywoman. I am also from the Highlands, 7 hours' distance from your village. I know it well, and once sailed over the lake with your father. Does he still live?" "Alas, no. He was drowned, and the lake hasn't given up its dead." "He was a fine-looking old man, and you are the very image of him." "I am glad to find someone else here who knew my father. The court the court doctor knew him too. Yes, search the land through, you couldn't have found a better man than my father, and no one can help but admit it." "Yes, I've often heard as much. May I ask your ladyship's name?" "Countess Wildenort." "Wildenort? I've heard the name before. Yes, I remember my mother's mentioning it. Your father was known as a very kind and benevolent man. Has he been dead a long while?" "No, he's still living." "Is he here, too?" "No." "And as what are you here, Countess?" "As maid of honor." "And what is that?" "Being attached to the Queen's person, or what in your part of the country would be called a companion." "Indeed. And is your father willing to let them use you that way?" Irma, who was somewhat annoyed by her questions, said, "I wished to ask you something. Can you write?" "I once could, but I've quite forgotten how." "Then I've just hit it. That's the very reason for my coming here. Now, whenever you wish to write home, you can dictate your letter to me, and I will write whatever you tell me to." "I could have done that too," suggested Mademoiselle Kramer timidly, "and your ladyship would not have needed to trouble herself." "No, the Countess will write for me. Shall it be now?" "Certainly." But Walpurga had to go to the child. While she was in the next room, Countess Irma and Mademoiselle Kramer engaged each other in conversation. When Walpurga returned, she found Irma, pen in hand, and at once began to dictate. Translation of S. A. Stern. The First False Step, from On the Heights. The ball was to be given in the palace and the adjoining winter garden. The intendant now informed Irma of his plan, and was delighted to find that she approved of it. At the end of the garden he intended to erect a large fountain ornamented with antique groups. In the foreground he meant to have trees and shrubbery and various kinds of rocks, so that none could approach too closely, and the background was to be a Grecian landscape painted in the grand style. Irma promised to keep his secret. Suddenly she exclaimed, "We are all of us no better than lackeys and kitchen maids. We are kept busy stewing, roasting, and cooking for weeks in order to prepare a dish that may please their majesties." The intendant made no reply. "Do you remember," continued Irma, "how, when we were at the lake, we spoke of the fact that man possessed the advantage of being able to change his dress, and thus to alter his appearance? While yet a child, masquerading was my greatest delight. The soul wings its flight in callow infancy. A bal costume is indeed one of the noblest fruits of culture. The love of coquetry, which is innate with all of us, displays itself there undisguised." The intendant took his leave. While walking away, his mind was filled with his old thoughts about Irma. "No," said he to himself, "such a woman would be a constant strain, and would require one to be brilliant and intellectual all day long. She would exhaust one," said he, almost aloud. No one knew what character Irma intended to appear in, although many supposed that it would be as Victory, since it was well known that she had stood for the model of the statue that surmounted the arsenal. They were busy conjecturing how she could assume that character without violating the social proprieties. Irma spent much of her time in the atelier and worked assiduously. She was unable to escape a feeling of unrest far greater than that she had experienced years ago when looking forward to her first ball. She could not reconcile herself to the idea of preparing for the fête so long beforehand, and would like to have had it take place in the very next hour, so that something else might be taken up at once. The long delay tried her patience. She almost envied those beings to whom the preparation for pleasure affords the greatest part of the enjoyment. Work alone calmed her unrest. She had something to do, and this prevented the thoughts of the festival from engaging her mind during the day. It was only in the evening that she would recompense herself for the day's work by giving full swing to her fancy. The statue of Victory was still in the atelier and was almost finished. High ladders were placed beside it. The artist was still chiseling at the figure, and would now and then hurry down to observe the general effect, and then hastily mount the ladder again in order to add a touch here or there. Irma scarcely ventured to look up at this effigy of herself in Grecian costume, transformed and yet herself. The idea of being thus translated into the purest of art's forms filled her with a tremor, half joy, half fear. It was on a winter afternoon. Irma was working assiduously at a copy of a bust of Theseus, for it was growing dark. Near her stood her preceptor's marble bust of Dr. Günther. All was silent. Not a sound was heard, save now and then the picking or scratching of the chisel. At that moment the master descended the ladder, and drawing a deep breath, said, "There, that will do. One can never finish. I shall not put another stroke to it. I am afraid that retouching would only injure it. It is done." In the master's words and manner, struggling effort and calm content seemed mingled. He laid the chisel aside. Irma looked at him earnestly and said, "You are a happy man, but I can imagine that you are still unsatisfied. I don't believe that even Raphael or Michelangelo was ever satisfied with the work he had completed." The remnant of dissatisfaction which an artist feels at the completion of a work is the germ of a new creation. The master nodded his approval of her words. His eyes expressed his thanks. He went to the water tap and washed his hands. Then he placed himself near Irma and looked at her, while telling her that in every work an artist parts with a portion of his life, that the figure will never again inspire the same feelings that it did while in the workshop. Viewed from afar and serving as an ornament, no regard would be had to the care bestowed upon details. But the artist's great satisfaction in his work is in having pleased himself, and yet no one can accurately determine how, or to what extent, a conscientious working up of details will influence the general effect. While the master was speaking, the king was announced. Irma hurriedly spread a damp cloth over her clay model. The king entered. He was unattended, and begged Irma not to allow herself to be disturbed in her work. Without looking up, she went on with her modeling. The king was earnest in his praise of the master's work. The grandeur that dwells in this figure will show posterity what our days have beheld. I am proud of such contemporaries. Irma felt that the words applied to her as well. Her heart throbbed. The plaster which stood before her suddenly seemed to gaze at her with a strange expression. I should like to compare the finished work with the first models, said the king to the artist. I regret that the experimental models are in my small atelier. Does your majesty wish me to have them brought here? If you will be good enough to do so. The master left. The king and Irma were alone. With rapid steps, the king mounted the ladder and exclaimed in a tremulous voice, I ascend into heaven. I ascend to you. Irma, I kiss you. I kiss your image, and may this kiss forever rest upon those lips, enduring beyond all time. I kiss thee with the kiss of eternity. He stood aloft and kissed the lips of the statue. Irma could not help looking up, and just at that moment a slanting sunbeam fell on the king and on the face of the marble figure, making it glow as if with life. Irma felt as if wrapped in a fiery cloud bearing her away into eternity. The king descended and placed himself beside her. His breathing was short and quick. She did not dare to look up. She stood as silent and as immovable as a statue. Then the king embraced her, and living lips kissed each other. Translation of S.A. Stern. End of section 58. Recording by Ken Padgett.
Section 59 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 59, selected excerpts from On the Heights by Berthold Auerbach, Part 2. The New Home and the Old One, from On the Heights. Hansi received various offers for his cottage, and was always provoked when it was spoken of as a tumble-down old shanty. He always looked as if he meant to say, "Don't take it ill of me, good old house. The people only abuse you so that they may get you cheap." Hansi stood his ground. He would not sell his home for a penny less than it was worth, and besides that, he owned the fishing right, which was also worth something. Gubersepp also took the house off his hands, with the design of putting a servant of his, who intended to marry in the fall, in possession of the place. All the villagers were kind and friendly to them, doubly so since they were about to leave, and Hansi said, "It hurts me to think I must leave a single enemy behind me. I'd like to make it up with the innkeeper." Walpurga agreed with him, and said that she would go along, that she had really been the cause of all the trouble, and that if the innkeeper wanted to scold anyone, he might as well scold her too. Hansi did not wait for his wife to go along, but she insisted upon it. It was in the last evening in August that they went up into the village. Their hearts beat violently while they drew near to the inn. There was no light in the room. They groped about the porch, but not a soul was to be seen. Dashiell and Washiell, however, were making a heathenish racket. Hansi called out, "Is there no one at home?" "No, there's no one at home," answered a voice from the dark room. "Well, then, tell the host when he returns that Hansi and his wife were here, and that they came to ask them to forgive them if they've done him any wrong, and to say that they forgive him too and wish him luck." "All right, I'll tell him," said the voice. The door was again slammed to, and Dashiell and Washiell began barking again. Hansi and Walpurga returned homeward. "Do you know who that was?" asked Hansi. "Why, yes, 'twas the innkeeper himself." "Well, we've done all we could." They found it sad to part from all the villagers. They listened to the lovely tones of the bell which they had heard every hour since childhood. Although their hearts were full, they did not say a word about the sadness of parting. Hansi at last broke silence. "Our new home isn't out of the world. We can often come here." When they reached the cottage they found that nearly all of the villagers had assembled in order to bid them farewell, but everyone added, "I'll see you again in the morning." Gubersepp also came again. He had been proud enough before, but now he was doubly so, for he had made a man of his neighbor, or at all events had helped to do so. He did not give way to tender sentiment. He condensed all his knowledge of life into a few sentences, which he delivered himself of most bluntly. "I only want to tell you," he said, "you'll have lots of servants now. Take my word for it, the best of them are good for nothing, but something may be made of them for all that. He who would have his servants mow well must take the scythe in hand himself, and since you got your riches so quickly, don't forget the proverb, 'Like come, like go.' Keep steady, or it'll go ill with you." He gave him much more good advice, and Hansi accompanied him all the way back to his house. With a silent pressure of the hand they took leave of each other. The house seemed empty, for quite a number of chests and boxes had been sent in advance by a boat that was already crossing the lake. On the following morning 2 teams would be waiting on the other side. "So this is the last time that we go to bed in this house," said the mother. They were all fatigued with work and excitement, and yet none of them cared to go to bed. At last, however, they could not help doing so, although they slept but little. The next morning they were up and about at an early hour. Having attired themselves in their best clothes, they bundled up the beds and carried them into the boat. The mother kindled the last fire on the hearth. The cows were let out and put into the boat. The chickens were also taken along in a coop, and the dog was constantly running to and fro. The hour of parting had come. The mother uttered a prayer, and then called all of them into the kitchen. She scooped up some water from the pail and poured it into the fire, with these words, "May all that's evil be thus poured out and extinguished, and let those who light a fire after us find nothing but health in their home." Hansi, Walpurga, and Gundel were each of them obliged to pour a ladleful of water into the fire, and the grandmother guided the child's hand while it did the same thing. After they had all silently performed this ceremony, the grandmother prayed aloud, "Take from us, O Lord our God, all heartache and homesickness and all trouble, and grant us health and a happy home where we next kindle our fire." She was the first to cross the threshold. She had the child in her arms and covered its eyes with her hands while she called out to the others, "Don't look back when you go out." "Just wait a moment," said Hansi to Walpurga when he found himself alone with her. "Before we cross this threshold for the last time, I've something to tell you. I must tell it. I mean to be a righteous man and keep nothing concealed from you. I must tell you this, Walpurga. While you were away, and Black Esther lived up yonder, I once came very near being wicked and unfaithful. Thank God I wasn't. But it torments me to think that I ever wanted to be bad, and now, Walpurga, forgive me, and God will forgive me too. Now I've told you, and have nothing more to tell. If I were to appear before God this moment, I'd know of nothing more." Walpurga embraced him, and sobbing said, "You're my dear good husband." And they crossed the threshold for the last time. When they reached the garden, Hansi paused, looked up at the cherry tree, and said, "And so you remain here. Won't you come with us? We've always been good friends and spent many an hour together. But wait, I'll take you with me, after all," he cried joyfully, "and I'll plant you in my new home." He carefully dug out a shoot that was sprouting up from one of the roots of the tree. He stuck it in his hatband and went to join his wife at the boat. From the landing place on the bank were heard the merry sounds of fiddles, clarinets, and trumpets. Hansi hastened to the landing place. The whole village had congregated there, and with it the full band of music. Tailor Schneck's son, he who had been one of the cuirassiers at the christening of the Crown Prince, had arranged and was now conducting the parting ceremonies. Schneck, who was scraping his bass viol, was the first to see Hansi, and called out in the midst of the music, "Long live Farmer Hansi and the one he loves best! Hip, hip, hurrah!" The early dawn resounded with their cheers. There was a flourish of trumpets, and the salutes fired from several small mortars were echoed back from the mountains. The large boat in which their household furniture, the 2 cows, and the fowls were placed was adorned with wreaths of fir and oak. Walpurga was standing in the middle of the boat, and with both hands held the child aloft so that it might see the great crowd of friends and the lake sparkling in the rosy dawn. "My master's best respects," said one of Gubersepp's servants, leading a snow-white colt by the halter. "He sends you this to remember him by." Gubersepp was not present. He disliked noise and crowds. He was of a solitary and self-contained temperament. Nevertheless, he sent a present which was not only of intrinsic value, but was also a most flattering souvenir, for a colt is usually given by a rich farmer to a younger brother when about to depart. In the eyes of all the world, that is to say, the whole village, Hansi appeared as the younger brother of Gubersepp. Little Bergie shouted for joy when she saw them leading the snow-white foal into the boat. Guberwaldy, who was but 6 years old, stood by the whinnying colt, stroking it and speaking kindly to it. "Would you like to go to the farm with me and be my servant?" asked Hansi of Guberwaldy. "Yes, indeed, if you'll take me." "See what a boy he is," said Hansi to his wife. "What a boy!" Walpurga made no answer, but busied herself with the child. Hansi shook hands with every one at parting. His hand trembled, but he did not forget to give a couple of crown thalers to the musicians. At last he got into the boat and exclaimed, "Kind friends, I thank you all. Don't forget us, and we shan't forget you. Farewell, may God protect you all." Walpurga and her mother were in tears. "And now, in God's name, let us start." The chains were loosened, the boat put off. Music, shouting, singing, and the firing of cannon resounded while the boat quietly moved away from the shore. The sun burst forth in all his glory. The mother sat there with her hands clasped. All were silent. The only sound heard was the neighing of the foal. Walpurga was the first to break the silence. "Oh, dear Lord, if people would only show each other half as much love during life as they do when one dies or moves away!" The grandmother, who was in the middle of a prayer, shook her head. She quickly finished her prayer and said, "That's more than one has the right to ask. It won't do to go about all day long with your heart in your hand, but remember, I've always told you that the people are good enough at heart, even if there are a few bad ones among them." Hansi bestowed an admiring glance upon his wife, who had so many different thoughts about almost everything. He supposed it was caused by her having been away from home, but his heart was full too, although in a different way. "I can hardly realize," said Hansi, taking a long breath and putting the pipe, which he had intended to light, back into his pocket, "what has become of all the years that I spent there and all that I went through during the time. Look, Walpurga, the road you see there leads to my home. I know every hill and every hollow. My mother is buried there. Do you see the pines growing on the hill over yonder? That hill was quite bare. Every tree was cut down when the French were here. And see how fine and hardy the trees are now. I planted most of them myself. I was a little boy, about 11 or 12 years old, when the forester hired me. He had fresh soil brought for the whole place and covered the rocky spots with moss. In the spring I worked from 6 in the morning till 7 in the evening, putting in the little plants. My left hand was almost frozen, for I had to keep putting it into a tub of wet loam with which I covered the roots. I was scantily clothed into the bargain, and had nothing to eat all day long but a piece of bread. In the morning it was cold enough to freeze the marrow in one's bones, and at noon I was almost roasted by the hot sun beating down on the rocks. It was a hard life. Yes, I had a hard time of it when I was young. Thank God it hasn't harmed me any. But I shan't forget it, and let's be right industrious and give all we can to the poor. I never would have believed that I'd live to call a single tree or a handful of earth my own. And now that God has given me so much, let's try and deserve it all." Hansi's eyes blinked as if there was something in them, and he pulled his hat down over his forehead. Now, while he was pulling himself up by the roots, as it were, he could not help thinking of how thoroughly he had become engrafted into the neighborhood by the work of his hands and by habit. He had felled many a tree, but he knew full well how hard it was to remove the stumps. The foal grew restive. Gubberwaldy, who had come with them in order to hold it, was not strong enough, and one of the boatmen was obliged to go to his assistance. "Stay with the foal," said Hansi. "I'll take the oar." "And I too," cried Walpurga. "Who knows when I'll have another chance? Ah, how often I rode on the lake with you and my blessed father!" Hansi and Walpurga sat side by side plying their oars in perfect time. It did them both good to have some employment which would enable them to work off the excitement. "I shall miss the water," said Walpurga. "Without the lake life will seem so dull and dry. I felt that while I was in the city." Hansi did not answer. "At the summer palace there's a pond with swans swimming about in it," said she, but still received no answer. She looked around, and a feeling of anger arose within her. When she said anything at the palace it was always listened to. In a sorrowful tone she added, "It would have been better if we'd moved in the spring. It would have been much easier to get used to things." "Maybe it would," replied Hansi at last, "but I've got to hew wood in the winter. Walpurga, let's make life pleasant to each other and not sad. I shall have enough on my shoulders and can't have you and your palace thoughts besides." Walpurga quickly answered, "I'll throw this ring which the Queen gave me into the lake to prove that I've stopped thinking of the palace." "There's no need of that. The ring's worth a nice sum, and besides that it's an honorable keepsake. You must do just as I do." "Yes, only remain strong and true." The grandmother suddenly stood up before them. Her features were illuminated with a strange expression, and she said, "Children, hold fast to the good fortune that you have. You've gone through fire and water together, for it was fire when you were surrounded by joy and love and everyone greeted you with kindness, and you passed through the water when the wickedness of others stung you to the soul. At that time the water was up to your neck, and yet you weren't drowned. Now you've got over it all. And when my last hour comes, don't weep for me, for through you I've enjoyed all the happiness a mother's heart can have in this world." She knelt down, scooped up some water with her hand, and sprinkled it over Hansi's and also over Walpurga's face. They rode in silence. The grandmother laid her head on a roll of bedding and closed her eyes. Her face wore a strange expression. After a while she opened her eyes again, and casting a glance full of happiness on her children, she said, "Sing and be merry. Sing the song that Father and I so often sang together, that one verse, the good one." Hansi and Walpurga applied the oars while they sang. "Ah, blissful is the tender tie that binds me, love, to thee, and swiftly speed the hours by when thou art near to me." They repeated the verse again, although at times the joyous shouting of the child and the neighing of the foal bade fair to interrupt it. As they drew near the house they could hear the neighing of the white foal. "That's a good beginning," cried Hansi. The grandmother placed the child on the ground and got her hymn book out of the chest. Pressing the book against her breast with both hands, she went into the house, being the first to enter. Hansi, who was standing near the stable, took a piece of chalk from his pocket and wrote the letters C.M.B. and the date on the stable door. Then he too went into the house, his wife, Irma, and the child following him. Before going into the sitting room, the grandmother knocked thrice on the door. When she entered, she placed the open hymn book upon the open window sill, so that the sun might read in it. There were no tables or chairs in the room. Hansi shook hands with his wife and said, "God be with you, freeholder's wife." From that moment Walpurga was known as the freeholder's wife, and was never called by any other name. And now they showed Irma her room. The view extended over meadow and brook and the neighboring forest. She examined the room. There was naught but a green Dutch oven and bare walls, and she had brought nothing with her. In her paternal mansion and at the castle there were chairs and tables, horses and carriages, but here none of those follow the dead. Irma knelt by the window and gazed out over meadow and forest, where the sun was now shining. "How was it yesterday? Was it only yesterday when you saw the sun go down?" Her thoughts were confused and indistinct. She pressed her hand to her forehead. The white handkerchief was still there. A bird looked up to her from the meadow, and when her glance rested upon it, it flew away into the woods. "The bird has its nest," she said to herself, "and I—" Suddenly she drew herself up. Hansi had walked out to the grass plot in front of Irma's window, removed the slip of the cherry tree from his hat, and planted it in the ground. The grandmother stood by and said, "I trust that you'll be alive and hearty long enough to climb this tree and gather cherries from it, and that your children and grandchildren may do the same." There was much to do and to set to rights in the house, and on such occasions it usually happens that those who are dearest to one another are as much in each other's way as closets and tables which have not yet been placed where they belong. The best proof of the amiability of these folks was that they assisted each other cheerfully, and indeed with jest and song. Walpurga moved her best furniture into Irma's room. Hansi did not interpose a word. "Aren't you too lonely here?" asked Walpurga, after she had arranged everything as well as possible in so short a time. "Not at all. There's no place at all in the world lonely for me. You've so much to do now, don't worry about me. I must now arrange things within myself. I see how good you and yours are. Fate has directed me kindly." "Oh, don't talk that way. If you hadn't given me the money, how could we have bought the farm? This is really your own." "Don't speak of that," said Irma with a sudden start. "Never mention that money to me again." Walpurga promised, and merely added that Irma needn't be alarmed at the old man who lived in the room above hers, and who at times would talk to himself and make a loud noise. He was old and blind. The children teased and worried him, but he wasn't bad and would harm no one. Walpurga offered at all events to leave Gundel with Irma for the first night, but Irma preferred to be alone. "You'll stay with us, won't you?" said Walpurga hesitantly. "You won't have such bad thoughts again?" "No, never. But don't talk now. My voice pains me, and so does yours too. Good night. Leave me alone." Irma sat by the window and gazed out into the dark night. Was it only a day since she had passed through such terrors? Suddenly she sprang from her seat with a shudder. She had seen Black Esther's head rising out of the darkness, had again heard her dying shriek, and had beheld the distorted face and the wild black tresses. Her hair stood on end. Her thoughts carried her to the bottom of the lake, where she now lay dead. She opened the window and inhaled the soft, balmy air. She sat by the open casement for a long while, and suddenly heard someone laughing in the room above her. "Ha, ha! I won't do you the favor. I won't die. I won't die. Pooh, pooh! I'll live till I'm 100 years old, and then I'll get a new lease of life." It was the old pensioner. After a while he continued, "I'm not so stupid. I know that it's right now, and the freeholder and his wife are come. I'll give them lots of trouble. I'm Joachim. Joachim's my name, and what the people don't like I do for spite. Ha, ha! I don't use any light, and they must make me an allowance for that. I'll insist on it, if I have to go to the king himself about it." Irma started when she heard the king mentioned. "Yes, I'll go to the king, to the king, to the king!" cried the old man overhead, as if he knew that the word tortured Irma. She heard him close the window and move a chair. The old man went to bed. Irma looked out into the dark night. Not a star was to be seen. There was no light anywhere. Nothing was heard but the roaring of the mountain stream and the rustling of trees. The night seemed like a dark abyss. "Are you still awake?" asked a soft voice without. It was the grandmother. "I was once a servant at this farm," said she. "That was 40 years ago, and now I'm the mother of the freeholder's wife, and almost the head one on the farm. But I keep thinking of you all the time. I keep trying to think how it is in your heart. I've something to tell you. Come out again. I'll take you where it'll do you good to be. Come." Irma went out into the dark night with the old woman. How different this guide from the one she had had the day before! The old woman led her to the fountain. She had brought a cup with her and gave it to Irma. "Come, drink. Good cold water's the best. Water comforts the body. It cools and quiets us. It's like bathing one's soul. I know what sorrow is, too. One's insides burn as if they were afire." Irma drank some of the water of the mountain spring. It seemed like a healing dew, whose influence was diffused throughout her whole frame. The grandmother led her back to her room and said, "You've still got the shirt on that you wore at the palace. You'll never stop thinking of that place till you've burned that shirt." The old woman would listen to no denial, and Irma was as docile as a little child. The grandmother hurried to get a coarse shirt for her, and after Irma had put it on, brought wood and a light and burnt the other at the open fire. Irma was also obliged to cut off her long nails and throw them into the fire. Then Bete disappeared for a few moments and returned with Irma's riding habit. "You must have been shot, for there are balls in this," said she, spreading out the long blue habit. A smile passed over Irma's face as she felt the balls that had been sewed into the lower part of the habit so that it might hang more gracefully. Bete had also brought something very useful, a deerskin. "Hansi sends you this," said she. "He thinks that maybe you're used to having something soft for your feet to rest on. He shot the deer himself." Irma appreciated the kindness of the man who could show such affection to one who was both a stranger and a mystery to him. The grandmother remained at Irma's bedside till she fell asleep. Then she breathed thrice on the sleeper and left the room. It was late at night when Irma awoke. "To the king! To the king! To the king!" The words had been uttered thrice in a loud voice. Was it hers or that of the man overhead? Irma pressed her hand to her forehead and felt the bandage. Was it sea grass that had gathered there? Was she lying alive at the bottom of the lake? Gradually all that had happened became clear to her. Alone in the dark and silent night she wept, and these were the first tears she had shed since the terrible events which she had passed. It was evening when Irma awoke. She put her hand to her forehead. A wet cloth had been bound round it. She had been sleeping nearly 24 hours. The grandmother was sitting by her bed. "You've a strong constitution," said the old woman, "and that helped you. It's all right now." Irma arose. She felt strong, and guided by the grandmother walked over to the dwelling house. "God be praised that you're well again," said Walpurga, who was standing there with her husband, and Hansi added, "Yes, that's right." Irma thanked them and looked up at the gable of the house. What words there met her eye! "Do you think the house has a good motto written on its forehead?" said Hansi. Irma started. On the gable of the house she read the following inscription: "Eat and drink, forget not God, thine honor guard, of all thy store thou'lt carry hence, a winding sheet and nothing more." Translation of S.A. Stern. End of section 59. Recording by Joyce Martin. Section 60 of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Joyce Martin. Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2, Section 60. Selected excerpts from On the Heights by Berthold Auerbach, Part 3. The Court Physician's Philosophy. From On the Heights. Gunther continued, I am only a physician who has held many a hand hot with fever or stiff in death in his own. The healing art might serve as an illustration. We help all who need our help, and do not stop to ask who they are, whence they come, or whether, when restored to health, they persist in their evil courses. Our actions are incomplete, fragmentary. Thought alone is complete and all-embracing. Our deeds and ourselves are but fragments. The whole is God. I think I grasp your meaning, replied the Queen, but our life, as you say, is indeed a mere fraction of life as a whole. And how is each one to bear up under the portion of suffering that falls to his individual lot? Can one, I mean it in the best sense, always be outside of oneself? I am well aware, your Majesty, that passions and emotions cannot be regulated by ideas, for they grow in a different soil, or, to express myself correctly, move in entirely different spheres. It is but a few days since I closed the eyes of my old friend Eberhard. Even he never fully succeeded in subordinating his temperament to his philosophy, but in his dying hour he rose beyond the terrible grief that broke his heart, grief for his child. He summoned the thoughts of better hours to his aid, hours when his perception of the truth had been undimmed by sorrow or passion, and he died a noble, peaceful death. Your Majesty must still live and labor, elevating yourself and others at one and the same time. Permit me to remind you of the moment when, seated under the weeping ash, your heart was filled with pity for the poor child, that from the time it enters into the world is doubly helpless. Do you still remember how you refused to rob it of its mother? I appeal to the pure and genuine impulse of that moment. You were noble and forgiving then, because you had not yet suffered. You cast no stone at the fallen, you loved, and therefore you forgave. "Oh, God!" cried the Queen, "and what has happened to me? The woman on whose bosom my child rested is the most abandoned of creatures. I loved her just as if she belonged to another world, a world of innocence. And now I am satisfied that she was the go-between, and that her naivete was a mere mask concealing an unparalleled hypocrite. I imagined that truth and purity still dwelt in the simple rustic world, but everything is perverted and corrupt. The world of simplicity is base, aye, far worse than that of corruption. I am not arguing about individuals. I think you mistaken in regard to Walpurga, but admitting that you are right, of this at least we can be sure. Morality does not depend upon so-called education or ignorance, belief or unbelief. The heart and mind which have regained purity and steadfastness alone possess true knowledge. Extend your view beyond details and take in the whole. That alone can comfort and reconcile you. I see where you are, but I cannot get up there. I cannot always be looking through your telescope that shows naught but blue sky. I am too weak. I know what you mean. You say, in effect, rise above these few people, above this span of space known as a kingdom. Compared with the universe, they are but as so many blades of grass or a mere clod of earth. Gunther nodded a pleased assent, but the Queen, in a sad voice, added, Yes, but this space and these people constitute my world. Is purity merely imaginary? If it be not about us, where can it be found? Within ourselves, replied Gunther. If it dwell within us, it is everywhere. If not, it is nowhere. He who asks for more has not yet passed the threshold. His heart is not yet what it should be. True love for the things of this earth and for God, the final cause of all, does not ask for love in return. We love the divine spark that dwells in creatures themselves unconscious of it. Creatures who are wretched, debased, and, as the Church has it, unredeemed. My master taught me that the purest joys arise from this love of God or of eternally pure nature. I made this truth my own, and you can and ought to do likewise. This park is yours, but the birds that dwell in it, the air, the light, its beauty are not yours alone, but are shared with you by all. So long as the world is ours, in the vulgar sense of the word, we may love it. But when we have made it our own, in a purer and better sense, no one can take it from us. The great thing is to be strong and know that hatred is death, that love alone is life, and that the amount of love that we possess is the measure of the life and the divinity that dwells within us. Gunther rose and was about to withdraw. He feared lest excessive thought might over-agitate the Queen, who, however, motioned him to remain. He sat down again. "You cannot imagine," said the Queen after a long pause, "but that is one of the cant phrases that we have learned by heart. I mean just the reverse of what I have said. You can imagine the change that your words have effected in me." "I can conceive it." "Let me ask you a few more questions. I believe, nay, I am sure, that on the height you occupy, and toward which you would fain lead me, there dwells eternal peace. But it seems so cold and lonely up there. I am oppressed with a sense of fear, just as if I were in a balloon ascending into a rarer atmosphere, while more and more ballast was ever being thrown out. I don't know how to make my meaning clear to you. I don't understand how to keep up affectionate relations with those about me, and yet regard them from a distance, as it were, looking upon their deeds as the mere action and reaction of natural forces. It seems to me as if, at that height, every sound and every image must vanish into thin air." "Certainly, your Majesty. There is a realm of thought in which hearing and sight do not exist, where there is pure thought and nothing more. But are not the thoughts that there abound projected from the realm of death into that of life? And is that any better than monastic self-mortification?" "It is just the contrary. They praise death, or at all events extol it, because after it life is to begin. I am not one of those who deny a future life. I only say, in the words of my master, 'Our knowledge is of life and not of death, and where my knowledge ceases, my thoughts must cease.' Our labors, our love, are all of this life, and because God is in this world and in all that exists in it, and only in those things, have we to liberate the divine essence wherever it exists. The law of love should rule. What the law of nature is in regard to that matter, the moral law is to man." "I cannot reconcile myself to your dividing the divine power into millions of parts. When a stone is crushed, every fragment still remains a stone, but when a flower is torn to pieces, the parts are no longer flowers." "Let us take your simile as an illustration, although in truth no example is adequate. The world, the firmament, the creatures that live on the face of the earth are not divided, they are one. Thought regards them as a whole. Take, for instance, the flower. The idea of divinity which it suggests to us, and the fragrance which ascends from it, are yet part and parcel of the flower, attributes without which it is impossible for us to conceive of its existence. The works of all poets, all thinkers, all heroes, may be likened to streams of fragrance wafted through time and space. It is in the flower that they live forever, although the eternal spirit dwells in the cell of every tree or flower, and in every human heart. It is undivided, and in its unity fills the world. He whose thoughts dwell in the infinite regards the world as the mighty corolla from which the thought of God exhales." Translation of S.A. Stern. In Countess Irma's Diary, from On the Heights. Yesterday was a year since I lay at the foot of the rock. I could not write a word. My brain whirled with the thoughts of that day, but now it is over. I don't think I shall write much more. I have now experienced all the seasons in my new world. The circle is complete. There is nothing new to come from without it. I know all that exists about me, or that can happen. I am at home in my new world. Unto Jesus the scribes and Pharisees brought a woman who was to be stoned to death, and he said unto them, Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone. Thus it is written. But I ask, how did she continue to live? She who was saved from being stoned to death, she who was pardoned, that is, condemned to live, how did she live on? Did she return to her home? How did she stand with the world, and how with her own heart? No answer, none. I must find the answer in my own experience. Let him that is without sin among you cast the first stone. These are the noblest, the greatest words ever uttered by human lips or heard by human ear. They divide the history of the human race into two parts. They are the "Let there be light" of the second creation. They divide and heal my little life too, and create me anew. Has one who is not wholly without sin a right to offer precepts and reflections to others? Look into your own heart. What are you? Behold my hands. They are hardened by toil. I have done more than merely lift them in prayer. Since I am alone, I have not seen a letter of print. I have no book, and wish for none, and this is not in order to mortify myself, but because I wish to be perfectly alone. She who renounces the world, and in her loneliness still cherishes the thought of eternity, has assumed a heavy burden. Convent life is not without its advantages. The different voices that join in the chorale sustain each other, and when the tone at last ceases, it seems to float away on the air and vanish by degrees. But here I am quite alone. I am priest and church, organ and congregation, confessor and penitent, all in one, and my heart is often so heavy, as if I must needs have another to help me bear the load. Take me up and carry me, I cannot go further, cries my soul. But then I rouse myself again, seize my scrip and my pilgrim's staff, and wander on, solitary and alone, and while I wander, strength returns to me. It often seems to me as if it were sinful thus to bury myself alive. My voice is no longer heard in song, and much more that dwells within me has become mute. Is this right? If my only object in life were to be at peace with myself, it would be well enough, but I long to labor and to do something for others. Yet where and what shall it be? When I first heard that the beautifully carved furniture of the great and wealthy is the work of prisoners, it made me shudder. And now, although I am not deprived of freedom, I am in much the same condition. Those who have disfigured life should, as an act of expiation, help to make life more beautiful for others. The thought that I am doing this comforts and sustains me. My work prospers, but last winter's wood is not yet fit for use. My little pitchman has brought me some that is old, excellent, and well seasoned, having been part of the rafters of an old house that has just been torn down. We work together cheerfully, and our earnings are considerable. Vice is the same everywhere, except that here it is more open. Among the masses, vice is characterized by coarseness; among the upper classes, by meanness. The latter shake off the consequences of their evil deeds, while the former are obliged to bear them. The rude manners of these people are necessary, and are far preferable to polite deceit. They must needs be rough and rude. If it were not for its coarse, thick bark, the oak could not withstand the storm. I have found that this rough bark covers more tenderness and sincerity than does the smoothest surface. Joachim told me to-day that he is still quite a good walker, but that a blind man finds it very troublesome to go anywhere, for at every step he is obliged to grope about so that he may feel sure of his ground before he firmly plants his foot on the earth. Is it not the same with me? Am I not obliged to be sure of the ground before I take a step? Such is the way of the fallen. Ah, why does everything I see or hear become a symbol of my life? I have now been here between 2 and 3 years. I have formed a resolve which it will be difficult to carry out. I shall go out into the world once more. I must again behold the scenes of my past life. I have tested myself severely. May it not be a love of adventure, that genteel yet vulgar desire to undertake what is unusual or fraught with peril? Or is it a morbid desire to wander through the world after having died, as it were? No, far from it. What can it be? An intense longing to roam again, if it be only for a few days. I must kill the desire, lest it kill me. Whence arises this sudden longing? Every tool that I use while at work burns my hand. I must go. I shall obey the impulse, without worrying myself with speculations as to its cause. I am subject to the rules of no order. My will is my only law. I harm no one by obeying it. I feel myself free. The world has no power over me. I dreaded informing Walpurga of my intention. When I did so, her tone, her words, her whole manner, and the fact that she for the first time called me child, made it seem as if her mother were still speaking to me. "Child," she said, "you're right. Go. It'll do you good. I believe that you'll come back and will stay with us. But if you don't, and another life opens up to you, your expiation has been a bitter one, far heavier than your sin." Uncle Peter was quite happy when he learned that we were to be gone from one Sunday to the Sunday following. When I asked him whether he was curious as to where we were going, he replied, "It's all one to me. I'd travel over the whole world with you, wherever you'd care to go, and if you were to drive me away, I'd follow you like a dog and find you again." I shall take my journal with me and will note down every day. By the lake. I find it difficult to write a word. The threshold I am obliged to cross in order to go out into the world is my own gravestone. I am equal to it. How pleasant it was to descend toward the valley. Uncle Peter sang, and melodies suggested themselves to me, but I did not sing. Suddenly he interrupted himself and said, "In the end you'll be my niece, won't you?" "Yes." "But you must call me uncle when we're there." "Of course, dear uncle." He kept nodding to himself for the rest of the way, and was quite happy. We reached the inn at the landing. He drank, and I drank too, from the same glass. "Where are you going?" asked the hostess. "To the capital," said he, although I had not said a word to him about it. Then he said to me in a whisper, "If you intend to go elsewhere, the people needn't know everything." I let him have his own way. I looked for the place where I had wandered at that time. There was the rock, and on it a cross, bearing golden characters the inscription, "Here perished Irma, Countess von Wildenort, on the 21st year of her life. Traveler, pray for her and honor her memory." I never rightly knew why I was always dissatisfied and yearning for the next hour, the next day, the next year, and hoping that it would bring me that which I could not find in the present. It was not love, for love does not satisfy. I desired to live in the passing moment, but could not. It always seemed as if something were waiting for me without the door and calling me. What could it have been? I know now. It was a desire to be at one with myself, to understand myself, myself in the world, and the world in me. The vain man is the loneliest of human beings. He is constantly longing to be seen, understood, acknowledged, admired, and loved. I could say much on the subject, for I, too, was once vain. It was only in actual solitude that I conquered the loneliness of vanity. It is enough for me that I exist. How far removed this is from all that is mere show. Now I understand my father's last act. He did not mean to punish me. His only desire was to arouse me, to lead me to self-consciousness, to the knowledge which, teaching us to become different from what we are, saves us. I understand the inscription in my father's library, "When I am alone, then am I least alone." Yes, when alone, one can more perfectly lose himself in the life universal. I have lived and have come to know the truth. I can now die. He who is at one with himself possesses all. I believe that I know what I have done. I have no compassion for myself. This is my full confession. I have sinned not against nature, but against the world's rules. Is that sin? Look at the tall pines in yonder forest. The higher the tree grows, the more do the lower branches die away, and thus the tree in the thick forest is protected and sheltered by its fellows, but can nevertheless not perfect itself in all directions. I desire to lead a full and complete life, and yet to be in the forest, to be in the world, and yet in society. But he who means to live thus must remain in solitude. As soon as we become members of society, we cease to be mere creatures of nature. Nature and morality have equal rights, and must form a compact with each other, and where there are two powers with equal rights, there must be mutual concessions. Herein lies my sin. He who desires to live a life of nature alone must withdraw himself from the protection of morality. I did not fully desire either the one or the other, hence I was crushed and shattered. My father's last action was right. He avenged the moral law, which is just as human as the law of nature. The animal world knows neither father nor mother, so soon as the young is able to take care of itself. The human world does know them and must hold them sacred. I see it all quite clearly. My sufferings and my expiation are deserved. I was a thief. I stole the highest treasures of all: confidence, love, honor, respect, splendor. How noble and exalted the tender souls appear to themselves when a poor rogue is sent to jail for having committed a theft! But what are all possessions which can be carried away when compared with those that are intangible? Those who are summoned to the bar of justice are not always the basest of mankind. I acknowledge my sin, and my repentance is sincere. My fatal sin, the sin for which I now atone, was that I dissembled, that I denied and extenuated that which I represented to myself as a natural right. Against the Queen I have sinned worst of all. To me she represents that moral order which I violated and yet wished to enjoy. To you, O Queen, to you, lovely, good, and deeply injured one, do I confess all this. If I die before you, and I hope that I may, these pages are to be given to you. I can now accurately tell the season of the year, and often the hour of the day, by the way in which the first sunbeams fall into my room and on my workbench in the morning. My chisel hangs before me on the wall, and is my index. The drizzling spring showers now fall on the trees, and thus it is with me. It seems as if there were a new delight in store for me. What can it be? I shall patiently wait. A strange feeling comes over me, as if I were lifted up from the chair on which I am sitting, and were flying. I know not whither. What is it? I feel as if dwelling in eternity. Everything seems flying toward me, the sunlight and the sunshine, the rustling of the forest and the forest breezes, beings of all ages and of all kinds, all seem beautiful and rendered transparent by the sun's glow. I am in God. If I could only die now and be wafted through this joy to dissolution and redemption! But I will live on until my hour comes. Come, thou dark hour, whenever thou wilt. To me thou art light. I feel that there is light within me. O eternal Spirit of the universe, I am one with thee. I was dead and live. I shall die and yet live. Everything has been forgiven and blotted out. There was dust on my wings. I soar aloft into the sun and into infinite space. I shall die singing from the fullness of my soul. Shall I sing? Enough. I know that I shall again be gloomy and depressed and drag along a weary existence, but I have once soared into infinity and have felt a ray of eternity within me. That I shall never lose again. I should like to go to a convent, to some quiet, cloistered cell, where I might know nothing of the world, and could live on within myself until death shall call me. But it is not to be. I am destined to live on in freedom and to labor, to live with my fellow beings and to work for them. The results of my handiwork and of my powers of imagination belong to you, but what I am within myself is mine alone. I have taken leave of everything here, of my quiet room, of my summer bench, for I know not whether I shall ever return, and if I do, who knows but what everything may have become strange to me. Last page written in pencil. It is my wish that when I am dead I may be wrapped in a simple linen cloth, placed in a rough unplaned coffin, and buried under the apple tree on the road that leads to my paternal mansion. I desire that my brother and my other relatives may be apprised of my death at once, and that they shall not disturb my grave by the wayside. No stone, no name is to mark my grave. End of Section 60. Recording by Joyce Martin. End of Library of the World's Best Literature, Ancient and Modern, Volume 2.